Welcome, one and all, to the grand finals, the global finals of the Mythic Dungeon International Great Push. I'm your host, Oa, here as usual with Nagura, Zyronic, Tuttles, Dratnos, and Makes joining us on the broadcast once again. It is going to be an epic weekend. We've got 6 teams competing, we've got tons of dungeons to run, we've got high keys to push, and it's the final opportunity to do this in Dragonflight. That's right, this is the last esports event of the expansion Dragonflight. It's been a good time, but it's time to look ahead, of course. You know, that's just how it is. But I've talked about looking ahead. Let's look a little bit about how we got there. Let's take a look at the format. Now, things are a little bit different this weekend, as well as our regular, 6 teams pushing points based on key zones, all that stuff. The big one for this weekend is that there are no daily eliminations in the global finals, which I think is an awesome change because we've had so many close finishes in Group A and Group B. I love the idea that all the teams will have a chance to be the champion on Sunday. I think it's going to be very, very tight. We also had some rules changes just in general coming into this great push. And Makes, welcome back to the broadcast once again. I know you've got opinions about this, so I want to hear them. Go for it.
Thank you so much, Toa. Yeah, I definitely have a lot of opinions. First and foremost, pretty happy to see one tank and one healer solidified. I think looking at Group A and B, the schedule changes of how dungeons are released also turned out to be great. But of course, you mentioned the big kicker already with that non-elimination gameplay in the finals for the first time this time around. We could be having a lot of different strats in our hand. Maybe some teams avoiding dungeons until day 3, just saying like, nope. We have secret tag, even if it's one of the first dungeons, and we'll be sure to watch that. Speaking of, we do have our player POVs back here at the broadcast, so make sure you check them out. All of our lovely, lovely streamers starting their streams up soon. Every single team will be showcasing if you just want to follow a specific line there.
Yeah, I think it's a great thing to have on like a second monitor or something if there's a specific point of view, a specific role that you want to study for your own dungeon runs. I know we're late in Dragonflight, we're late in the season, but there's still plenty of time to push keys out on the live servers as well. But let's talk a little bit about our teams coming into this weekend. Obviously, 6 great teams, 3 from Group A, 3 from Group B, one even bearing Dratnos' name himself. So on that front, why don't you give us a breakdown on the teams we're going to see this weekend?
All right, so up first we have Mandatory. Mandatory came in Group A weekend, and they absolutely smashed that weekend. This is our defending MDI champions as well. They dethroned Echo in the last MDI, and currently they are looking on form to challenge and maybe even potentially be the favorites for this weekend too. So one of the strongest teams out there for sure. Up next we have Missed Count, who also looked super sick. So these guys played in the opposite weekend as Mandatory, so we haven't seen them head-to-head yet, but they played in the Group B weekend, and they one-shot a 21 Ruby life pools that nobody else was able to finish with anywhere close to as much swiftness, right? It was really impressive out of them. They've been busting out that Frost Mage as well, just looking really, really, really good. So I think definitely one of the top-tier teams as well. Up next, we have Echo. This is a team that needs no introduction, but they are many-time champions of MDI and TGP. Really, really strong team. They've been playing together now for ages as well. Are they potentially showing some weakness, though? Are they vulnerable to either Missed Count or Mandatory? They only came in second in their group weekend, so potentially a team that, they're playing for the first, but they could get anywhere in the top spots here for sure. Up next, we have Madge. So this is a really cool new powerhouse team. You've got a lot of names you recognize here, but the combination is new. Dr. J teaming up with Shelly, Roybin, Lamike, and Soda is a new configuration for a bunch of players who've looked really, really strong before. Is this the secret sauce they needed, though, to actually propel themselves to being one of the best teams out there? They looked pretty good in their group weekend, but competing with Mandatory, Missed Count, and Echo. Let's see if they've ramped up to be one of those top few teams. Then we have Pedros per Hour. So this is one of 2 North American teams that's made it to global finals, which is always exciting to see. Another team, sort of like Madge, where you've got a lot of names you're going to recognize, but actually configured together in the first time, a lot of these players. We've got Race to World First players from Liquid teaming up with Yoda, Drogo, some MDI, veterans, people who've played a bunch of these tournaments before and have done very, very well. And our final team, You know how in the Olympics, sometimes people talk about how it would be really funny to put a regular person next to all of the Olympians as they're running? That's what we're up to here. We've got Dratno's Guild team showing what it's going to look like.
That's how it is. All right.
So, no, this is a really, really strong team as well. You've got Timbermon Cryptics, who you've seen in a lot of previous MDIs too. A couple of these people raid with me as well, but don't hold that against them. They are really, really quite good. They clutched it out. We're the first team to put a 22 no-cood on the board in Group B. And they've been practicing a lot, so we'll see what they've got ready for us this weekend.
Hey, I mean, certainly do well enough to make it to the global finals. So quite the varied cast of characters coming into this weekend. But one in particular stands out to Xyronic. So why don't you talk to us a little bit about Hearthjacks?
Yeah, man. So when we talk about mages in the TGP this time around, people have kind of thought about them of just kind of being a support role to help the priest do a lot of damage. But Hearthjacks is really kind of making a case being super important to actually time keys. Bringing out the Frost in that 21 Ruby life pools last weekend and making that dungeon look so easy, dealing with the second boss quickly. This guy is definitely going to be a player to watch over the course of the weekend. He was kind of gapping mages all of last weekend. So, player for Miscount, that Polar Squad, I think they're going to surprise a lot of people this weekend. If they didn't already surprise you last weekend, this is definitely one of my picks for the top 3 teams, and if they play well enough, they could potentially even take down Mandatory.
Very interesting. A lot to watch here too, and like I haven't played a lot of mage, but I've done a little Frost mage, and I feel like it's always Fire mage that we see, so I like seeing Frost a little bit as well. But you know what? We've got something very special planned right now, a segment that no one except for me knows about, and we're going to have Tettles give us his reaction on it right now, and I'll cue you in, Tettles. I'll tell you a little bit about what we're going to look at here. So, we talk about, or actually, before we get there, we have something else to do. Before we get there, actually, we have to talk about our predictions. That's what I want to know about first. So hold on. I was getting ahead of myself.
Whoa.
Here's our predictions here.
That is not a lot of echoes. Oh my god.
Hold on.
That is crazy.
Am I the
again?
only person? Am I the only person that picked Echo? Is that right?
It looks like it.
Makes is not on the graphic. Makes, what were your predictions?
Wow. Really?
No, see, now I don't want to say it anymore. No.
Oh, you gotta
You've
say
had
it.
your
Oh my
chance
gosh.
prediction. I'm not. No. Nope.
So now I don't think Echo did I think obviously they I don't know if we say underperformed or they looked a little bit weaker compared to teams like Mandatory. Certainly Miscount obviously had a great Group B, but I'm a little bit surprised nobody else thinking Echo even going to make Group B. I thought, or make second place. I thought about it, but I thought, nah, this is Echo we're talking about. They always kind of find a way, right? And I don't know if they're going to find a way to get first this weekend, but I feel like they can at least take second.
So I do want to say that I wrote down my predictions from the performance that I've seen in Group A and Group B, right? I was thinking,
Sure.
okay, I think Miscount played really well, Mandatory played really well, better than Echo, so I have to predict them as first and second. But like in the back of my mind, I'm like, Echo could still win this, and they're probably going to win the first time where I don't predict them to win, right? Like that's just what's going to
You got to
happen.
go with the historical data, right? I mean, every time Echo looks like they're down, they find a way to come back and win it, right? Pretty much every time. So I don't think your logic is flawed at all. I think based on the Group A and Group B results, this would, Miscount and Mandatory would be the natural picks. However, I think if you look at the historical data, I had to put
Yeah.
Echo in there, and like I said, I don't know if they're going to get first this weekend, but I feel like they're at least good for second. We'll see. But I don't see Makes' name on there. Makes, who are you predicting
Well-
1 and 2 here?
So, my prediction was actually the same as yours, and I can explain
okay.
it as well, of course. Mandatory, I got to put them up there after winning that MDI last season. But Echo is a team that in the past has sometimes shown up a little bit weaker than they really are in the group stages, and then held back some stuff, prepped even more going into the final stages. So I do think they will look really good going into this weekend. But I think Miscount is a really, really cool and upcoming team. So I think all of the predictions are very good here.
I just want every team to have fun. There you go. Well, okay, now it's time. Now it's time to reveal something a little bit special, and it does relate a little bit to what we're looking at right now. But you know, a lot of times production asks us to give them our predictions, right? Well, this time we changed it up a little bit. We actually asked the teams to predict who they thought were going to play. So here is that list. Now, I have to have the caveat here that Echo did pick themselves for every place, and the reason they gave us for this is they said they didn't want to make enemies. So they just put themselves for everything. I don't know. I don't think anything's going to make you have more enemies than picking yourself for every single space. But that's just me. Tuttles, what do you think of who the teams think are going to do well?
It seems like there's kind of a consensus where mandatory miscount and echo are in a lot of these spots where it seems like many of the teams actually, whenever they were looking at Group A and Group B weekends, thought that those three teams were a little bit above the rest. You know, then you have some teams like Pedros per hour predicting themselves as first, just because they have to have that confidence, of course.
You have to, yeah.
Notably, Dratno's Guild team not putting themselves in the top 3.
That's humility. That's, you know.
Sandbagging,
it's mind
right?
tricks.
Yeah. Well, it's going to make it all the more impressive when they win despite their own predictions, yeah.
They told me that they, I had a chance to talk to the team before they actually started Dratnos, and they said that they're shooting for 4th. They thought that 4th would be a great showing for them.
Sure. That's a place. I mean, hey, if you made it to the global finals, you've already done well, right? You've already made it out of the group. You've already showed yourself to be one of the best dungeon running teams on the planet, right? So I guess you can just be happy to be here. But, you know, I feel like if you're doing predictions, you got to predict yourself, you know, as first. Like, again, it's a confidence thing. It's setting the tone coming into the weekend. But, you know, maybe Dratnos Guild team just playing the long con, playing the humility game, possibly, perhaps the false humility game. If they do very well, they were impressive in Group B, so you know we'll see, I suppose. But we're just moments away from having our first 3 dungeons of the weekend be revealed, and from then it's just a very short couple moments until the teams actually get their runs going here too. I was told 90 seconds just. I don't know how many, like 30, 45 seconds ago, so it should be very, very soon here. But my question is, as we look at the dungeons being revealed here in a moment, I'll just throw this out there to the crowd. Maybe I'll send this to who hasn't spoken yet. Everyone's kind of had their turn, I suppose. But so I'll just throw this out there to the ether. Are we going to see a team just completely ignore a key on day 1?
I don't think you ignore a key on day 1. I think you have to go to it, but I think that you leave it to a level that you could easily one-shot and use that as your overtime field. Because like Makes was saying earlier, there's no eliminations in this, so you can have a little bit of a change of strat. So say that there's like a 40-minute no-coot or something like that. You can one attempt that on a 20. You just you push that up to a 20, and then you do it on the 20, and then you show back up tomorrow, and then continue to push that key up to the highest level you reasonably can.
Fair enough. The reason I ask is because to reiterate what we saw earlier with the format changes is that no one's eliminated. So you don't actually have to put up times in, any of these keys, theoretically. But we've got Althgar Academy, Alderman, Legacy of Kieran, Brackenhide Hollow, Sanguine Brackenhide Hollow. Truly one of the most popular and well-loved affix combinations for this dungeon, right?
It was the time trial affix in this dungeon, so the teams are practiced on it. One interesting thing here as well is we were playing with 3 fortified keystones, so potentially the level here can get quite high quite quick, but a lot of these pulls are going to be pretty dangerous. Also, our first debut of Oldaman in this tournament. Looks like Echo have decided to head there straight away. The consensus from most of the other teams appears to be Algathar for everybody else. Interesting. So Echo ready for the Oldaman.
Oh, Dratno's Guild team.
That's
not a mage.
That's not a mage
That's
at all.
not a mage.
No, it is not.
That ain't Falco. I'm sorry, bad reference. All right. Let's go.
Alright, so really cool to see the Warlock already. I think Dratno's Guild team already planned on playing the Warlock in this dungeon, but couldn't in their group because it was Sanguine, right? So having that Dasher Warlock in with a Sanguine affix, usually not the most ideal thing when you have those stuns coming in from the blasphemies here and there. So I think that's why they chose to play their mage there after all. But now without the Sanguine affix, they can pick the Warlock, which is really nice. Spiteful even being a super good affix for Warlock as well, right? Really cool to see. But yeah, Echo and Olderman, that is because earlier when Doa asked the question if there might be a team that is not doing a dungeon at all, I was thinking that maybe there's a chance that one of the teams doesn't go to a dungeon that we haven't seen at all yet, if it's part of today's pool. Like, if we would have seen Neltharis or Uldaman, then maybe there's a team that's a really cool strategy that they just want to hold back until Sunday. But Echo apparently not thinking that way and immediately heading into that Uldaman.
Yeah, and maybe if we can even get a little zoom in on what the Warlock can do once this poll is actually set up for Drano's Guild team, we can talk about why Warlock is actually such a high potential pick here. The class just has the most insane AoE burst damage potential here. Interesting variation on the snap. There's no mage to ice block, so they have 40 on the Shadow Priest dispersing for the snap, and now with everything together up top here, we can go ahead and start AoEing it down once they stop. Ooh, okay, everything's up here. There's the Infernal, there's the Lust, and there's the AoE. They've been in combat for a solid minute or so now here, and yeah, that's something Warlock just gets to do for free with their cooldowns. They just
And
get
they
to
didn't
burst.
even cast Breath yet. No Breath of Ian's being used yet by Tyrus. And there we go, the Breath is coming out. And yeah, that is... Oh, no, we do see a death here to Storming. Oh no, it's a whirlwind that spawned. Never mind, it's from the mini-boss. For a second I thought he got... Oh, it was a volcano. That's how it works, okay. Yeah, the volcano knocked him up and then he didn't
All
manage
good.
to dodge the deadly winds. But
Now,
it's
one of the
okay.
things that is a problem with Warlock, and this is a notable problem in Algathar Academy specifically, a lot of the major trash pulls in here are... They almost all have at least one high HP target that needs to be focused down. Now, the Shadow Priest is good at doing that, but if your Shadow Priest dies in cooldowns, that sentry might last a little bit longer than you would otherwise expect it to. So it's going to slow them down on this pull, but on other pulls we shouldn't see it to be too much of an issue for them.
Yeah, I also don't think so. We do see Echo as well. I mean, sticking to that mage in the Uldaman, playing Frost still on the mage. That is something we've seen Echo adapt to after Miscount and Hearth Jax ended up playing that Frost mage in almost every single dungeon. Except, I believe, in Academy, where they ended up playing Fire Mage. Maybe because of the Sanguine affix. We will see if they adapt in Academy to Frost Mage now as well, whenever we see them play that dungeon. And yeah, a lot of teams in Academy. So that will be very good for us to already being able to compare splits as well. As for Eagles got down again for Drano's Guild team. Don't have a Battle Rust anymore, so he's gonna have to release and walk back to the group. But he's not the main damage dealer, right? We have the Destro Warlock. Usually the Shadow Priests are the main damage dealers, but not anymore. With Cryptics
Yeah,
on the
that might
Warlock.
be an issue for them. Now the question here, we've started something. I think, did we even cover this really? Because we were so interested in seeing the Uldaman and then the Warlock pick, we didn't cover the key starting level. This is 2 levels higher than what we saw in groups. We're starting on 16 this time around. This is what they were starting with on day 3 in groups. So higher key level brings into question, is the 3 chest possible? In Algathar Academy, 3 chest was tough on the 14, and it's really, really hard to think that, you know, just 1 extra week of practice could make you 3 chest 2 levels higher. But, you know, you never know. These are easier affixes than we had last weekend. Maybe it's something that's possible for them.
Yeah, that'd be interesting for sure. Of course, on the first day, when we have this, the 3 dungeons released simultaneously, these teams are trying to push up the keys, they're doing more pushing today as the next 2 days, which means that the 2 chesting and 3 chesting is going to be super important. But the 16 is going to make it a little bit more difficult for them, especially in some of the dungeons where the timer is a little bit closer. So we'll see how they do. I think the Brackenhide is probably going to be maybe the easiest for them to 3 chest. I'm not sure how the Uldaman is going to look for them. Looking at Echo, after 4 minutes 27, they managed to finish off the first 2 bosses already, so the timer is looking pretty good for them. And it's fortified. All of the dungeons are fortified. Usually fortified may be a little bit easier to 3 chest on lower keys compared to Tyrannical. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, something as well that I'll be interested to look at. We aren't seeing it in the lower keys, which makes sense, but when you get to the super high keys, I've heard people talking about how Warlock is extremely strong, especially for the first half of Uldaman as well, so there's definitely a chance that we could see it teched in this dungeon as well. Actually, a lot of these keys, I think all 3 of these keys are potential good Warlock picks. Maybe not so much the Brackenhide, because you do have to deal with the totems at the end, but yeah, you could definitely see it being teched in at least the Uldaman and the Algathar, especially once you get to the super high key levels.
Yeah, will be interesting for sure. I'm definitely looking at the Warlock whenever I can, as we do have miscount and petals per hour as well in Academy. We can see in the bottom right and the bottom left of the screen. And there we go, Hearthjax is still playing Fire, so it didn't necessarily have anything to do with Sanguine in the group stage. They just like the Fire Mage in Academy in particular. Why do you think they played there?
In general, well, like I said earlier with Algathar Academy, right, a lot of the really, really big pulls have one big mob that you want to AoE off of, generally speaking. So like in the first pull, it's the Guardian Sentry. In the second big pull after Croth, it's the Ravager as well. It doesn't necessarily have it for the big pull in the Veximus area, the triple trash pull there, but just those two big pulls alone with the big prio mobs really, really favor the mage. I think the Warlock is probably still an overall time gain, but it's an overall safety loss, which is not something you really want to take if you can get away with it. However, if you do just need the raw damage from the lock in order to make a key timeable, it might end up being good. And you know, we've already seen teams time a 22 Fortified Algathar Academy with the mage. If they can live a 23 and the extra damage the Warlock brings allows them to do a 23 by the end of the weekend, that's something that we could potentially see. I think it will definitely be a question, because remember, you know, the higher key level means less time spent pushing up keys, which means more time spent pushing those chase keys. We didn't actually see a whole lot of it in the group stages. We saw maybe like 4 or 5 hours of it from the top teams, but I think we're going to see a lot more of it this weekend.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. Talking about the timers as well and about 3 chesting, 2 chesting, we do actually have this really cool UI update, so you can see how much time is left for the 3 chests. And then once that is passed, you'll see how much time is left for 2 chests. Really cool, but Echo does have a vibe. I was just about to say how big of a pool they have gathered up there. It looks like they're not resetting, so that means they think they can still 3 chests. I would assume they might have been actually resetting if they thought they're missing on a 3 chest, but it looks like they're just going to continue. Yeah, they gathered up so much stuff. So they were finishing off Talandras, now still alive actually, and Gingy as well in that pool. So it looks like they're, as long as they can get back and now can kite it out to get back to Celia, they can maybe finish this off and can recover a little bit. You can see one of the AoE still coming through from the Sentinel here as Clicks does go down again, and Gingy, Earthquake hitting Clicks. They're actually in Stone Bolts being casted on Gingy. But yeah, it looks like they can maybe recover slowly. Gonna ramp up quite a few deaths here.
Finish off that Protector before Earthquakes again. Never mind. Now is going to go down here. They have a battle res. I don't think Zayli is going to be able to actually get him up here. He's just releasing and running back. This might be a reset. They are just chaining deaths to this. I mean, Zalia has the pull alive. Let's see. They've got the Frost Mage slows down for the trash pull. And to be clear, this is an extremely difficult pull. Like you're mentioning, they're gathering up at least 4 trash packs. It might be 5 around that corner. You're playing in a very small area. Fissuring Slam is going to be denying you a ton of AoE. And then every single time that Runic Protector cast Earthquake on Fortified, that is going to do a ton of damage to your group. In addition to this, there are other things going off. Those Hail of Stones need to be interrupted, otherwise they could easily take out your groups on their own. One of them going off here, you can see the ticking damage from just one of them is causing the health bars to move, let alone the 5 of them that are in the bowl right now. There are also debuffs that need to be decursed, or they'll just one-shot the person that they're on in this trash pack. So there's a lot going on, and it makes sense that even on a 16 here, Echo's having trouble with this pull. That being said, even though they've chained 9 deaths to it, they're still going to get it done. The question is this going to cost them a potential 3 chest? They are at the halfway point on the 3 chest timer there. 10 minutes, 30 seconds left in the key. They've got half of their trash count. They have 2 more bosses left to kill. They're going to be pulling a lot of trash with the next boss, but there's kind of a mandatory downtime of trash in between the second to last boss and the last boss. So this is going to be a tight timer, I think, for them.
I think so as well. One thing to notice that maybe, like, sometimes 3 chesting or 2 chesting does not make a difference. If the key that you're getting out of your 3 or 2 chests is going to result in a 1 or 2 chest afterwards. So basically, if they get a 2 chest and they have an 18, and they can 2 chest the 18, while the other team's 3 chests the 16, but then can only 1 chest the 19, then they're going to result in the same key within the same amount of runs, right? So that is something that might potentially be true, because Uldaman is one of the most difficult dungeons actually to do on high keys. A lot of teams predicted Uldaman to only go up to 21 at most. Some of them even saying that 20 would be the highest one. So I don't think that we're going to see much two-chesting anymore on the hierarchy levels. And maybe that is also what Echo is thinking here, potentially, that they don't necessarily need the 3-chest on that 16. But we will see. We've said that before, and then we've seen teams like miscount 2-chest keys that seem to be impossible to 2-chest before.
Yeah, that Oldemon dungeon is nasty. Even on Fortified, the big blockers are going to be Talandris, the third boss, and Bromok, the second boss. They just do so much damage. And Bromok also kind of has the added issue that's kind of similar to what we were talking about with Kokia Blazehoof in Ruby Life Pools, right? Where, every 40 seconds or so it spawns a totem that you have to kill, and that totem being alive it's a major problem. There's a lot of damage going out while that's alive, and the longer the boss fight lasts, the more totems you have to kill, which means you're doing less damage to the boss, etc., etc. It can be a problem. So we'll see. Once teams push that old amount up to a 20, we'll start to see those bosses being a problem. But on Fortified, of course, like we've already seen in the 16, the trash pulls can be pretty big blockers as well. So this is just overall a very difficult key. Well, we only see Echo going at it right now, but I'm sure we'll see a lot of different ideas on how to efficiently do the middle parts of this dungeon. Looking around to our other teams, though, we've already seen Dratno's skill team have a couple unfortunate deaths, but don't think not sure yet, actually, if it'll cost them in the long run. They still have a lot of dungeon left to go and only 7 minutes on the 3-chest timer. Mandatory already engaging Overgrown Ancient, whereas Dratno's skill team's still on Veximus, so Mandatory are going incredibly fast here, and they might actually still be on for a 3-chest if they get this boss done quickly. They have the Bloodlust prepped. Maybe they can just do all of the remaining trash into Echo of
Yeah,
Doragoza. Maybe something
I
they
feel
can
like that's
do.
what they would have to do, right? Because 6:30 is going to be very difficult for 2 bosses and more than 30% trash. But if they pull everything into Doragoza, it might be possible. That would be super interesting if Mandatory manages to do that. And I did quickly want to clarify, whenever we talk about 2-chesting and 3-chesting, it's of course +2ing your key or +3ing. In the past, I think it was on Legion only, where if you managed to +2 or +3 the key, you would get 3 chests of loot or 2 chests of loot respectively, which of course has been changed ever since. But yeah, that phrasing still comes from Legion, from all the way back then when you could loot multiple chests. They should bring that back. It was fun.
Well, we like to talk about the good times where you got multiple chests of loot if you 2 or 3 chested the key, but don't tell anybody about the times when you deplete the key and you just don't get any loot.
Good point.
Just no chest
And
at
your
the
key
end,
depleted.
deplete.
You had to go again.
Yeah, let's, on second thought, maybe we don't go back to that. Good times, though, in the fledgling days of Mythic Plus. Yeah, Mandatory crushing it, though. This boss is going to be dead with about 5 minutes, 15 seconds left on the key. They actually might just have the time to do the trash pull with Lust and then go into the boss. On 16, Doragoza might take 2.5 to 3 minutes without Lust, so I don't know. They're definitely on pace for it, and we know this key is doable up to that 22 key level, so the 3-chest should be relatively nice for them. That's depending on whether or not the 20 is 2-chestable, but we'll see. We'll see. We have lots of time left to go. Any early advantage can definitely give your team a ton of momentum for the weekend, so we're looking closely at whether or not our teams are able to do what they're setting out to do. Interesting skip here from Echo. This is something that was actually shown off by, I believe, Rare's team, one of the top key-pushing teams in the world right now. Now, after dealing with Emberon, now ran past the rest of the trash, skipped it with Shadow Meld. The rest of his team actually went backwards after killing Emberon, took the Mole Machine to the start of the key, waited for the Mole Machine to update to the 3rd teleport, and now the team is here with now on the pack. They have 3 of those runic protectors in addition to a ton of extra trash here. They're getting this all down in one pull. This is a ton of trash count for Echo.
And this is so many enemy forces for them. Looking at the timer though, 5 minutes left, which means that, yeah, because maybe the issues they had earlier, they have 9 deaths now in total. I think that +3 is probably gonna not happen for them, as they still have to do the boss and still do more trash afterwards. But you never know. It is a 45 key, so things for bosses as well, and trash dies very quickly, especially if they're pulling it on top of the last boss. Chrono Lord Deos being one of the more difficult bosses, though, especially to start getting some combos of the debuffs and the AoE going in. So Gotta be careful at the start. But yeah, looking really good for Echo as they're about to finish off this trash pack. Line of sighting the AoE as well from the golems there.
Yeah, doing a
Looking
good job here. The 3 chest, yeah, I don't think it's on the table for them anymore. After dealing with this, they have to run down and deal with a ton of the dragons that debuff you as well, so that's going to cost them a lot of time. Those agents are actually really annoying to get through. With only 4 minutes left on the timer, I think 2 chests is just what they're going to have to settle for, unless they have some crazy pull they can pull on top of Chronal or Deus, but without Lust, I don't know if that's really possible. They're going to try, though. Now's running past all of these mobs, going to gather them around the corner there, and they'll get off to the AoE races, but they're up against the clock. Mandatory, however, are really not against the clock. It's not going to be close at all here. They've got their trash dead. Just that one Restorer mind-controlled under the boss with that circle marker on it, using it to give themselves those spell haste buffs to deal with the boss that much more quickly. 2.5 minutes left on the 3 chest timer. These guys are absolutely crushing this key.
They are, and I do think that we might see some other teams also getting the 3 chest on this one, depending on how fast they deal with Doragosa here. The team that seems to be the slowest, though, is Missed Count. Missed Count seeming like they're not going to be anywhere close to that 3 chest timer as they're still fighting Overgrown Ancient. So very interesting to see. And Missed Count, one of the teams. Oh, Dr. J does go down to missiles here on match side on the bottom left. Missiles, of course, being one of those abilities that goes to that only is being cast on players that are standing in front of the casters, but it's a lot more difficult to not position yourself in front of them when you have to deal with so many abilities from the boss as well. So Dr. J does go down one more time. 2 missile casts going through. Shella following. They do have one more rest that can be used here, but they can't get both players up. That means they're going to be missing out on this +3 here.
Oh, it's
going
over.
Down 2. It's okay. They're going to get that 2 chests, but yeah, they're missing out on a +3 here on match, unfortunately.
Unfortunate for them, but, you know, talking about the 3 chests, I think it's really more of just a moral victory now. Not moral, but, like, you know, emotional victory is what I mean to say. Like, because when you think about the progression of this Algathar Academy, right, we're starting it on the 16. If you 3 chest it, you go to 19, which you can conceivably 2 chest, right? You can 2 chest a 19 and get a 21 out of it. You're probably only 1 chesting the 21. And 22 is probably... it's more than likely going to be the goal key level for Algathar. 23 might be possible, but we're not quite sure about that yet. So if you're heading for a 22 and you only 2 chest the 16, you can probably 2 chest the 18. 2 chesting the 20 might be possible. If you can't 2 chest the 20, that's where this 2 chest of the Algathar is going to come back to bite you. But, you know, that's in the future. We can't really think about that right now. Dratnos Guild team on Echo of Doragosa. 45 seconds left on the clock. We did see a death just a little while ago. Battle Res expended for them. With the Shadow Priest deaths, I think they still are able to get the 3 chest here. 30 seconds left on the timer. Boss at 20%. They've got their count. I think they've done it. I think Dratnos Guild team are going to be matching mandatory with the 3 chest. Not nearly as fast, but they should be able to get this one on the board. Be a huge boost of confidence for them.
I think so as well. So Dratnos Guild team and mandatory looking so strong. Now, of course, match was also at pace for the +3. Ended up wiping though.
Oh, it's going to be close though. Look at the timer.
Oh yeah,
Come on.
7 seconds left.
Burn.
They have to
Burn.
Yeah, they can do it. They have the enemy forces. 2 seconds.
Cryptic's pumping out the Chaos Bolts. They've got it.
Ooh,
look at the timer, -0.
But yeah, again, miscount bottom right. Yeah, they're 40% still on boss as the timer goes over. Interesting to see miscount not being so fast in this dungeon. You know what? I think it's because it's the fire. It's the fire mage. They're performing so well in the cross mage dungeons. Fire mage dungeons is just not their thing, right? We're probably gonna see them perform really well in that Uldaman, as Tedals mentioned. Miscount being one of the best teams in Uldaman. So we'll see how they're performing in that dungeon. But yeah, unfortunately not getting that +3 here either for Miscount. Interesting to see already such a big difference between the teams already on that very first key that they're running here. And Echo 2 missing the +3 on the top left. So clearly this dungeon would have been +3able without the 9 deaths they had, right? Like, because the boss is in 29%, so we're probably going to see a lot of +3s from the other teams in the Uldaman at the start.
You know, you would think that if teams can keep it clean, yeah, absolutely. If you can keep it clean, 3 chests is definitely possible. The problem is Fortified Uldaman, it's a tough key to be clean in. some of the pulls that you have to do in this key to go fast are ridiculous. And I mean, we were at the beginning of the day, we were kind of glossing over a lot of the other team's start because we were gushing about the Warlock. My fault, sorry, I'll take the blame for that. But the very first pull that you do in Uldaman, you kind of just run through all of the trash at the start of the dungeon and just pull it into the Lost Dwarfs. So you're pulling like 8 Leapers, 4 Geomancers, 2 Berserkers, in addition to a bunch of the Lizards as well. I forget what their official name is. I'm going to call them Lizards for now. You're pulling all those on top of the bosses, and the ideal scenario is that you burn the Berserkers down so everything takes more damage, but everything's also doing more damage too. So it's like a super dangerous, super high difficulty pull. If it goes wrong, you just instantly die. But if it goes right, you get a super fast first boss split. Like we saw, Echo had like a 1 minute 30 first boss split in that Uldaman. So like, there's a lot of super high volatility pulls in this key, and any single one of them can go wrong. Unfortunately for Echo, it was the one that cost them the most time.
Yeah, we'll see if that actually ends up costing them, depending on how 2 chestable, 3 chestable later keys are. But yeah, Dreadnought's Guild team on the top right. Let's take a look at that Warlock damage again as they're gathering up another Lasher pull here. You can see Cryptic's line of sighting that AoE. You can stand in the animation as long as you're not within line of sight and not take that damage. Bloodlust and all cooldowns being used. Breath, not yet. There we go. Breath from Terrasen as well. And look at the damage. That's
Doing a little bit more
big
this time.
Number. 7 million DPS. Still climbing. 8 million. Yep.
Yeah, he's going to keep climbing until as long as those Lashers are still alive. Unfortunately, he's starting to kill them off, just doing too much damage. Shadow Priest doing his best to keep up, but on a pull of this size, it's just going to go to the Warlock. This is what they can do in these keys if they are just
Cryptic's
given
already in War
the
Within.
AoE to do it. Yeah, he's already in the next expansion. He's ready to go. Is this going to be enough to give them an advantage in this key and potentially go for a 23? I think that's one of the storylines here for the weekend already set up in this key. Is the Warlock going to come into play? Remains to be seen. You can see once the Hungry Lashers, the tiny little dudes, are dead, the Warlock is going to go back to just Chaos Bolting the Sentry because he's going to be the major thing preventing them from moving on to Croth. And that might be where the Warlock falls behind just a little bit, but the raw AoE damage is going to be so strong on the big trash pulls in this key.
Yeah, definitely very, very strong. As we do get some comparisons for the other teams. Miscount, of course, dealing with that first pull a little bit quicker in the top left compared to Dreadnought's Guild team, but they also are on 1 key level lower, of course, because they did only get that +2. And Echo on the bottom left now in that 18 key, doing that same huge pull at the very start that we talked about earlier with the Bloodlust, and all of the trash is being pulled on top of the Lost Dwarfs here with that Bloodlust as well. Bursting actually can be a little bit of a problem when you do such huge pulls because you're going to be staggering the amount of mobs that die, so you need to use your Master Spell really early. Well, on the first high stacks, and then a lot more mobs are going to die later, and then you don't have that Master Spell available anymore. We do see Dwarf racials coming in as well for Uldaman. Yeah, 2 Dwarf racials, of course. The other, like, Druid cannot be Dwarf, unfortunately, and Evoker can't be either. So otherwise, Dwarf racial really, really good in Uldaman, not only because of bursting, but also because of the bleed on Talondres, of course.
Yep.
So always nice to have that racial there.
Also good in a pinch to deal with that curse if you really don't have a dispel for it. Maj are having an issue with their snap at the start of the key here. This is going to be just a full-on reset from them. Sometimes the snap can just go wrong. Someone can get in combat that's not supposed to be in combat, and you have to reset. Going to be a quick little 2-minute time loss, not the biggest deal. You know, that can happen at the start of the key. We'll come back to them in a bit, I'm sure. Yeah, that first pull of Uldaman can be a very tricky one here, especially when you consider some of the things that you have to do afterwards. See Xaylia tagging in that extra Berserker pack from behind to pull it on top of this trash pack. The idea being you want to get 3 Berserkers onto Bromok here. When those Berserkers enrage, they do an AoE enrage effect on everyone in the room, and that causes them to do more damage, but also take more damage. So you can really burn down Bromok quickly if you have a 3-stack of that buff on him. Jinji, unfortunately, going down to the residual AoE damage on this pack here. He'll be able to just run back, though. A little bit of a time loss for them. I don't think you're worried about 3-chesting the 18. I think you're more ideally going to be two-chesting it, so they have a little bit of time or a little bit of leeway here, but still want to keep it clean as possible. And also, you can see they're banking up that battle res for the bosses here. You definitely don't want to just nonchalantly throw that out on the trash pack here, especially when you can run back and be back with the group in a couple, about 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, definitely. We do see some of the academy teams now reaching Croth. Dreadnought's guild team on that plus 19, already in at 86% on that boss. Of course, Croth, even on fortified, can be really dangerous on higher levels because of that Screech that is stacking up and doing a lot of damage, so you need to make sure you are using the defensives properly to be able to survive that. And then you want to line up your offensive cooldowns for the extra damage for a Fire Phase or the haste buff, depending on what you're going for. But yeah, otherwise that boss can be pretty dangerous. We also see some line of sighting as well, in case they run out of defensives. For damage, not that great, but of course, it's better than dying. Mandatory already about to finish off Croft, actually. Their 19 run really fast. Yeah, this is going to be a really quick split by them. They also just started the key quicker. Like, if you compare Mandatory and Dreadnought's guild team, top right and bottom right, they started the key almost 2 minutes faster, even though both of them 3-chested the 16. So Mandatory really just being quick between the dungeon runs as well, which is something that we don't talk about very often. But of course, speeding up the time between dungeons is the same as being a little bit faster in a dungeon, right? So unless, of course, it's the difference between a 2 and 3 chest. So Mandatory being really efficient today already.
Want to spend no time passively AFKing his town. Any time spent in town is downtime. We don't like that at all in the TGP. I want to highlight as well, we haven't really talked about them at all in the first half hour because we've actually had so many interesting topics to talk about. Pages per hour also were able to 3-chest their Algathar Academy as well, and are also in the 19 at the same time as Dreadnought's guild team and Mandatory, so they had a good clean first key as well, and they're making an argument for themselves as well. They had themselves in their predictions as the number 1 team, and I think that's good for confidence. I don't think any of us had them in our top 2. So, yeah, we'll see. Maybe they can shake up the leaderboards as well. Remains to be seen. Good start to the day from them, though, and it looks like their cross split is going to be relatively close to, if not faster than Mandatories as well. So, yeah, good start from them. Yeah,
they are looking very good. For sure. Yeah, very good. They're in a 19 compared to miscount on that 18, right? Still have to be seen if that 2 or 3 chest does make a difference later on. But most of the teams look pretty much playing a very similar route in the academy from what I've seen so far. Of course, all of them doing that lasher snap at the very start to the mini boss, which is incredibly efficient. We've seen some differences in route throughout the group stage later on, but that snap, pretty much everyone has done that, which is a really cool setup. In case you haven't seen the setup yet, you can go ahead and watch the video on the Warcraft channel on the YouTube that Dreadnought did break down. It's really cool. Definitely go and check it out. And Echo, the only team that is not in Academy on the bottom left side, they're in that Olderman. Olderman being a dungeon that we haven't seen in group stage at all. And Echo unfortunately missed a +3 in their 16 because they had almost a full wipe. They didn't quite wipe, but they gathered up 9 deaths in total as they had an issue with one of their trash pools. In fact, that trash pool is going to happen after Talandras. So after this boss, we're going to be able to see that pull again to see if they can pull it off on that 18 this time around.
Yeah, we'll see. One of the major blocks in this Oldemon is this boss, Talandras, right? Not only are you pulling trash on top of it, but the potential for one-shot, even on Fortified, is ridiculously high. You need to make sure you have at least something ready for every single one of these crushing stomps, especially once the boss has powered himself up over the course of the fight. But in addition to that, the piercing shards mechanic that he does, which randomly targets one person and puts a bleed debuff on him, the initial damage of that debuff on a super high key can just straight up one-shot you if you don't have something prepped. It's not going to get to that one-shot territory until you're in like a 21 Fortified or a 22 Fortified, but at that point there's other things you're worried about in the key. This in and of itself is definitely going to be a very difficult portion of the dungeon once we get up to the 21s that we're expecting to see out of this key.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if you get the debuff on the same people multiple times in a row. Of course, we do have those dwarf racials and the cauterized, but yeah, obviously if a lot of them land on Zalia, for example, might be a little bit of a problem as Sally, of course, not having that dwarf racially available. Or Clicks as well. I think Clicks probably the worst target to have that bleed on him multiple times in a row, as the other players have something to get rid of it, or have immunities, or just have a lot of self-healing like the Resto Druid does. But so far so good. Echo fully focusing Talandras here, making sure the Custodians are just being passively kind of cleaved down. They're not worrying about them too much, even though they can be pretty dangerous for the tank, in fact, but now doing a great job kiting, and the group also doing a really good job positioning the stun fields in his pathway, because obviously now would have to turn around and walk through the Custodians to get the stun onto the boss, then that is a little bit more dangerous. But if the group is spacing them out in the middle of the room, then now it's having a much better time kiting and also dealing with the stuns on the boss as well.
Yep. No issues for them whatsoever. That final Titanic Empowerment stunned easily. Should be able to finish it off before the next one goes off. Going around the board here, Mandatory already dealt with their trash and are halfway through Veximus compared to Dratno's Guild team, who are still 2 minutes behind on timer, obviously, so it's hard to draw a complete comparison. Just now dealing with the trash. Pedro's per hour also pulling the trash. Pedro's per hour killing it this split. 20-second faster Croth split than Mandatory. If you're on pace with Mandatory, you're loving life at that point. You're playing incredibly well. Dratno's Guild team have the Veximus trash pull stacked together here, and I want to point out, this is cooldownless Warlock doing AoE right here. Holding steady at 3.5 million DPS. No cooldowns, just Rain of Skill, non-stop. Back to back to back. Here's the pull from Echo that took them down in the 16. Look at everything funneling in the back here. This Earthquake going out, going to be massive AoE damage. Zaylee is going to have to pop everything just to heal them through it. They want to get as few of those as possible. That Protector needs to get focused down, but it's really not taking a lot of damage right now. They're definitely going to get at least one more Earthquake off, and the cooldowns are going to run out of Zaylee for that point. Mirez is probably going to end up popping the VE to help out there. We'll hopefully see Personals get used. Rune Protector is dropping lower and lower. The second Earthquake cast going off on 18 Fortified. Usually this is where you'd want to have your second Bloodlust as well. They don't have it because they're too fast in the key, but they're able to stay topped through that Earthquake and also deal with all of those Hail of Stones coming out from the Weavers as well. Looks like it's a lot more clean here from Echo this time around, and that Protector is going to go down at this point. All they really need to do is make sure they deal with those Hail of Stones, but look at that. That was like 3 ticks of 2 of the Hail of Stones, just almost deleting everyone in their group. This is this is a crazy pull.
Yeah, the Hail of Stones is what killed them last time as well, maybe also in combination with some of the bursting stacks being applied as well. So you'd have all of this ticking damage plus the AoE coming through. But Master Spell ready from Mirez. He did hold it until the very end, so he's going to be able to miss the Master Spell. There we go on that 8th stack. They're going to get some more stacks ramping up, though, so Zelia still has to heal the group after having to heal all of these AoEs from the Protector too. So this pull definitely a little bit heavy on the AoE healing requirements, especially in the higher keys that we're going to see later on. But as you said, later on they're probably going to have that Bloodlust available, so it might be a little bit easier to deal with for them, not only with the higher damage, but also with the haste for Sally as well, to be able to heal the group a bit more. But yeah, the 18, they have 9 minutes left. Definitely looking more... Well, what do you think? Do you think an 18 is in theory... Like, do you think they can +3 yet?
No,
yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so. They've got this trash pull. They've got the trash pull into Emberon. They've got the Mole Machine skip pull that they have to do. Then they have to do another trash pull after that, and then they do Chrono Lord. I think we're going to be 2 or 3 minutes left on the 2 chest timer if they're perfectly clean for the rest of the key. Let's see what we're looking like right now. Mandatory's Veximus split 1454. Dratno's Guild team probably going to be near the same pace if I had to guess. That Warlock really does accelerate you in this middle part of the dungeon on those 2 big AoE back-to-back pulls. You don't need cooldowns to do good AoE damage as a Warlock. It certainly helps, but you just do really good consistent AoE damage all the time, whereas Shadow kind of wants its cooldowns to do damage, right? Keeping up dots on 15 plus targets as a Shadow Priest without cooldowns is it's pretty annoying to do, because every 20 seconds you've got to throw out your Shadow Crash and then dot the remaining 7 plus targets on a pull of that size. So not super ideal without the cooldowns to do those bigger pulls, but it's still an incredibly strong pick. Just not, not as good as one class in the game. Stratos Guild team are going to be a little bit slower on the Veximus split here. Pedros per hour look like they're going to be a little bit faster, so whatever Mandatory does, we can assume that Pedros per hour are probably going to be right alongside them. We know for one thing, though, the 3 chest on the 19 is certainly off the table. That's not going to be a thing. 2 chest definitely seems to be possible, though.
Yeah, and it's going to be important how much time they've left on the +19 here on the 2 chest, right? Because we've already seen some teams not 3 chesting the 16, so it's also going to be very unlikely that they 3 chest the 18. So the only way for them to not lose out on one whole dungeon run for those teams that only got the +2 is to be able to 2 chest the +20. And we will see how possible that is once we see the end of the 19s, right? Because of course at 20 being harder than 19, but we will be able to like approximate how much more time they would need on a 20 and how possible it is. Because in the end, if all of the teams manage to get to the 22 in the same amount of dungeon runs, then it wouldn't be the end of the world for those teams that missed it +3. But yeah, we're gonna have to take a look at that at the end of the runs for Dragonflight Guild team that is doing really well, already engaging Overgrown Ancient on the top left side of the screen. Their Veximus split being a little bit slower than Mandatory, but not too much slower at all. Dragonflight Guild team doing so well. And yeah, Echo now and
Let's take a
Emberon.
look at
Yeah?
Yeah, I was going to say, we need to take a look at this Emberon here, because one of the breakpoints of this dungeon is in order to skip an intermission, you need to push Emberon to 10% before it starts running to the middle of the room to do its cast for the intermission. If you can push the boss below 10% before that, you will have skipped the intermission. And it is a fast intermission. That energy bar below the boss's HP is when it starts the RP to go to the center. And you need to beat the start of that RP. So can Echo skip a second intermission on the 18? They got the boss to 60% on the first phase, and you can see they're even committing the bloodlust here just to try to push this boss as quickly as possible. It's going to be pretty close here. That energy bar is filling up quickly here, and I'm not sure if they're going to make it. The boss is already running to the center here. It doesn't matter if it's below 10%, it's going to start the cast. Are they going to beat it just on raw damage? No, the boss takes 99% damage here. They have to do an entire extra intermission.
Wow, they have to do one more intermission. That's going to be a little bit of a time loss for them. I do think that the +2 is still going to be on the table anyway, and the +3 is gone for sure. So I think they might still be fine for the +2. But yeah, that is not something you like to see if you're committing that bloodlust as well. One thing to note about Emberon, I'm not 100% sure about this, but on 10%, the boss does not cast intermission anymore if he didn't already walk into the middle, right? If the boss is below
Correct.
10. Yeah.
The second he starts walking to the middle is when he's already locked into doing the intermission. If you could push him to 10% before he starts walking, then you're good.
Okay, yeah. So they were pretty far off of pushing the 10% though.
They were pretty far off. Now you can still do damage to the boss while he's like channeling the start of the intermission, but let's watch what Echo does here. You notice Now is running ahead on his own. The rest of the team went back to the mole machine. They're going back to the start of the key. Now is going to run past all of this trash at the start here, and I think he's going to skip just this protector pull. He's going to go ahead. He's going to shadow meld here, get all of the aggro off. They're skipping all of this trash. He has to wait for that. Nope, doesn't have to wait for the hailstone. It's far enough away. Now that he's gone, he can run here, pull all of this trash. The mole machine point is right here. So the RP to activate the Gamma teleport on the mole machine has just now started. The second that shows up, the team will take that teleport and join him on this pull here.
Ooh, Dragonflight Guild team having some issues on the top left side. I'm not sure if they actually died there. We do have 3 deaths on the board. They're just now looking like they're resting up and eating up. So I think a little bit of an issue there, maybe at the very end of Overgrown Ancient or possibly in this trash pool. They have 6 minutes left for the +2. So they do have to hurry up a little bit considering the amount of trash they still need. They're probably going to be doing 1 trash pull here before they pull the rest of the trash onto the boss. So definitely have to play clean now if they don't want to be missing out on the +2. Mandatory in the bottom right, they're already on Daragosa. They have 4 minutes left. And they're definitely looking well on their +2 as well. Pedros per hour top right, having a very, very clean run on their 19. All 3 teams that managed the +3 and a 16 are now on the screen, so we can compare the splits as well. Pedros per hour playing so well. It looks like they're behind, but just because they started the key approximately 3 minutes later compared to Mandatory. But otherwise, they're doing really, really well on the splits too.
Yeah, and you can see the difference in damage on these AoE pulls here between the top two brackets here. Yeah, having your second DPS do 5.6 million damage instead of 1.5 million damage is pretty useful when you have this
Seems
many
like it.
mobs together. Drago's Guild team dealing with that trash pull a lot quicker than Pedro's per hour just from the comp alone here. They're going to move ahead to Echo of Doragosa and pull trash on top of it. That purple class looks pretty good.
Yeah, I also think, I said it might be close for their 2 chests, but doesn't look like it anymore after they deleted this trash pull a moment ago. So they might be fine. They're very likely fine. Mandatory though on the bottom right, their last Bloodlust being used now, and they're about to finish up that boss for a +2, meaning they can go straight back into that 21 academy. Of course, we are in the global finals now. We have a little bit of a rule change this time around compared to the group stage. That means no team is getting eliminated on the first or the second day. So that means the teams they don't have any pressure into playing up the keys. They could even decide to just play 2 dungeons today and leave the third one for tomorrow or even Sunday if they feel like it. This is something that we'll see how it plays out strategically for these teams. We haven't really had this rule before. So it's possible that a team maybe decides to hide some sort of really cool strategy and doesn't want to play a dungeon at all. Would be really risky to not play a whole dungeon. But maybe.
Maybe you can get to the point. I mean, the problem is, right, since we're starting the key levels so high, you're going to have more than enough time to push all 3 key levels up and then have plenty of time to push for, stretch levels today. So I think if you spend a lot of time in the other 2 keys and just don't do a 3rd key, you're just setting yourself behind. Unless your tech is really that insane, I don't know if it's the play. Remains to be seen. Maybe somebody can surprise us. We've been surprised in global finals before, so it's definitely not out of the question.
Yeah, also just depends how high the other dungeons can be played even. We do know that Olderman is probably one of those dungeons that isn't gonna go super, super high. But we do know that the Academy is definitely clearable in the 22, depending on the affixes. We've seen it done on in Group A by Mandatory, and Mandatory is, of course, in the global final here as well. So anyone can do it, then it will be them. And then we have the Bracken Height. The Bracken Height actually hasn't been done on 22 in Group A or in Group B, and not even really attempted properly. So we'll see if that's going to happen.
That's right, but I can tell you something that'll happen right now. Oh, hi, I'm back. We're going to have a caster swap right now, our first one of the global finals, the first caster swap of the last event of Dragonflight. How exciting is that, right? And we have none other than Makes subbing in and Zyronic taking a bit of a break. So welcome back, Makes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you made that sound incredibly epic.
It is.
We can keep up with that, but I'm sure we'll find some good things to talk about.
I have no doubt.
Amazing teams run their dungeons. Thank you. Well, actually, I was watching, of course, Nagora, and I do want to ask you a little bit of a meta question on how you think teams are going to approach the no elimination, because I know you were kind of talking about it a little bit. We're seeing all of the teams kind of decide on one dungeon, for most of them the Alcathar Academy right out of the gates, and for Echo that Uldaman. But do you think it'll be more like the group stages where they push up all of those keys and then go for the high finishes? Or do you think we'll see something like that 22 Alcathar Academy right out of the gates by teams like Mandatory?
Well, it depends. I do think that we're going to see really high keys then, just because we already started on a +16, and then there's only so many runs they have to do to get that key up to the, look at Mandatory, for example. They're already in that 21, and we're 45 minutes into the day, so they don't need that much time to actually get that key into those really high levels. So I do think it's very possible that we see 22s already done. But it depends. Maybe they're focusing on dungeons where the strategy is already out there to do the high keys on, right? Because at the end of the day, I think all of the teams are going to be playing all of the dungeons up to a certain level. And the push keys, they cannot push all of the dungeons to, the highest key level. So they're probably going to decide to do the keys that they have the least, the most known strategies about. Academy, something we've seen most teams do. Uldaman, we haven't seen, right? So I think maybe that the teams, if they want to hide something and if they have some cool tech, we're probably going to see them just stop maybe at like an 18 or stop at the 19 for the Uldaman and maybe play the other keys up.
Yeah, that would make sense. I'm very much excited to see that Uldaman a little bit more once teams will be kind of finishing off those Algathar runs. Like you're saying, we're seeing the 21 for mandatory already, and then probably it is the Uldaman that's next up, or do you think they'll go Brackenhide first? Because, of course, we've seen Brackenhides before, and so that would be also a strat where they can adapt to the affixes right now and just say, like, okay, yeah, we'll just run this dungeon first and let Echo do the Uldaman so we can see what they showed.
The Brackenhide, I mean, interested that no one went there. I guess it's the affixes, right? We have Incorporeal Sanguine, even though those were the affixes in the Proving Grounds. So all of these teams technically know exactly how to play the Brackenhide. But the thing is with the Proving Grounds is that the Proving Grounds were completely in secret. So I think a lot of teams maybe change their Brackenhide strategy now after seeing all of the other teams compete in Group A and Group B. They probably adapted their strategy and improved something here and there, which means that maybe they're not as used to Sanguine anymore after changing their strategy and copying some of the other teams' routes here and there. So we'll see how that goes. And they might, I think maybe some of the teams are going to be taking a break before they go to the Brackenhide just to discuss, okay, what are we going to do with the Sanguine affix here? But there we go, Echo on the bottom right, getting the +2 on that 18 Uldaman still up to a +20 key. We'll see if they go to the 20 or if they decide to do something else.
Well, it comes a little bit back to what Zyra was saying on whether or not that early +2 instead of +3 is going to hurt them. I do think I'd like to see them try their best at the 20 just to kind of gauge where we're going to end up with the 20s. If it is easy doable, if it is a little bit more of a harsh key to kind of end up on that +2 for them to maybe even out that missed progress earlier on. So hopefully they're going there, but I could understand if they're going to another dungeon as well. But we do have our first teams in that 21 in the Algathar Academy mandatory in there for a couple of minutes already. Dratnos and Pedros per hour following up here. And I'm honestly quite curious on specifically Pedros per hour because they seem to have this route down pat, just looking at how their 20 went earlier on.
Yeah, Pedros per hour are doing really well. One thing to note as well, though, after we've seen the 19s done and 2-chested by Dratnos Guild Team, Mandatory, and Pedros per hour, it looked like it was decently close for those three teams to get the 2 chests, which makes me believe that the 20 is probably not going to be 2-chestable, and that in return means that the teams that did not get the 3 chests on the 16, that they're actually losing out on one whole dungeon run. So Miscount, for example, not getting the +3 in the 16, if they can't 2-chest the 20, which doesn't really seem likely anymore at this point after seeing the 19, they would have to run the 20, then the 21, and then the 22 afterwards. While Dratnos Guild Team, Mandatory, and Pedros, they skipped the 20 completely because of the 2 chests on the 19.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely something Match and Miscount will have to make up for. We'll see how they approach that. But we did get a very short glimpse of that +20 Uldaman for Echo there in the bottom left corner. Unfortunately, right out of the gates did wipe to the Basilisks. But I think we can be excited to see that dungeon at least on that +20 to see how they fare in there. While the rest of the teams are pushing up these Algathar Academies. Mode going down there for mandatory top left corner, but they do have that battle rest, so it is going to get him back up.
Yeah, we're definitely getting into a key range now where things hurt a lot. So seeing some deaths here and there is going to be pretty normal. I'm impressed that all of the teams in the Academy actually one-shot the first Lasher pool, because that is something we've seen in the group stage. People wipe to a lot. Pedros per hour losing Crims there. They do have a battle rest available. Also looks like they are using it as well. But yeah, the Lasher pool executed really well by all of the teams here in the 20s and in the 21. The pool that Echo did in Uldaman there, very dangerous. And again, Uldaman is a dungeon where we're probably not going to see a 22. Highest key is going to be a 21 with favorable affixes. And this first pool that Echo is doing is incredibly difficult. It's super hard to pull off. They're pulling it on top of the boss eventually. So, yeah, the fact that they're resetting this a few times would not be the end of the world, because, of course, they are front-loading the risk here to save a lot of time if they pull it off. And if they don't pull it off, they're not going to be wasting that much.
And it's happening right now, bottom left corner for Echo, as they do pop that Bloodlust as well to get this pull going. And this time around, hopefully a little bit more stable. But like you said, since they are front loading, if something is going wrong, the overall lost time shouldn't be as crucial as in some other dungeons, where notably Naka, a lot of that danger lies in the end of the dungeon. So if something goes wrong, suddenly you've lost a lot of time. So love seeing that pull is going pretty smoothly so far, as the mobs are dying off and the boss is progressing neatly for Echo in that plus 20. How do you feel about the affixes in the Alderman? Would you say they're somewhat favorable? I mean, it's not sanguine.
They're super easy, yeah. I think those affixes are one of the easiest affixes they could get in this Alderman key. Bursting, of course, not being a big issue whenever you have the Master Spell and whenever you have Dwarf Racials and other abilities to deal with. Bursting also notably one of these affixes that is much less of a problem on higher keys than it is on lower keys, because of the HP of the mobs just being higher. So if you are scared of extending a bursting stack, you stop damage, and the mobs don't randomly just die. They have so much HP that you actually have to DPS them unless they're super, super low. On a low key, on the other hand, you stop damage and the mobs might still die because they have such little HP in comparison. Therefore, bursting usually a lot more difficult to stop from extending on lower keys, while on high keys, not that big of an issue. If Celia says, hey, stop damage, I can't heal that bursting stack, then they'll stop and they're going to be fine. And storming, of course, can be one of those affixes that seems like a non-affix. It's like, oh, storming. But then sometimes you do have boss fights and situations where storming can actually be really annoying, especially for like your tank, for example, and just in combination with other abilities that you have to dodge, like floor swirlies, for example. If you get hit by storming and then there's a swirly on the floor and you can't dodge it because of it, then that can cause issues as well. But these teams usually don't have an issue with that.
Yeah, I think specifically in Alderman, a dungeon where that's less of a problem. If we're looking at that Algathar Academy, a boss like Kroth with storming can be a bit more spicy, but of course no storming on that dungeon for teams. Mandatory, finishing out that Kroth with a pretty good split here. We're sub 10 minutes on that first boss with a third of the trash count already done, and Dratnos' guild team and Mist Count are on that same boss match, of course, as well, although the lower two screens right now on that plus 20, of course, as they're trying to get up there. I'm curious where Dratnos' skill team ends their split. Looks to be a fair bit slower, just judging by the boss's HP.
And so I do have the splits, actually, from Academy from last weekend, from Group B. But I don't remember if they had Tyrannical or Fortified. I think it was Fortified. But they definitely
I can look that up for you very quickly. So, Group B was Fortified, Incorporeal, and Sanguine.
Okay, yeah, so they definitely had more difficult affixes last week compared to the Spiteful and Volcanic, the Sanguine in particular, making it a lot harder. But to still give you an idea on how fast the teams were last week in the 21, like Echo, for example, had a 10:30 split, as Mandatory has some issues there. They do rest up Maystine. Mode, of course, being able to stealth. Good decision to not rest the healer here. First of all, there is not that much going on, no real unavoidable damage. But also Mode can actually get back to the group with stealth, while Maystine maybe cannot. So really good to get the rest here on Maystine. They're still trying to avoid the Ravager charge by using Line of Sight, and also Ice Block here by Hopeful going through. So Mode should be back in just a moment. Yeah, a little bit scary for them.
It was a bit of a chain reaction. I'm pretty sure they rest up Stove, because he was the first to go down. And then, yeah, there you see them. Maystine and Mode both ran here, since that Battle Res was just used on the first player that went down. Good that they can still keep this pull alive, but of course losing a little bit of time there due to those 3 deaths just right out of the gates. Unfortunate. Maybe going to throw them up a little bit behind, but I do think the 21, you're probably never two-chesting that anyway, so should be good on the overall timer.
Yeah, and again, the splits for the 21 last week with Sanguine affix was 10:30. for most teams. So it looks like we're going to be beating that timer for most of the teams that are in the 21 right now, which means they're definitely on pace for timing this key. And potentially we're going to see at 22 as well. But yeah, some issues for mandatory. Not having a rest for 8 minutes is also going to be maybe a big deal if something happens on a boss fight. That might be it then. If they have a death on Maximus, having to finish off the boss with only 2 damage dealers or something like that is probably going to mean that they end up not having enough time. On the other hand, we do see... Yeah?
Yeah, Pedro. So coming into this day, we did ask teams their predictions on who was going to win. So they had to rate themselves, basically. And Pedro's put themselves as a winner. And we all thought, you know, it was maybe a little bit of overconfidence. You're love to see it. No flame there. But their craft spit is even faster than the one from Mandatory right now. Although only by 3 seconds, but still, that's a very good craft split that they're putting on the board right now in that 21. If they can keep it up, who knows? Maybe their prediction is going to come true.
I agree. Pedro Split is looking really... I mean, their dungeon, their academy in general, looking really, really strong. I'm super impressed by Pedro so far. I also like the Warlock pick by Dreadnought's Guild team. Doesn't necessarily look like they are faster than the other 2 teams. Now, of course, even though the Warlock does do an insane amount of damage, you also do have to think about the fact that they're losing out on that Arcane Intellect buff, of course, on the other members. And it will also weaken the damage contribution of the Augmentation Evoker they don't get that scaling from the primary stat anymore. So that is something you do have to consider. But still, Warlock just incredibly strong for Dreadnought's Guild team. Also makes some of these pulls a lot faster, right? Which on higher
that
kilos,
last one.
Yeah, and on higher kilos, whenever that Infernal is ready, means that it's just less danger when some of these mobs die off much quicker.
So when I saw it, I was initially thinking, okay, maybe they just do this for like the 16, 18, because they think it'll be just faster on the overall, and then for the higher key, they switch back for the mage. But just looking at how it plays out, I think they specifically picked it for those higher keys where, like you're saying, you get more out of the cooldown times, where you get more out of those long pulls like you're seeing right now, and also that final one right before the Echo of Doragosa. So I'm very keen to see the Warlock in a 22. Of course, something we've been seeing in very early TGPs in Dragonflight, if I recall correctly, that season 1, we did get a lot of Warlocks there as well.
Yeah, I think it was even Affliction Warlock they played in Season 1. Affliction, of course, notably being one of those funneling specs that we've seen do really well, especially in Academy, where you have a lot of smaller mobs, but the damage... but then you have like huge HP mobs that you need to focus down, so any kind of funnel damage, of course, being very beneficial. This time around, we have the Shadow Priests that do a lot of single target damage, while maybe the Warlock is doing some more AoE. So that works out really well for the teams. Mandatory now in the top left did manage to recover from those deaths on the previous pull and are now on Maximus. Maximus on a 21, still very dangerous, even if it's a fortified affix, and the other affixes are not going to be too dangerous for them. But yeah, you get some combos with the mana bombs and the AoE coming in sometimes, so you need to make sure you have your defensives lined up for that one perfectly. And Pedro's Power in the bottom right are dealing with that huge trash pull, which is a Vengeance Demon Hunter special.
I've heard that term, yeah. I like it. I approve of it. Very good terminology coming out of the TGP casters here. Very, very hard pull if you're on any other class than the Vengeance Demon Hunter.
You know what would be good for this pull? Solar Beam.
Oh, yeah. Moonkin talking. Thank you, Nagura.
Just nothing else. I mean, you have the Solar Beam. You don't have anything else, but that's great.
All right, moving on. We did see Echo finish Bromak and the Lost Dwarves. We were, of course, watching that very first poll. That was kind of scary. Now they're on to the Sentinel in the bottom left in that plus 20 Oldemon. And honestly, I'm very excited to see that Emberon once again. Of course, in the previous poll, they were a little bit far off of that push timing, and I assume they're going to get 2 in this one as well, but I'm curious on where we're committing that Bloodlust and if it's still going to stay there, so we'll keep an eye on how that Emberon goes for Echo there in that Oldemon only team to have ventured into this dungeon just yet.
And we do know that they're going to be gathering up this huge pool once Londres is dead. They have Bloodlust available this time around, though. Notably, in the 18 they did earlier, they did not have the Lust ready just yet. This time, we'll see if they commit it. I mean, it's possible that they don't even want to use it. I doubt that, because it seems like a pretty dangerous pool to do, especially without that Lust. But yeah, we'll see in just a second. They have to do the end fight of Talandra still. Of course, Talandra's getting more dangerous the longer the fight goes on, because every time you stun the boss to interrupt the raging cast, the boss does get a damage increase. It does stop stacking at 5, but they're probably going to be at 5 at this point. Another Titanic Empowerment being interrupted. And yeah, so the Stomp and the Bleed doing more damage there at the very end. And they also run out of cleanses eventually, right? Not having any more Dwarf Racials or Cauterizes can cause an issue if the boss doesn't go down eventually at the end there.
Yeah, I think especially if you have to use any designated cooldowns ahead of this boss for anything that goes wrong, then you're in big trouble here. For now, for Echo, it looks like everything has gone according to plan. Boss is dropping lower and lower, as they are going to be able to finish it out here and now with a lot of their cooldowns ready, Bloodlust ready for anything that's coming up. So should be interesting if we see that same skip again that Zyra was talking about after Emberon as well, but of course first we gotta get there, so that's exactly what they're setting up right now.
Now let's take a look at Echo bottom left. They are gathering up the same huge pool that we've seen them wipe to on the 16, actually. This time around, we do see all of them line of sighting around the corner, making sure they're still not too close to melee range, because some of these mobs do have a frontal cleave that they don't want to get hit by. Zella using all of those offensive cooldowns to make sure he can heal through that AoE from that protector. Bloodlust also being used now, so we did answer that question. Bloodlust is being used, plus literally everything they have. They also need to make sure they have a really good disrupt rotation, as we did see the pressing roar coming in by clicks, making sure some of these stuns are being elongated, because of course it takes them a pretty long time to finish off these mobs, and they might be running out of AoE disrupts, because the Vengeance Demon Hunter has AoE silences, but AoE disrupts is what we need to get rid of those Hail of Stone casts.
Yeah, exactly. They're a little bit naughty in that sense, so definitely need to have these taken care of, but it's looking to work out just fine. One more time, we do have that mass AoE coming in, and make sure that everything stays put where it's supposed to while they finish out this pull. Bloodlust and everything used. Gonna be moving on here and now. Just to, maybe a little bit provocative, looking at that timer there. We have half of the trash done, only 2 more bosses to go. How are you feeling about the Uldaman timer?
So the Uldaman timer definitely looks good for Echo. It's not going to be anywhere near a 2 chest. I very highly doubt that. And even if it would be a 2 chest, then I don't think they're going to do the 22. I personally don't think we see a 22 in Uldaman, but the affixes are very
like
easy,
at all
so
this entire weekend.
I don't think so. I think this dungeon is a little bit too difficult for a 22. But, we'll see. Maybe one team is going to be attempting it. Maybe one team has a special strat. If any team can do it, then it probably would be missed count, as we talked about them being so strong in Uldaman. But they need to catch up to the rest of the team, as they're in that plus 20 on the bottom left. You can see them right now, missing that plus 3 in the 16 earlier, costing them quite a bit, considering the other teams are already fighting that plus 21 academy. And yeah, looking really strong, as Mandatory is already fighting Overgrown Ancient.
It's the same problem for Madge that you're seeing side by side there right now. Both of these teams a little bit behind, but I feel like with where we started these keys and how this weekend is going to play out with no eliminations, just reiterating on that, I feel like it's not that big of a loss just yet, because I'm sure there's going to be some progress keys. We know stuff like the 22 Algathar Academy is doable, but stuff like a 22 Uldaman, probably a progress key where we'll see teams kind of run against the wall a little bit and then try to figure it out in real time. So maybe if they can save time on something like that later on, it's not that big of a deal, but of course a little bit of a gap that they now need to close right out of the gates 1 hour into this tournament here. Maybe not necessarily where you would have liked to end up, right, when going down there for Madge. They do have that CR ready, so she is going to be picked back up, and they have the team back together, but need to be careful now.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at Dragon's Guild team split, I just now saw how much quicker they were in Maximus compared to Mandatory. Now, of course, Mandatory is starting the key a little bit earlier, so they're further ahead in the dungeon, but looking at the splits, Dragon's Guild team is being quite a bit quicker. Mandatory also having those deaths on that pool before Maximus, so that's probably why they resulted in a slower split. But the timer's still looking good. Obviously not going to be seeing a 2 chest here for Mandatory, but they're gathering up one of those last trash pools before the last boss. They still have Bloodlust available, probably using it for this pool or saving it for a trash pool onto the last boss, because that one can be really dangerous as well. We've kind of seen both from the teams. Mason actually getting hit by some of these arcane missiles as the trash was being gathered up by Skylarked. Now it should all be gathered nicely, and the team is positioning themselves behind the trash to not get any of those casts on the players. And there we go, Bloodlust is being committed by Mandatory, and they're just so incredibly fast. Having the 4 deaths on the board, still probably going to be the first team to finish off this 21 here.
Yeah, that's really impressive for sure. But first, they gotta get through this pool and through the boss, of course. But we've seen how quickly this pack can die if you have a Warlock. Now we're gonna get a little bit of a taste on how it's looking on our classic standard God comp that we've been seeing for most of the groups as well. So we'll be maybe just a smidge slower, but still fast enough for Mandatory to get their hands onto that boss. Gotta make sure they're surviving all of the spitefuls as well. You can see the team is nicely rearranging their positioning while making sure they're not moving in front of these mobs to try and stay away from these casts. But all in all, working out beautifully for Mandatory. Echo, bottom left, now in their first intermission on Emberon. I'm pretty sure we'll see a second one here, but of course, at the same time, no Bloodlust ready. You gotta avoid that third one.
Yeah, I did quickly take a look at Echo and saw Celia being really low on mana, but I'm pretty sure
that's fake.
He's gonna be fine. Yeah, I think it's fake because there is a decent amount of AoE damage coming in. I mean, the buff's still pretty high. I don't know. There's a lot of ticking damage in intermission. Then you have the debuffs coming out, plus the AoE, the debuff plus the circle AoE coming out in the normal phase here. But of course, they do have Master Spell by Miras to get rid of those debuffs on this,
a little bit of
every second one.
Fortunate situation there for Mandatory, top left. Mode going down for them. They did have to commit that battle rust, but they now don't have any anymore. So if anyone goes down, that's going to be a body on the floor for Mandatory. Hopefully they can avoid that, but as they are getting everything together, it should be looking good for them. Now, second phase. Emberon is going to walk on in there on 27. You can see, you were talking about this earlier, to try and optimize that damage. Still a lot of casts going out while he's channeling to try and make sure you get him as low as possible. I think with 25 they should be good.
Definitely, yeah. 25 is going to be good enough to get that boss to 10% before he starts walking into the middle, and then they are not going to be getting that intermission. Looking at the timer on our academies here, top left, Mandatory, they're the ones closest to the end of their timer because they started the dungeon first. 5 minutes 50 left, which is of course more than enough time to finish off Echo of Duragosa here, even though in a 21 the boss fight does take a long time. They still have this trash and they're just cleaving it down passively. That's going to be the rest of the enemy forces that they need. They also have a Restorer mind control, but Dratos Guild team loses Frosty there. Their tank going down on that last trash pool. They're trying to kite out this trash, but it's so difficult for them as they're not slowable. They don't really have any slow coming in, and looks like Frosty also released. Not sure if we got the rest up here. They technically did have a battle rust available, but they're just waiting for the tanks to come back. If they're doing a really good job kiting, but they're gonna get those missiles casted on them because they're in front of these mobs now. Timber Maw going down too. They're just gonna die one by one to these missiles, and that's gonna be super dangerous for them to not make the timer anymore in this 21. This is of course a very high key, and if they don't manage to recover quickly, if Frosty does not manage to get these mobs gathered up soon, then the timer is going to be looking very grim for them.
So just as a comparison, we did see a couple of deaths on the side of Mandatory before they were able to recover it, I would say rather swiftly. For Dratnus' skill team, it's not the deaths, but the way that they have played out, which is now going to be really, really bad for them in this dungeon here. If you're looking at the timer, they still have that huge pack to play, then the trash into the boss, and of course the whole boss. I agree. I think this is going to be a go again, which is really, really sad looking at how strong their timer looked.
Okay, so they can still do this, but what they have to do is the trash at reset, they have to pull it onto the boss now.
Pull it into boss, yeah.
They would pull trash onto the boss anyway. And the only mobs that are still alive, I believe, are Echo Knights. Echo Knights are actually not dangerous, or not as dangerous, compared to, like, the Invokers, for example. Yeah, there's some Invokers. Oh, it looks like
there's a couple of Invokers, Nagura.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of trash. Well, they have to try. I feel like it's worth it for them to try. It's going to be super, super dangerous. It looks like they have 6 minutes 20 left, so that means that they can finish off the casters here and then pull the rest onto the trash later on. So I think they do have time. They're also lasting here. Oh, they didn't last the previous pull. I wonder if Frosty went down on the gathering of the pull already, and maybe that's why they didn't manage to commit the last here. Yeah, we're gonna have to see.
That might as well be. We've been seeing a lot of teams get hit by those missiles while all of these casters walk in. Quick mention, 21 Algathar Academy done by Mandatory.
Sorry, I just quickly have to mention, miscount on the bottom right. They might be two-chesting this plus 20 if they're super quick here. They have 20 seconds left. We talked about the fact that plus 2 on a 20 is going to be impossible, but it looks like they can, which would mean that they're not losing out on anything. So we did talk about how bad it is to not get the plus 3 on the 16, but if they two-chest this, that would mean that they are back on track.
Come on. That would be so insane.
Wow,
they really said, yeah, we might be behind on that plus 16, but guess what? We're just two-chesting that plus 20. Oh my lord. Missed count coming out swinging here.
Oh, yeah, that's incredible. That means they can go straight into that 22, just like Mandatory as well. So that means that's not going to cost them anything at all to miss out on that 3 chest. Really, really good for miscount here. I was worried for them a little bit as they had that mistake initially, but probably was just a warm-up key in that 16, you know, it happens. And now they're back on track. As Jatno's guild team on the top left, they are now on the Ragosa. They had this full wipe just now on the trash. And looking at the timer, 4:40, I think that's fine. I think they're gonna be good on the timer. They have that Warlock for that huge AoE coming in. It's gonna be close though. It's definitely gonna be close. At 21 Duragosa, even on a 45, he does take a long time, especially when they have to finish off the trash here as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple minutes. I did a little bit of analysis, you know, and I was looking into how Missed Count did this. Easy. The plus 16 was just too low for them. They're a team of high key pushers on live, so they were just like, you know, we can probably just, you know, YOLO that plus 16. It didn't really work out, and now they were like, okay, I guess we have to try hard, and it worked out for them. Absolute shout-outs. They're now also in that Uldaman. You saw it for a second there, and going to be trying to put up a good timer on the map, push up that key. We also got word that Mandatory is in their first break. Make sure they get them out early this time. gotta get them locked in and on the board. We don't want repeats of Group A. But yeah, back to Dratnos' guild team. 66% on that boss in 3.5 minutes. No bloodlust, but we should get another set of cooldowns at least.
Yeah, definitely gonna see another set of cooldowns. We'll see if they can finish it off here. Well, Miscount not doing that 22 Academy. Interesting choice, considering that it would be fresh in their minds. But maybe they don't care about that. Maybe they just want to get the lower keys out of the way and then do the push keys later on. Of course, 22 Academy being a pretty difficult key that they can do later. Peters per hour, about to finish off the last Restorer, did finish off the boss already, so they're going to be able to do it. But Timbermaw does go down for Dragonflight. They do have Battle Rush available. Get melee by Spiteful Shade, unfortunately, maybe in combination of getting the grip in here. 2 minutes 47 left, 50% on the boss. I think they're good. Looking at the count, they have this Echo Knight go down now. So they have one more Restorer. I think that's count. Is that 5 count? I'm actually not 100% sure.
We're going to be seeing it. It's in there, definitely. You can see the Restorer marked with Moon for DGT up in that top left corner, making sure that they get the boss further down and profit off of that Restorer for as long as possible. That's why it's mind controlled there. And I think looking at the progress they're making thus far, it's looking pretty good there. 34%, 2 minutes to go. Now the Restorer has been broken free. Nope, we're still going to get him back in there. Make sure we keep it for a little bit longer. Yeah, I think this is looking good.
Yeah, definitely looking good for Gendo's Guild team. I think they're going to be fine. Echo on the top right side now on Chronolord Deos in their plus 20 Uldaman. Looking at the timer, they're actually looking really strong. It's not going to be a 2-chest, but we'll see how much they're going to be over at the end. Looking at this, I mean, maybe it is possible to 2-chest a 20, but as I said earlier, maybe we don't see a 22 at all in that Uldaman. So not sure if it even matters. Miscount on the bottom right also already done with their first huge pull onto Lost Dwarfs and executing that perfectly. Looking really good. Dreadnought's Guild team, 1 minute 20 left for 13%. That's certainly going to be good enough. As long as they finish off this Restore as well. They have released it now. And now they're going to be cleaving it down for efficient damage. And as long as it's enough count, which I believe it is, then they're going to be good to go to that 22, which is such a relief for them because of that wipe, right? If they would have to do 21 again, that would have been such a huge time loss, especially because Dreadnought's Guild team had so many issues with their academy in their group as well last weekend. So getting that 21 out of the way here, really, really good for them.
We are getting word from our production as well that we were talking about how fast Mandatory and Pedros per hour are in their respective Algathar academies. We can take a look at the leaderboard and show the people how close these two teams actually are, at least in time. Then I think we can show off some very interesting stats there. Mandatory on 28 minutes 31 seconds in that 21, and Pedros per hour exactly the same timer, only a difference of 0.1 seconds between the two teams. That's impressive.
That's crazy. All right, so we have a race here already from the get-go. We did, of course, talk about our predictions earlier, and we did say that like most of us were thinking that maybe Miscount, Mandatory, or Echo are going to be the top 3 teams from the performance that we've seen in group stage. But Pedros per hour are already from the get-go, just having such fast runs and playing so clean. Really, really impressive by them. And Match now also finishing off Echo of Duragos on the bottom right. Unfortunately, they did not manage to 3-chest the plus 16 earlier, same as Miscount. But Miscount made up for it by 2-chesting the 20 Academy. Now all of them having a 22 key, except Match, unfortunately not being able to plus 2 and not being able to do the same thing as Miscount did. So that means Match actually is going to be a whole key level behind. They're going to have to run the 21 and then the 22 afterwards, if we're going to see that dungeon go so high, of course. And
yeah, it's
Echo.
a little bit unfortunate that right after, you know, those first 1 hour and 20 minutes, you're already that much behind. But there is a whole array of more dungeons coming. That Uldaman, the Brackenhide, and our 3 mystery dungeons yet to be revealed, TM. So I think there's still lots of chances where they could claw back some of that time. But for now, Match in the overall progression is definitely going to be a little bit behind, as we are looking at that leaderboard once more. The timer difference between Mandatory and Pedros up there, so close. Dratnos' guild team chasing them, but I will say Mandatory and Dratnos' guild team, both of them had a couple of deaths here and there, so we'll see how those dungeons play out, and presumably the 22s that some of these teams are going to be going into now.
Yeah, we do also see. So either Dratnos' guild team is doing the 22 academy because we see that the green dot there, or they're just still standing in there because they're taking a break. Of course, we're past that first hour of the tournament day, which means that teams are allowed to take breaks that
Here
are,
they
of course,
are.
mandatory 20 minutes. But Dratnos' guild team not on a break. They are doing the 22. Really cool to see. We can already take a look at that first pool. I just love seeing that first pool with the Warlock. We've already seen it earlier on the 21 where the Warlock ramped up to 8 million DPS. Now on the 22, can we see 9 million or even 10?
Well, we are going to be watching and figuring out whether it's possible. In come the Lashers, they're on Frosty. Everything is getting gathered up. At the same time, we should be seeing Tirsan come in with some of these birds from the Croth platform as well. Try to get everything accumulated here with that mini boss, and we'll see the absolute damage coming out of this Warlock. Wow.
Love seeing big numbers.
Yep.
Yeah, Dratnos' guild team absolutely destroying that pack. And again, the snap working out really nicely for them. This is something that the Dutton Skill team maybe has practiced a lot from last weekend to this weekend. Oh, but Frosty does go down. Unfortunately, this is probably going to be a reset by them.
But it's okay. It's front loaded. It's 2 minutes.
It's definitely not. I mean, this is a 22 crew, right? Like, I think resetting the first pool here is not going to be the end of the world, like by any means. Even if they reset it 2 or 3 more times, not going to be an issue. But yeah, they did have a little bit of problems in Academy before last weekend. This time around, they did look a little bit cleaner. Yeah, of course, losing the tank here in a 22-45 pool where there's just so many... Match going down on 21 as well. Same thing for them. That snapping pool there, just really, really scary on such a high key.
More breaks coming in. Echo now also on their 10 minutes, but we should have mandatory coming back in just a little bit, so teams will continue running. In the meantime, missed count in that plus 16 side by side with Pedro's per hour. Only team thus far that has done that, Olderman, is Echo, of course. First time we're seeing it, and well, what can I say? We're seeing the same classes once again here in this dungeon, but a little bit of a variety. We have Fired Up on Fire and Hearthjacks on Frostmage.
Yeah, so it looks like the other teams did not necessarily adapt to this Frostmage. Because, of course, in case you guys did not see Group A and Group B before in the 2 previous weekends, we did see a lot of Fire Mages in Group A, except in something like the Brackenhide, where the Frost Mage is just really good for the totems on the last boss. Mostly we've seen Fire Mages. But then the second week came around for Group B, and Missed Count started pulling up that Frost Mage in almost every single dungeon except the Academy. And then on the second and third day, Echo actually adjusted and copied Missed Count's spec choice and ended up playing Frost Mage as well for them, even though they did play Fire on that first day too. And I was thinking, since Echo adapted to this Frost Mage, and clearly Missed Count was doing really well with the Frost Mage, I was thinking that maybe even other teams are going to be adapting to it this weekend in the Global Finals. But not all of the teams agreeing with this Frost Mage choice here. So Pedro's per hour sticking to that Fire Mage, at least in the Olderman. We'll see if it's the same in the other dungeons.
Yeah, we're seeing also Dr. J still on that Fire Mage. And then, of course, DGT, they just said, nah, we're just not going to bring any mages. And they're in that Olderman. And actually, once again, bringing the Warlock on Cryptic. So that could be interesting.
That's very
Do you think they're
cool.
just hard locking it? They're just saying, okay, it's Warlock in every dungeon.
I think we're probably going to see it only in the Olderman in the Academy.
Boo, Nicola.
Olderman
Boo.
also like one of those dungeons where you can pull a lot of trash onto bosses, and that's where that Warlock really shines as well, being able to just AoE down that trash so quickly. It's going to be very, very good for them. So I do think we're not necessarily going to be seeing the others, but we'll see. If Dutton Skill Team is going to surprise us and just play it everywhere, I'd be surprised. So, mandatory now also in the 22 after their break has concluded, or at least it's first 10 minutes that they took of their break. They still have 10 minutes left. And now also going to the 22. So only Missed Count deciding to save the 22 for later and going to that Olderman first.
But it's only Missed Count who were able to +2 that 20, so we'll see once they actually go into that dungeon how that's going to look like and what timer they lock in. We of course know that the 22 is possible. We've been seeing it from Maj and Mandatory both in Group A, same affixes, but the time is probably going to be relevant as we are in the global finals. It could be coming down to milliseconds. So if they have that same speed recipe that they had in the 20, that 22 could get very, very spicy for Missed Count. So maybe that's why they're holding back on it. They're saying, okay, let's actually go a little bit slower for now. Let's get some more of these upgraded 16s on the board and we'll figure out what else we're doing. Interestingly enough, still no one in the Brackenhide.
Yeah, the Brackenhide affixes are probably definitely the most difficult that we've released today. So maybe just saving that for a little bit later, especially after the break, just being able to discuss it a little bit, see what their approach is going to be for that Sanguine affix. Probably not going to see a Warlock there either, considering those stuns coming out of that spec. Not necessarily working out or synergizing with Sanguine very well. But yeah, there we go. Missed Count on the top left side now in Amberon. They also did not manage to skip that second intermission. We've seen Echo get the boss down to, I believe, 3% before that intermission started, that second one. So Miscount not able to get that either, that push. Did commit Bloodlust, though.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing how it goes there, unfortunately, in that intermission, like you said. And at the same time, other teams are running up to that place. Yoda dropping very low for Pedro's, but is able to get back up and stabilize. DGT, bottom left, also making their way through that dungeon. And really, we can take a little bit of a more extensive look at Madge, who are still in that 21. For them, it's going to be the 21 and then possibly the 22. They know they've done it before, and I think it would give them a little bit of a mental win, at least to have the 22 on the board together with mandatory. So I'm hoping they go there. Do you think they'll do it, or do you think they'll go into the old amount?
I feel like that's I personally would like to do the 22. Like if I was playing, I like having a dungeon fresh in my mind and going back to just to the higher key level. But some teams are different, right? Some teams, they just think, okay, we've spent so much time in this dungeon now, I can't see it anymore. I need to see something else to like refresh my mind, because otherwise maybe you go on autopilot or you make mistakes because you've just been in there for ages. So it really depends on the teams. Also, it depends on if they're like how they want to like look at their day. Now, of course, there are no eliminations today, so they don't necessarily have to think about the score at the end of the day. But they still want to think, okay, how are we gonna use our time, and how much time do we want to spend in the other dungeons? How much time do we want to spend pushing here? Because if they end up doing the 22 and they end up having to reset the key a few times, which is very possible on a push key, then it might affect the mental for the rest of the day, right? And maybe they don't want that. Maybe they just want to go in, one-shot a bunch of keys to have that high mental, that high motivation, and then at the end, maybe they go and push those chase keys.
It's going to be interesting because a lot of the times when we're looking at the leaderboard, we're talking about kind of unfulfilled potential, something like that 20 plus 2 that Miscount have, currently putting them in 4th place, even though they probably would be higher because they did save that extra time, or at least they would be on par with some of the other teams here. So I'm curious on how teams are actually going to approach it now that there are no eliminations, if they really want to try and maybe up 1 place or 2 places on the leaderboard at the end of the day just to feel better, just, visually looking at it. We're going to be seeing how that final hour looks like and what kind of keys really they're putting there, because they could be putting really difficult keys there, which is something we are usually not seeing in the group stages, because then they're all risking it for the biscuit. But this time around, it could just be like, oh, there's a long key. We know we can probably do it. We'll try to make the most out of that given overtime.
Yeah, we'll see what the teams are going to be doing, but Miscount on the top left, unfortunately having some issues on one of their insane pulls. They pulled so many golems and protectors together here, and we did end up losing Hearthjacks to a melee first to one of those golems, and then afterwards we've seen people go down to stone bolts. We had the curse going through onto some of these DPS players and then go down to that AoE because they didn't have a dispel or any way to get rid of it. So definitely having some issues here with Miscount. Did manage to recover though. They pulled back to that mole machine, so they're going to be able to return to that pool. If they go down, AJ going down to a Thunderous Clap, not being able to line of sight it by the last second there. AJ going down again, unfortunately, as he came back to another Thunderous Clap. But yeah, there we go. This is 3rd time's the charm. AJ did manage to get back, not at Thunderous Clap timing, and does manage to line of sight it here. So they're going to be able to recover. But as we talked about before, Echo on a 16, I think they were able to 3-chest the key if they didn't have issues. But now with Miscount having very similar issues to Echo, maybe they're also going to be missing out on that +3 as well on their side.
Yeah, we'll see. The decisions around what dungeons the teams have been running and how far they're going to push them is going to be an interesting topic for conversation thus far. But Miscount, hopefully not missing too many more players for the rest of this one if they want to keep up and, keep up with Echo like you were talking about. But it's time to keep up with our caster swaps. Oh, yes, that's right. It's time to bring in Dratnos. Welcome back, Dratnos. And Nagura, you are free to go for now. But don't go too far, all right? There's still a lot of dungeon running going on. Dratnos?
Yes,
hi,
Dratnos. Hello. Hello.
Welcome
Hello.
To me.
Welcome.
Welcome. So, how's it been going?
Well, it's been going pretty well. I'm sure you've been watching, of course, but we have most of our teams now also in that Uldaman. We have a 22 on our hands in the Algathar Academy by mandatory. And your team, I will say, it is somehow your team, right? DGT. They've been playing a lot of Warlock, so I was planning on asking you what you think about this. Is this some secret tech you worked out with your guild team?
I think the Warlock makes a lot of sense in the Algathar. Like, Fortified Algathar Academy, it makes a lot of sense. Fortified in general, I think, is a prerequisite for Warlock being good anywhere, because it's just really good at, like, melting big AoE trash pulls. The single target isn't bad either. The thing that you're sacrificing on the Warlock compared to a mage of really either flavor is priority damage. So if you have a big pull with one high health mob and a bunch of low health mobs, like, the Warlock's not bad in that spot, but both Fire and Frost Mage are phenomenal at killing off, in particular, one big mob surrounded by a bunch of little mobs. Uldaman features a little bit more of that damage pattern than Algathar, but it looks like Drano's guild team still think that it's AoE heavy enough that they can either get away with the Warlock maybe just in the lower keys, or maybe all the way up to the highest level keys, because the Warlock adds a lot of safety if you can finish those really dangerous pulls really quickly. When we talk about the composition this season, the Vengeance Demon Hunter is really powerful at keeping the pack from doing much for a while, but it does eventually run out of stops, and if your Warlock is making it so that the pack dies before that time instead of after, it's like night and day, much more survivability.
That's true, yeah. Big damage is helpful in keys. That's a very good analysis.
It's a defensive as well if it brings you over that breakpoint of where you run out of
Just
CC.
kill them before they kill you.
Exactly.
I'm totally understanding what you're saying here. Quick to point out, miscount top left, they did have a little bit of oopsie daisies in their Uldaman 16. We're hoping that they're not having a rerun on what we saw in the Algathar Academy, although, of course, they were able to recover 1 minute, 25 seconds to deal with Chrono Lord Deos in order to lock in that +3 would be pretty important here.
Ooh, that is going to be a little bit close. Yeah, it is a fortified 16, so it's the easiest bosses that we will see all weekend, but that's still a pretty high key level to deal with a boss that quickly. I think they maybe are in some danger here. Yeah, we also have to watch out.
We've been seeing the +2 from Echo as well, so there is at least one other team who's on that same push cadence. Now, the question is, do you think a 22 is going to be possible? And then that all decides whether or not you think that the +3 is actually that relevant, because, of course, how the key is pushed up, you get a lot of +2s in the end. Question is, do you lose one?
Yeah, exactly. That, and it may or may not end up mattering. There's a lot of less pressure on today as well, because you can't get eliminated at the end of the day. So if something goes wrong for you today, it's not the end of the world in the same way that it was, particularly in Group A. In the Group A weekend, if anybody messed up even once, they were gone on Friday. So definitely a little bit of a relief there. But, you know, these teams aren't interested in surviving, right? They want to actually win the tournament for the most part. Almost all these teams really trying to play for first, which, if you're trying to play for first, you really don't want to be giving up, 30-minute chunks of time, which looks like we are going to be getting very close and indeed going over that 2-chest, or from that 3-chest to that 2-chest timer for missed count. So it is an unfortunate Uldaman for them, but like you said, maybe something they can recover, maybe something that the 18 will be more kind to them.
Yeah, or maybe something that goes equally bad for the other teams, right?
Exactly.
We know Echo was on that +2 too, so it'll be on the other 4 teams to prove whether or not they can get that +3, or if it's going to matter. We'll be seeing as they move on through. Pedro's per hour in that +16 as well, as Miscount finishes it out here, and this is going to put them on 36 score, which is the highest out of all teams just yet, because it's the first team that has finished 2 dungeons.
Yeah, that's it's good for points. It's good for looking good on the leaderboard.
That's exactly what it is.
Which is nice. I'm actually really interested about this Bracken height as well, because I feel like if you looked at a previous weekend, right, there'd be a lot of pressure on getting into a Bracken early, but this time around, I don't know. I mean, maybe you could just leave it till tomorrow and just be like, yeah, we'll figure out how to path our Sanguine in there, over the break.
Do you actually think teams will do that?
Well,
I mean, we're 1 hour 30 in. some teams already in that 22 Algathar Academy where probably the buck stops there. What are they doing for the rest of the day?
If Braconide hadn't been a Sanguine dungeon in time trials, I would actually expect several teams to maybe take that course, because they already all definitely have practice on that affix in, I think, Group A weekend as well. I think we'll probably see teams opt to go there by the end of the day, but I wouldn't be surprised if a team or two leave it maybe on a 16 or something until tomorrow. I'm not sure. I mean, it is a really different... I mean, this is our first time playing without eliminations in this format, so it's a very different, structure than we're used to from the last few TGPs.
Yep. Just a quick note, Braconide in Group A and B both did not have the Sanguine. It was just the time trials. So it's been a while since they've been in there, and I'm pretty sure, just looking at some of the other teams, looking at Group A, B in the competition, a lot of their routing has changed since time trials, and a lot of how they want to play these keys has changed. So I'm not sure it's actually that applicable anymore.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure as well to copy, to yoink the best pulls that you've seen other teams do, which may not be what you have practiced, is something that we often see. Teams like Echo are kind of known for showing up on Saturday doing a completely different thing than they were doing on Friday because they've stolen it from another team. But that is a lot easier to it's easier said than done to just implement what another team is doing without, then going through all the pain points that they went through in practice as well. It's something that Echo always makes look really easy, but question of whether or not they'll be able to do that this weekend. Whether or not, for instance, anybody will adapt the Warlock. Although I suspect the Warlock teams have tried. It does look like Pedro's up in the top left. Will be putting up this 3-chest timer. About 15 seconds to spare. Nice work by them.
First team to do so.
Yeah, very impressive in this Older Man Keystone. Even at the 16 level, a very lethal dungeon with fortified active. So well played by Pedro's per hour. Meanwhile, Mandatory working on Veximus in their plus 22, a 0-death run so far. Timer's looking good. They've used their second Bloodlust, probably only going to be getting one more in this dungeon. And the cross split looking playable as well for Mandatory, so this is going to be a close timer for them, but the affix combination is pretty favorable. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep the pressure on. Oh my goodness, Skylark nearly taken out by that frontal. Very scary.
So the affix combination, just reiterating on that, is the same as it was in Group A when they locked in that world record key on the 22, so they're familiar with this. The question is the luck with them? In that previous run, the 21, there was a little bit of mishap happening, and as you can see, bosses like Veximus, even though it is fortified, they just take forever and do so much damage, so a lot of lethal potential still on the board for Mandatory, of course, with this, and then the trash and all of the other bosses they have to do still in that dungeon. We're going to be watching as they progress through this 22. Missed Count now arriving in their 18 as well, and Echo did have a quick reset on their 16 Algathar Academy, but they're back in there.
Yeah, not too costly, again, to reset early in these dungeons, of course. Better than late in these dungeons. And that's the nice thing about kind of all three of these dungeons is a lot of the difficulties at the start of the dungeon, although with Braconide, there's also a huge spike in difficulty at the very end. Older Man is also just kind of difficult the entire dungeon, but Algathar is really nice in particular because by far the most likely thing to go wrong is the very first pull of the dungeon.
That's true. There's just so much front-loaded damage and risk. It's a little bit similar to Uldaman, I would say, in the way that the dungeon pattern plays out. You're seeing it from the teams here as well. When they just pull everything onto that first boss in the Uldaman, there's a lot that can go wrong there as well, of course. But teams are doing pretty well all throughout. DGT, Dratnos, they're now also on Chronolord Deos.
Wow.
They're looking at the potential +3. How's it looking?
I mean, the timer here is phenomenal. They've got 3.5 minutes, and the boss is already almost at half health. This is going to be substantially faster than everybody else, I believe, in this key level. So perhaps the Warlock gap, perhaps just a clean run as well. They've only got one death on the board, which you tell me we can have one death in an Older Man, I would take that instantly. That's a great deal. This dungeon is a very, very likely one to rack up a lot of kills against these groups. So one of the nice things about Warlock as well is it is quite a beefy spec. Mages are very survivable, but They do often require you to press the buttons as the damage is coming in, whereas Warlock, often not as much. Often you're just going to be able to live things naturally, and then if you do need to press a button to survive, Dark Pact, pretty close to Divine Shield when it comes to living these boss mechanics. Very hard to die after pressing that as long as you weren't at 2% HP. Compared to, say, something like the Frost Mage, which Hearthjax is playing for Miscount, no Cauterize like the Fire Mages have, really does need to be in charge of his own survivability. And in a dungeon like this, there's a lot of stuff that can kind of just randomly spike damage at you, and if you're not really paying attention for all 35 minutes of the dungeon, that can lead to death sort of racking up. Nice thing about the mage, though, is you do get to provide the mass barrier to the rest of your group. So if you're playing with a warlock, the Aug Evoker, the Shadow Priest may be in a little bit more danger than they would be with the mage.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we all know that warlocks are basically just tanks in disguise. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
I think that's a well-known secret within the WoW community, but we are going to be seeing mandatory finish off Veximus as well, and now move on towards the Overgrown Ancient. So looking pretty good on their split timers here, I believe, just across the board. A very clean run from them, as well as DGT finish out and put the fastest time onto a 16 Uldaman.
Yeah, a minute and a half to spare on that timer for the 3 chests, so really nicely done. They'll get to move on to the plus 19, and they're making quick work of the day. Looking at our leaderboard, you can see that their 21 is quite a bit slower than Pedro's per hour and mandatory in that dungeon. But that was with the wipe, so maybe still the 22 on the table for them, especially if that Warlock scales into that 22 Keystone level nicely, which maybe it will. Then that would be really strong for them. I don't know. I mean, in their previous weekend, Dratno's guild team had comparable key levels with everybody, but they were slower in every key. And that was a problem that the team is hoping to overcome, I think, this weekend. Or maybe just try and win it on points. Maybe just try and have a key level that you can do that other teams can't. Again, if you've got a different composition, that's one of the best ways for that to happen as Fired Up goes down on the side of Pedro's per hour. One of those scavenging leapers takes him out there. That's going to be their battle res committed in this plus 19. And if they have another death in the next 7 minutes, they're probably going to be obligated to just reset this keystone. I mean, at the plus 19 level, there is flexibility in the timer, but I don't know. Even at that level, if you're trying to do something like a boss down a player, they might decide that's too slow. So very important that they get this under control for at least the next 6 minutes without that battle res. It's a scary time as they look to be inching towards this boss pull. Yeah.
Let's talk about that Uldaman a little bit, because of course the affixes in the Uldaman we've given them are, I would say, pretty nice all throughout, looking to be one of the best affix combinations you could probably get in this Uldaman. And the big question is, what is the limit for this Uldaman? It's a pretty harsh key in terms of just being able to survive it. You said it before, it claims a lot of lives just generally with a lot of random hits and a lot of lethal abilities in this dungeon all throughout. But is there a chance we're seeing a 22 Uldaman this weekend?
I wouldn't say there's a 0% chance, but I think it is very likely that 21 is the ceiling for this Uldaman. I think that, in particular, when you've got 5 other dungeons that you can be working on, I doubt that 22 Uldaman is going to be the best use of your time for any of these teams, but they may disagree, especially if they, again, have something figured out to speed this up, because one of the problems is it's a 5-boss dungeon as well, which as that key level goes up, each of those bosses, even unfortified, starts to take quite a while. Although, look at what Pedro's per hour are doing up here. They've pulled into Bromac with all these Berserkers as they're getting low on health. Now, once the Berserkers drop below, I think, 30% health, they'll cast an AoE Enrage that makes every mob near them deal and take more damage. So they're able to just nuke Bromac here because it has 3 stacks of that buff during their cooldowns here that's causing it to do a lot of damage, but also take a lot of extra damage. And this sort of thing you can see on the health bars of the group here makes it pretty scary, but if they can survive that, they've been able to take off almost half of the boss's health in those cooldowns. Really, really nice piece of tech here that you're going to see a lot of teams using that on Bromac. It's definitely the best way to do this. It's just also very, very sketchy. But it is the kind of thing that if you can survive that at the plus 22 key level, maybe you can do the whole dungeon. But I question whether you can consistently survive, all these hits of damage that we're seeing on Pedro's per hour, 3 key levels higher. I think people would be dying.
Well, the question is then, if 21 is the limit in this dungeon, or the limit for what is reasonable to do within this tournament, then are you able to plus 2 that 19? Because that would obviously be very good, give you access to that 21, and then you saved yourself a little bit of extra time that some of the other teams had to go through.
That would be huge, and I do think it's probably possible. It is probably something where it's going to require a pretty close to perfect run. But if anybody could do it, I think Dratno's guild team are maybe the most likely candidates, as they did have the best 16. Yep. So if they can keep this a zero death run, we'll see whether that approaches the 2 chest cutoff, which, I mean, that would be quite big. Like you said, that's basically plus 30 minutes in the weekend. The weekend is only 15 hours long. So every 30 minutes is a big
plus a little
value.
bit of overtime.
Yeah, exactly. Plus the overtime minus the break time. So it's kind of cancel out.
Yeah, okay, I take it. It's plus minus 0. Okay.
Yeah. So
just a quick point out. Madge, they unfortunately lost a little bit of time on their Algathar Academy earlier on in the day, meaning that they had to do an extra run here in the 21, and we are going to be seeing how they do as the dungeon comes closer to an end. They're just finishing out on some of the trash here before they actually pull off Echo, but looking at the overall timer, I'd say they're pretty good on track.
Oh yeah, the timer is omega fine here for Madge. It's just a question of avoiding a wipe, but you can see they've really decided to wait into pulling Echo of Doragosa until almost all the trash is dead. You know, we've got a couple Echo Knights still left standing, but they knew that they weren't under pressure for the timer, so they decided not to risk it by pulling a bunch of trash into the boss. You do have to be really careful with Spiteful active whenever you have the boss gripping you in. That's one of the biggest ways that people can randomly get killed, so always want to make sure that you have a CC lined up for any Spiteful Shades whenever that pull is coming off cooldown for Echo of Doragosa. But it looks like Madge have weathered most of the storm here. Most of these mobs now dead, just 2 more Spiteful Shades, plus that one from the Restorer are in their future, which, yeah, they've got these deaths timed nicely. Mandatory in the top left, also getting in combat with Echo of Doragosa.
I was going to say,
pretty much at the same
they
timer
had a
here.
huge pull going, and it looked a little bit close. That was Skylark was kiting some of these mobs towards his team there, but didn't get any of the cast onto his team members, thankfully, as they're now joining this boss here with the rest of the trash just now walking in. No bloodlust available, so it'll have to be all natty for them to burst this boss down, but also looking pretty good on that timer. There's 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go for them to chew through all that, and then they will have the 22 on their board. Let me just look up what they had in the Group A as a timer to maybe compare it to.
I think it was like a 31-14 is my guess, or 24. I think the last number was a 4. That's my guess.
It was it was not a 4. But you're right on the 30 at least. It was a 31-20.
Okay, well,
that we saw from
it was almost
Mandatory.
a 4. A 0. I guess a 0 is kind of the farthest thing from a 4.
0 is something like
okay.
a 4. They're all numbers.
Good point. Yeah, that's so they've got 5.5 minutes left to stop the clock here. 80% on Echo of Doragosa. I suspect they're going to be faster. I suspect this is going to be something like even a sub 31-minute run for Mandatory, which will be really nice because there's a very good chance that they'll just get to leave this on their scoreboard for the rest of the weekend, which means we're, again, 15-hour tournament. They're going to have spent 2 hours putting up a run that will stand for the rest of the weekend in one of the 6 dungeons. The math on that works out really nicely. That means that they are kind of gaining time that they'll then be able to spend in the other dungeons. The flip side of that is that you'd expect the Algathar to cost less time than the other dungeons. It's a shorter timer, so you're expecting dungeons like Bracken and Uldaman to claim a little bit more of the weekend. So under that, maybe this is not that incredible for Mandatory, as Stove actually down to a melee from the Restorer. So what happened there was when you mind control these mobs, they will gain threat on you when they drop mind control, and they'll actually do it multiple times. So you actually need multiple taunts from your tank to keep them from going and killing your Shadow Priest, which unfortunately for Mandatory there is either a combination of missed taunts, missed CCs, or potentially sometimes what can happen is you're planning on mind controlling it again, and then if you get stopped from casting your Dominate Mind, then you will get autoed by the mob that your tank isn't expecting to need to taunt.
Yeah, there's a couple of unhappy accidents that can lead to it, but they still have 2 more battle rests in case anything else should go wrong here. Coming back to what you were saying on the timer, though, I think there is maybe a world where, in how tight of a competition this is, it could come down to seconds. So we might see teams rerun a dungeon that they know they're good in to maybe shave off that 1 or 2 seconds, something like a death that just happened there that you could be saving 5 seconds on. So while I do think it's a good dungeon to have on the board for mandatory once they have this done and dusted, I think there's a world where we might be going back depending on how the other dungeons play out.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. Madge up in the top right will be stopping the clock in this plus 21. Even with their 2 deaths, they are still well under the timer here as well. So certainly likely that they're going to be able to put up the 22. I believe they did it in their cup weekend with the same affixes as well. So I think Madge may choose to stay in that Algathar. Maybe.
For comparison, Madge's 22 was 31.47. So there was maybe that 4 you were looking for.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking of. That's where I was thinking of the 4
Of
from.
course.
Yeah.
I got you. No worries.
So I don't know. If I was them, maybe I would stay in that Keystone as well. Although, we're starting to get to a point where maybe you're starting to feel like you want to get to the other dungeons. But again, you can't get eliminated at the end of the day. So worst case is not that bad, right? Like it's okay. You can afford a little bit of time. Drano's guild team in the top right are actually playing. So this is a cool fight for Destro Warlock is Sentinel Telandris, because every single time you drop one of those blasphemies, you're removing a stack from the boss, and you can do it kind of every 15 or 20 seconds. You're summoning a blasphemy and then stunning the boss or removing one of the stacks from the boss. Now, it's a bit of a problem early in the fight because you don't want to ramp those stacks that the boss gets every time you stun it. But once the boss already has 5 stacks, it's sort of fine to just keep spam stunning it. It's better than letting it just free cast all of its stuff. So even though you don't have the safety of the mass barrier, you do have the extra safety of just a bunch of free stuns for Dratno's guild team compared to the mage comps in here. And it looks like they're on a pretty good pace on Sentinel Telandris here. Meanwhile, Echo will be adding a 3-chested Algathar to their scorecard. Their scorecard looking a little bit weak compared to the field, but you have to adjust for the fact that they have spent a bunch of time in Uldaman as Forky goes down for Dratno's guild team. So that's going to be 1 battle res for them. That's it's not great, not the end of the world.
It's unfortunate that even though you have that Warlock that can live anything, it doesn't make your Shadow Priest any tankier, unfortunately. So there's still some extra damage that can go out there and cause a little bit of commotion, but they are able to get back up and then still have 1 more battle res as they are moving through that 19. You were just talking about Echo. I will say we had 2 teams who were unable to +3 that 16. Madge and Mistcount both. Mistcount made up for it with what you're seeing on the leaderboard, the 20+2. For Madge, they were in the Algathar Academy up until now. They just finished at 21, and now they're taking a 10-minute break to probably talk about whether or not they should be going back, they should be locking in that 22, or if they want to go to that Uldaman, or maybe the first team to go into Brackenhide.
Yeah, the Brackenhide is something that the teams have to do at some point this weekend. Do you do it today is the question. There is a little bit of an incentive as well to, you can wait and see the other teams doing there too, in case because if you have a plan that you like in Brackenhide, but you're not in love with it, right? You just kind of like the plan. One thing you can do is you can wait and see if the other teams have the same idea or not. And if anybody does something different than what you're planning to do in there, right? If anybody else is innovated, then you can just be like, all right, we're not going to touch Old Man today. We're going to watch what they did before tomorrow, and then we're going to copy it and yoink it tomorrow. Which, again, I think would make a little bit more sense, except for the fact that Brackenhide Sanguine has already been a time trial dungeon, and it's already been a Group A dungeon, so we've seen a lot of it. If we'd shown any other dungeon with, like, Bolstering or Sanguine, I think there'd be more incentive to just completely delay it until Saturday or Sunday, but I think Brackenhide Sanguine has been so seen already by these teams that I don't think there's that much of a reason to wait. I do think that there's going to come a time today where, you're sitting on a 21 Algathar or 22 Algathar, a 21 or 20 in Uldaman, and then you're like, all right,
okay. I need to interrupt you, Dratnos. That's a lot of numbers, first of all. Second of all, we're seeing a second Warlock, and that's hype. So, mandatory actually bringing out the Warlock here
Hopeful
in the
XDD.
Uldaman as well. Yeah, they're saying this is a good key for that Warlock. You were elaborating it earlier on. on. Question is, do other teams will adapt to it going into tomorrow, perhaps?
It may be. I mean, I think that the Warlock, if it makes sense in the 16 and older man, I do think it makes sense probably up into the higher levels of the Keystone here. We talked for a little bit, or I think you and Nagura talked for a little bit at the start of the day about the prospect. Ooh, as we do have a ricocheting shield just taking out Mandatory here. I wonder if they're just going to reset the 16. Yeah, I think they will. You can still
for
time
sure.
this
It's
team,
1
but
minute 30
let's
loss.
just make sure we can still potentially
Easy.
3 chest. But yeah, you were talking about the prospect of playing a composition just for the 16s or the 18s and the 19s. And I think that's not the most ridiculous thing in the world, but actually it looks like they're going to keep this going. So they are not going to hearth out because they were so close to done. They finished off that boss, and they're just going to get the release going. So this probably costs them the 3 chest potential, but maybe if it's perfect from here, that's still possible. I think if you wanted to play a comp just for the 16, what you would maybe do is drop the Aug Evoker, and you could play like a higher damage composition by playing Mage Warlock, Shadow Priest, and just leave the Aug behind, which would make the dungeon a lot more volatile, but I do think it would be a little bit faster, and if there was something that a 3 chest was barely possible, that would be a way to help make it more possible. But I don't think that the Warlock instead of the Mage is actually like that. I think the Warlock instead of the Mage scales all the way up into the 21s, into the 22s as well.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a little bit icky as you're getting to really high key levels because, you know, the single target's still good, but it does start to suck that you're losing Arcane Intellect. Your Shadow Priest is hurting. That's something that I think that they would rather have as you start getting to like 4 or 5 minute boss fights. One other problem with the Warlock as well is that it synchronizes a little bit less well with the Aug Evoker and the Shadow Priest cooldowns. So as you start getting to really high key levels, you start getting really, really long boss fights. You stop getting as many good power infusion infernal overlaps. It starts to be, you kind of have to give up a little bit here or there, right? You have to give up value on one of those CDs. But in particular, if you're able to plan out the dungeon well, if you're able to have, there are some good spots where you can just power infuse a Warlock that's AoEing without Infernal, and it's still just totally great. I think that this dungeon, the way that it lines up, the way that you're able to fight these trash packs, and the way that the bosses work out, you're able to pull trash onto several of them. I don't know. I think the Warlock is going to be seen even up in the 21s, and if you're if the 22 is possible, then there as well. Although I'm still skeptical.
I'm skeptical as well, but I think we might see teams try it depending on what the other dungeons are. I think there's some affix combinations that maybe are less favorable than a 22 Uldaman, perhaps, depending on what actually is in the mystery dungeons for the next couple of days. We'll have to wait and see, of course, but I think there's a chance, you know? I don't think it's a high chance, but there's a chance that a team says, okay, let's actually give this a try if the 21 timer looks really good for them or something. But we'll be seeing right now DGT having a lot of damage go out onto the group here as they're trying to prioritize that boss damage, get Emeron as low as possible before going into that first intermission. Is going to be working out for them there, but we did have Terrascent and Cryptics drop pretty low there for a second.
Yeah, a little sketchy, definitely worrying as the key level gets higher, right? Anytime you see somebody dropping to like 20% health or less in a 19, that's the point where you're thinking like, okay, they would have been dead on a 21.
Yes.
So
yes, absolutely.
That's something that you're a little bit worried about. But another thing about the Warlock that's nice, you have these bosses that are spawning ads as well, right? Like Embron, you're getting these ad spawns. Not only is the Warlock great for damaging these, because you can often, havoc 2 of them and they're spread far away. So it's actually really good for getting out of this intermission quickly. Look at Cryptics here. He's probably going to be able to havoc 1 of them and just start blasting Chaos Bolts into 2 of them. Yeah, there it goes.
Yep,
and that's just going to melt
go.
both of these at the same time, which Mage does not do that when they're this spread apart, right? Mage can only be damaging 1 of these at a time, so that's a nice thing about Warlock. You also are getting fresh ads for Flashpoint, which is a Warlock thing that gives them a bunch of haste when they're hitting high health stuff. So any boss fight where you've got stuff spawning in like that, that you can be tagging, again, you're starting to get these little edges that maybe don't show up on the sims between Warlock and Mage.
Yeah, we're going to be watching as the two teams are playing that Warlock and the Oldemon. Just a quick point out, Pedro's per hour on the top right. We just saw them do the skip that we've been seeing from Echo as well, where after Emberon, the tank runs forth, Shadow Melds, then tags some more in and opens up the mole teleporter for the rest of the team to actually come join in. It's a nice little time save for them to actually get through the dungeon without needing to play everything with how linear Oldemon is as a dungeon. And on the same time, we have Mist Count, bottom right there, finishing out that plus 18, plus 2, 3 minutes, 43 seconds for 10% boss HP. Should be looking very good for them as they are approaching the higher level dungeons as well in the Oldemon. Now, question for me, talking about Miscount, we know they're a team that's very good with very high dungeons. Speaking of that Ruby Life pulls we saw from them in Group B, but also just generally how they play the game outside of the World of Warcraft esports. I'm wondering when we will actually see them go into the high dungeons, because they have a 22 unrealized on their board that they could go to. I'm assuming we're going to be seeing them do the 20 in the Oldemon right now. And then it's either Brackenhide, the 21 Oldemon, or the 22 Algothar Academy, so should be interesting to see where they decide to go.
Yeah, one thing we saw Mandatory do in Group A weekend was they had unlocked some really high keys with 2 chests, and then they opted to not do them at that level and instead do them at the lower key level. That is something I think we'll not see anybody do today. In particular, Miscount. Miscount already weren't doing that in their group weekend, but I think that this weekend, you're under no danger of elimination. So you just, with Miscount, that 22-star Algothar Academy is going to stay on 22-star until you're ready to go do the 22. You're never going to go in at 21 at that dungeon. That would be something I would be very shocked to see anybody do. Yeah, I think that
would be, without eliminations, it would be a bit insane, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean that's something that you, and particularly given how the fact that Mandatory have already put that 22 on the board in that dungeon this weekend, you're already you can do it if you're Miscount. So that's something that I think will be only something that was ever seen in the group weekends as Drano's guild team now taking that mole machine. Frosty in position here, heading up over the side, and there's that Shadow Meld. Looks like
making
now
sure.
Getting ready.
Yeah. Out of combat is going to be moving on, and for now Frosty will be a little bit alone until the rest of the team actually does come in. It takes a couple of seconds. It's going to be going around the corner here to make sure none unsuspecting claps are surprising the team as they do walk in here. One is channeling in the corridor, but should be good as the rest of the team is not just here yet. Now they're coming in. Frosty is going to turn back, say, hey, give me a little bit of healing, as the rest of the team is spawning into that floor as well. And they'll all stand there in the corner, make sure those claps are not going to be any threat as they finish out this trash pack.
Yeah, this is a very scary pull. You can see that line of sight, just vitally important. I'm not sure if the claps one-shot at plus 19 fortified. I suspect they do through no defensive, so vitally important that everybody is hyper aware of those clap casts and dodges them. Forgy actually there getting a defensive so he can just stand out and keep casting. Oh, but then goes down to the next clap. There it goes. So one too many as they do 2.3 million damage unmitigated, it looks like. That's more health, or that's more than the amount of health that these players have. So luckily for Forgy, his power infusion was already used, although I think he probably had a little bit left on that void form. So Drano's guild team are going to be losing some damage. You can see they have 7 minutes to finish this keystone if they want to be able to 2-chest this 19. The timer is not really in doubt, but that 2-chest timer is going to be close. They actually, I think, are maybe still in range of this being possible. Pedro's up in the top right. Also, I think it's going to be a little bit, I think this fight's a little bit more than 3 minutes, so I don't think that they are probably going to be able to get this 2-chest in the 19, but they are also looking good. They are also having a nice run.
There is 7% in. Maybe there is a world where this is good enough if they just channel all of that insane DPS. I think it's going to come very close, but we'll be watching. We'll be seeing whether or not they can conjure that power up to beat Chronoloord Deos within a +2 timer on a 19. It would be pretty insane. First team to do it if they can. And at the same time, DGT finishing out the clappers without getting any other claps on, and now also moving on to the next area and then fighting the boss very soon. So both of these teams kind of side by side. You're going to get a look at the timers as well. And Madge deciding to venture back into this 22 Academy. They know they can do it, but they also need a good timer here.
Yeah, there's a very good chance that whatever 22 Algathar a team puts on the board will stay with them all weekend because, 22 Algathar, it's a keystone where at best you're probably getting down to 30 minutes-ish on the board, so the odds that teams will come back to improve timer in this dungeon and that'll be the best use of their time is very low. So it's pretty important that the first time you put a 22 Algathar on the board, it's with as clean a run as possible so that you can potentially get some of those time tiebreakers if it comes down to that. And with how good these teams are, I think there's a very good chance that multiple spots on our leaderboard are going to be decided by that time tiebreaker at the end of the weekend. I think there's a good chance that the dungeons will be timed at similar levels by all of our teams. In the meantime, we do have this top two screens on our screen. Our Pedro's and Dratno's guild team working on this 19. We can sort of get an idea here. It looks like Chrono Lord Deo's probably a 4-minute fight at best here for either of these teams, likely more on that 4:30 side of things. So Dratno's guild team going to be very, very close to that 2-chest timer, but I think probably on the wrong side of it. Pedro's per hour definitely going to be on the wrong side of it. Dratno's guild team, you can see they are starting to run forward here. I think they are thinking about whether that 2-chest is possible. If they have at least 4 minutes here, they will be getting that lust.
They also have that bloodlust, so yeah they can still use it.
It's maybe possible. I do think 4.5 minutes is what you're hoping for, but does look like they are going to be sneaking past here to the best of their abilities. Do still have to finish off this last bit of trash, and that means they're probably going to have a little bit less than 4 minutes for the boss. It's going to be close. And definitely, if they didn't have any deaths this run, I think it would have been possible. That gateway up to the side. Oh, but no Mind Soothe on that mob. That's going to kill that timer for sure for Dratno's guild team. So the 2-chest no longer possible as the Mind Soothe not present on those two mobs. Now it is. Now they can run past. But now they have to land the res as well, and they're going to have less than 3.5 minutes for a boss that you can see for Pedro's. For Pedro's, it's maybe going to take them maybe 4 minutes. So
yeah,
I think it was just
quite
barely
unfortunate
possible
there for DGT coming so close. They were realizing, we might have the timer. They had the fastest 16 Uldaman thus far, and I think they would have been the favorite to do it. But then at the same time, we have yet another Warlock team in the Uldaman to look forward to mandatory as they are making headway through that dungeon at the same time. Quick note, we have a new world record on our hands, in terms of time at least, mandatory being faster than they were before in their Group A. 30 minutes and 16 seconds is nearly a minute faster than what they put down in Group A. That's a lot.
Yeah, it is a nice benefit. That will be pretty powerful. Pedro's are going to be putting that 19 on the board. And we do have Dratno's guild team now working their best. They've got a lot of damage coming on the boss here. Currently, they're on pace to kill this in time for that 2-chest timer. But I think as Lust expires, they're going to start to be in trouble for that. Although, we will get another Infernal. Warlock does. They had 3.5 minutes when they pulled this boss, and that does mean it's perfect time for 2 Infernals worth of value. So maybe, just maybe, that 2-chest is still on the table for Dratno's guild team. Another nice thing about the Warlock is you can summon an Imp for this encounter, and that can dispel one of the debuffs, which means more cat form time for Timbermaw, as he's going to have a little bit less healing that he'll need to do on the team. This boss is actually really nasty. He puts out 3 of those debuffs that do a lot of damage and leave behind those swirlies. But with this composition, they actually have a lot of ways of removing them. You have an Imp Dispel, you have a Healer Dispel, and if one targets Timber, he can just shift out of it as well, because it's also a slow. So if you can remove the slow, you can break it. I think Shadow Priest can do that with Fade as well, potentially. And you have a Mass Dispel, too, if you need it for one of the sets. It can be quite a good comp for this, yeah.
I think specifically the fact that that allows Timber to do some more damage, probably a healer's favorite words. Don't worry, I have the Dispel. Definitely going to be very happy about getting some extra uptime there. And, of course, the team getting some extra DPS onto this boss here. 1 minute, 15 seconds.
I mean, they're
and
on pace.
30...
They are on pace, so we're going to get one more Power Infusion and one more Void Eruption and one more Breath of Eons. And what we're going to do is we're going to save all of these for an Infernal here. And this Infernal, I wonder if we actually just have to press all these other CDs on the next Rewind Time Flow. I wonder if that's better than saving it for the Infernal, because the Rewind Time Flow is a lot of haste, and I think we're only getting one more of those before this 50 seconds is up. Yeah, you can see that's exactly what they're doing. So they're sending every CD except for Infernal right now during this haste buff. Big Void Turret coming out from Forgy as well, cresting that 500,000 DPS mark. So they do have a lot of swirlies they now have to start dodging. 22% on the boss, 30 seconds to go. One Infernal left. That's all the damage that they're going to have. All the other CDs are now expiring except for the last couple of seconds of Void Form here for Forgy. 23 seconds, 18%. No, I don't. I think we're just shy of this, as you can see. They would need to do 1% per second to get it from here, and that is not quite within the realm of possibility, even with that Infernal out. This is going to be heartbreakingly close, and certainly a proof of concept, but at the end of the day, they are going to be putting up just the one chest in this 19. That's tough. That was definitely a good run. Mandatory up in the top right are actually, well, they're in the 16, so they're definitely going to be three-chesting their 16, so, which is good.
But it was a good timer from DGT, right?
Yeah,
if they didn't have that mishap with the Mindsooth at the entrance of the boss room, they totally would have been on timer. They would have made that +2, so it is definitely possible.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the problems is, if you're doing a 21 or a 22 and you wipe and you're like, oh man, but at least we know it's possible, then you get to come back and do it again and actually make it happen and get the value, right? If the two-chesting the 19 doesn't work out the first time, that's it. You're never coming back to that keystone at that level, right? So even if it is hypothetically possible, the advantage that they could have gained there will never be possible for them. And if anything, it's Mandatory who will be in a position to maybe make that happen, as they are also playing that Warlock comp. They are also setting up for quite a quick +16 here. So we will have to keep an eye on them, as presumably their next order of business will be that +19 Old Demand as well. Meanwhile, a quick survey of the rest of our teams. Echo working on the 19 Algathar here, making good time as well. So a 19 two-chest, definitely what they're aiming for here. Madge in the bottom right have started their 22 as well, so we'll have to keep track of that too.
Yeah, the 22 in particular is going to be interesting, because it not only matters whether or not they can time it, we know they can, but the time is going to be so relevant for a team like Madge. They put a lot of time already into the Algathar because they missed out on a +3 on the 16, so they had to push up one more round, spent another 30-something minutes in here to try and get that timer where it needs to be pushed up to that 22. So in the best case, they're now going out here with a time that's better than what Mandatory has put on the board. I said it before, it's 30 minutes 16 that they would like to be, to put themselves in a very good position. But of course, anything around that is going to be good for that dungeon, at least for today. I'm still assuming that some teams might be coming back here to try and shave down some of the timer, but like you're saying, Mandatory is on that Warlock. We don't know what Madge has prepared for the Uldaman. Could be that they're running a Warlock as well. Of course, Dr. J being very famous for that mage, I'm pretty sure still is able to run that Warlock if they wanted to. So we'll be seeing whether or not that's something they prepared going into this key as well. And those are the only two teams that could still put up a 19 +2 across the board, because everybody else has already done it. Missed count in that +20 already bottom left, and Echo just now on that final boss in that +19, as well as Mandatory gets that +3.
Yeah, well done by Mandatory. They've got 1 minute and 22 to spare, so it's basically the same timer that Dratno's guild team had in that 16. Meanwhile, Echo working on the 19 Echo of Doragosa. And they have 5 minutes for the two-chest timer here. They are well ahead of the pace they need to be at, which is definitely nice for them. They're going to be able to put up that two-chest, then they'll be able to go do the 21, and then if they can get the 22 on the board, they will be having a really healthy scorecard, giving them a little bit of time to go to Brackenhide at the end of the day, or potentially the 21 Uldaman. Their 20 was quite a bit under the timer, so the 21 is certainly a possibility. Just a question of whether it's something they want to do today, or maybe something that you save for Saturday or Sunday. There's a lot of other good uses of their time. All three dungeons you could certainly make an argument for Echo heading to. probably after the 21, maybe after the 22 in Algathar.
True enough. Lots to think about, lots to look forward to, as looks like Croth falling to Madge over there, a team that currently bottom of the leaderboard, but they have plenty of time to try to catch up again. But, we don't have any more time at all until our caster swap.
Wow.
It is time right now. Tettles is coming in. Makes will take a break. And Tettles, there's been discussion going on in the Discord, on the broadcast about the Warlock in Uldaman. Do you want to weigh in here? Because I think it's a really interesting conversation about what are the pros and cons of running this class / spec in the dungeon.
I mean, I can weigh in. I put a decent amount of Warlock this season, but I think the damage of it's good. I do wonder. So Dragonus talked about how good it was for like the damage profile, and I think that he's absolutely spot on. And I think his analysis on like the 2 versus 3 minute Infernal was spot on. I do kind of wonder, Dragonus, though, if it's going to be really scary for like the third boss. So how the third boss works is like you stun it to remove stacks, and Warlock has unavoidable stuns with like Blasphemy and Infernal, and so you actually stack up that boss to 5 stacks rather quickly. So I do wonder. It kind of makes me question as to like, are you going to start getting one shot a lot faster in that dungeon? Like, what is really going to be the threshold? I do think the Warlock is a lot less safe than a mage otherwise would be, but if it's faster, it lets you do a key level higher. I mean, that's a big deal, right?
Here's the thing. You already need to be able to survive once the boss has 5 stacks. We'll cure it down for miscount in this 20. That's going to be a quick reset from miscount, minus 5 minutes of their lives in this keystone. So we're talking about Sentinel Salandras here, and like you said, every time you stun it, it does get a stacking damage increase.
Yes.
But that only caps at 5, right? It's for plus 25%. So I don't know. I feel like if you're doing a 21 keystone level, you're going to have to survive for many minutes while it has 5 stacks anyways. So ramping it up there faster is kind of not that big of a deal, because I think you basically need to be able to survive indefinitely with the 5 stacks. Plus, if you're stunning it more often, it is stunned for more of the time. So whenever it's stunned, it can't do anything to you.
So I will say, yeah, I mean that's true, but I think the bigger issue is like the Shadow Priest starts to run out of tools to be able to live at a certain point, and the Mage can like mass barrier the initial hit of the Shadow Priest to kind of give them a little bit more coverage. I don't think the Warlock is necessarily going to die. They should be able to like live. It's because it's like the initial hit of the bleed, right? That's the biggest thing that's going to one shot you.
Yeah, and the stomp as well. There are some spots where you're going to die from not full health, where Warlock's Health Stone can help you.
Okay, that's true. Yeah,
is a nice piece of extra utility that the Warlock does add. But particularly this season, Health Stone is it's kind of a fake defensive, because much of the time that you're dying, it's from 100% to 0%.
Yeah.
That's actually something that's looking to change in War Within. So Health Stone going to be potentially a much more important cooldown as those health bars are bigger, as you're dying over a longer period of time, to more cases where you're dying to, say, 2 damage instances rather than 1, which does happen a little bit on Sentinel Salandras. You're dying to like a bleed tick plus a stomp. A health stone can be clutch there, but like you said, the initial hit of that jagged bleed is likely to kill your Shadow Priest. I think one of the biggest strategies these teams are going to use is to try and not have their Shadow Priest get targeted much. That seems really clever to me.
Not letting your Shadow Priest get targeted very much by the random ability could be good.
I think that's going to be one of the best ways to do it.
I will say, I'm thinking about it a little bit more. I do think that like if this dungeon is capped at a 21, maybe you're going to end up playing for speed anyways, and like the survivability advantage that the mage would bring doesn't even matter. And you might just want something that's like marginally faster, which is that Warlock. Because I think we saw Dragonus Guild team, your namesake, they were really swift in their 19. That was definitely 2-chestable for them if they didn't have a couple mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a keystone level that is possible. So it's just a question of whether anybody will actually make it happen, because realistically, you only get one try at it, right? It's not like you're going to reset the 19 if you're halfway through the dungeon and you realize the 2 chest is no longer possible, because the 1 chest is still possible, and you still just want to put that on the board, right? You don't want to be messing around, because if you try and reset and 2 chest the 19 and you then deplete again, you're absolutely despair from that point. So you'd rather just take the 19-20 safe path up to 21. But yeah, we do have our break timer graphic, a new graphic we've got for you guys in the bottom left. Of course, 20 total minutes of break do need to be taken by all of our teams, and each of them has now taken 10, so they'll take 10 more at some point over the next couple of hours. I like the fact that teams are choosing to split it up rather than just slamming all 20 at once. I think that really is clever for, not just good for keeping the fatigue down, for getting the most value out of your break, but also for letting you kind of refigure out what you want to do next, as there are sort of natural points in the day where you're like, okay, we're done with this dungeon, let's take a little bit of a break, get ourselves ready for this next dungeon, swap our characters, make sure we have the right talents, something that doesn't always happen. Sometimes you'll see somebody zone in. It's actually interesting. Sometimes you'll see people with multiple copies of the same class race combo just for different dungeons, and other people don't like doing that, and either way, you can kind of get owned, right? If you log onto the wrong character or you forget to swap your gear, you've just got something wrong on for each dungeon. Hopefully not something that happens to any of our teams here today.
What do you know about the potions that drop combat?
The potions that drop combat?
You know what I'm talking about, right?
I've heard about them for the first time just now, so what's the idea with these?
I've never used them, but I saw everybody on Echo during their snap use them. I thought I saw now using it in Uldamon whenever he was doing the mole machine skip stuff, but I for the life of me cannot figure out why you would use them. I've never like played around with them or anything. They might have some weird interaction. Maybe now is just pulling the skitterflies and his entire group is using those potions to like drop combat with the skitterflies or something like that. But I could, for the life of me, not figure out why Echo just all used them.
Yeah, so being in combat with skitterflies is very bad because they don't snap, but they do stay in combat with you. So they'll just stay there in the first boss area, looking at you menacingly, griefing the rest of your dungeon, keeping you in combat. It's a pretty big catastrophe if you're in combat with them. So that does make sense. Although, again, I didn't know there was a potion to drop combat. That's cool.
Our producer Lou just tags me because I think they're using them to drop combat. You're welcome. All right, thanks, man. It's not what I was even asking for. It's more just like you never see them used, and they're like very, very niche.
Interesting, yeah. That's something that we definitely should keep an eye on. I'll ask around after my shift to see if I can.
Keep your ear low to the ground. Keep your ear low to the ground for that.
Gotta keep your feet on the ground, as the dwarves say.
Yeah. Does Mandatory not have to go back to this Alg Academy for the rest of the weekend?
No, they do not. Yeah, particularly with a plus, so a 30-minute, 16-second Algathar Academy, which is what they're sitting on, is not only a world record, it's a world record by a minute. It is going to hold.
They're so fast.
There's a small chance that another team will be able to equal or slightly beat that time. There's no chance anybody is going to be meaningfully faster than that in that dungeon. So there's no chance that Mandatory's best use of time is going to be going back and getting timer in the Algathar. There's just no way.
Dude,
I'm ready to call it now. They are looking at 5 dungeons for the rest of the weekend.
That's got to feel real good. So I think
surely it's huge. Yeah.
I think the rest of the day for Mandatory looks like what they push up Uldamon to a 20. If 21 is doable, they do that as the last key of the day. And so after they time the 20 Uldamon, they go to Brackenhide Hollow.
They're going to be able to unlock a 21 if they two-chest this 19. Remember, Drano's Guild team were very close. We're the other Warlock team. Mandatory, if they can keep this run on 0 deaths, if they put up a 19 two-chest, and then if they time that 21, they're going to have so much free time. Like, they're going to be 2 hours left in the day for them to go Brackenhide.
So they're crushing this boss. So for point of reference for viewers, like, whenever you're looking to just barely squeak out and time this dungeon, you want to have Central Talandra's, like, pulled at, like, 10 minutes, 30 seconds, something like that. Mandatory is far ahead of that, and that comes off the fact that those trash pulls that Warlock enables, they are just like so much faster. Like the first pull of the dungeon, and then the pull that they do after the Lost Vikings, just both of those trash packs are insanely quick. And so, Mandatory is crushing this dungeon right now.
Yeah, I think that they just need to keep this on a nice 0 death pace, and they'll be definitely able to secure that 2-chest. So that will be very, very big for them. If the 21 is feasible, which I think it is. I mean, the 20 is timed with a bunch of time to spare for Echo, so I do think the 21 is timer possible. It is just starting to get to that level where you're maybe just getting one shot by too much stuff. And like you said, that Shadow Priest, particularly without the mage to help them, might be in some danger. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for Mandatory. Still quite a ways before that dungeon is done. In the meantime, we do have 2 + 22 Algathar Academies underway here for both Pedro's Per Hour and Madge in the bottom 2 screens. Pedro's just at the start of this run. Madge nearing the end of it. Both of these teams are working on the same dungeon, but Pedro's also have a 19 Uldaman done, whereas Madge haven't even gotten to Uldaman yet. So Madge definitely having the worst day of any of our teams so far. Vitally important for them, just for momentum, just to have enough time left in their weekend. They need to put this 22 up on the board with this run. Anything other than that, and they'll spend more than 2.5 hours in Algathar. It's a 15-hour weekend. 15 divided by 6 is 2.5 hours. So they need to make sure that they're out of here. Again, this run has to be it basically for Madge, or else they're just going to start getting to this point where they don't have enough time in the weekend to do every other dungeon.
Yeah, exactly. But I will say, it's kind of like we were talking about how Mandatory doesn't have to revisit their Algathar Academy at all. If you do put up that 22, even if you take all of the allotted time that we're kind of budgeting for these dungeons, all 2.5 hours, like that's totally fine. Like you don't have to revisit this dungeon. It's not like the end of the world. And since there are no eliminations today, they have the advantage of, like, they're not worried about getting eliminated if they aren't able to go to that bracket hide, or if they aren't able to go to that Uldaman. If they are just able to put up basically the Alg Academy 22 and then the top level Uldaman, say they didn't visit the bracket hide hollow, it looks bad, it might feel bad, but time wise they're fine.
Yeah, in theory, you only it's a 6 dungeons, 3 days. So 2 dungeons per day sort of works out in theory. It's actually even a little bit better than that usually as well, because typically we give them higher key level starting dungeons on Saturday and Sunday. So if that's holding true this weekend, which I don't actually know if that's confirmed or known for sure what we're going to do here. I don't know how much the key levels are. Like, I don't even know what they're going to be or anything. But if those do go up on the future days, then in theory you actually get even a little bit more time on Saturday and Sunday, right? Because you're spending a little bit less time pushing. So, 2 dungeons per day could work out from that perspective, but I really feel like you at least want to get the easy key levels out of the Brackenhide today. I don't think you want to leave it empty. I mean,
you
again,
definitely don't want to leave it empty. It would feel bad.
For elimination purposes, it's fine. It's just like for efficiency purposes, it feels like you want to do this weekend in the order of easy points to hard points, and leaving easy points on the table overnight, and then tomorrow we're going to get 2 new dungeons revealed, and I think you're going to start to feel like your time is much more pressured on Saturday and Sunday, with much more pushing up, while the other teams are able to just work on only stretch goal keys.
Another thing too is, like, you're able to look at other teams' strats overnight, right? And so if you see something like a strat that it's really easy to implement in your dungeon, Madge would be able to take that and be like, oh, okay, so we can actually throw that in. But if they hadn't even started on a dungeon, that's obviously not optimal. Or if they have to, like, say, rerun an Uldaman or something like that, after they'd already, in theory, should have put up the time or the dungeon that they need for the remainder of the weekend, that's also very bad. But looking at them, they're able to get Overgrown Ancient killed off at 23:18. We really want to see this boss normally killed off about the 24-minute mark. So Madge is, like, pretty far under the timer for perfect end of dungeon being able to time this key moment. So assuming that LaMike is able to stay alive at this pull, on this pull, obviously that's a big if. But if he is, then they should be fine to be able to time this key.
Yeah, I think that is is definitely the most important variable. We have seen tank deaths in this area from, in particular, Dratno's guild team. It's a sketchy portion of the dungeon, and I wonder if LaMike is playing the old cheat death in this place as well, because I think cheat death makes a lot of sense as the affix is fortified and the key level gets really high. So let me just quickly investigate on that one, because that would be a big... Yeah, he is playing Last Resort. He hasn't procced it yet, so I don't think there's too much danger of a full wipe here for Madge, at least starting from the tank player. And with the way that this pull is done these days, where you aim everything away from the group and only the tank is getting hit by those arcane missiles, it really is just the tank that is in danger of dying. So we do have Stove going down for Mandatory, getting cleaved by an Earthen Custodian in this pull. That is a interesting mob to be active during Embron, Earthen Custodian. Usually a mob that you see killed before Embron gets pulled, but Mandatory have brought them all the way into this boss for the first half of the boss fight. They have all this extra trash in here, so I think even with the player death, even with that res, they're going to be making a lot of time up with how aggressive their route is.
He's the least optimal person to get killed during this too, though. Like losing your Auspicious Spirits, losing some of your dot up time. It's actually, you lose all your insanity. It's like pretty bad to have.
The Warlock is also really important here. They're also doing great, spread cleave here, to particularly whenever they get their Havoc up.
The Warlock also has an interrupt during this pull, whereas the
Yeah.
Shadow Priest doesn't have interrupt talented, so the Warlock and the Shadow Priest are not the same.
That's right. I mean, again, you can see it on the damage meter here. The Warlock is in 3rd place, and the Shadow Priest is in 1st.
It's okay. He's bolting. Ethical. It's ethical, man. We gotta listen. That's Shadow Priest funnel. We're not allowed to hit that as a Warlock.
We're
bolting the boss.
It's actually very important if you're a Warlock and you're ever losing on damage, cast a Chaos Bolt so that you can refer to it as the reason you lost on overall. That's what I do as well. Every pull I go into, I'm trying to pad from the start, and then as soon as it becomes clear that somebody else is padding better than me, that's when I start doing single target damage so that I can point to it and be like, look, I was Chaos Bolting, I'm doing ethical damage.
Dude, okay, so Emberon notably doesn't rephase if you can get it below 5% whenever it should phase. Hopefully
This is gonna be
Stowe both press their CDs here. So they press the 3-minute Infernal and they have the Power Infusion Void Eruption. I think that they can beat this. This is going to be really close. So the time ring is like the second Unstable Embers exploding. You have about 5 or 6 seconds after that. It doesn't look like they're going to beat it. I thought that they were. Ooh, Skylark's even moving the boss towards the wall. Maybe they can beat this. Okay.
Yeah, 9% dropping low here. Nope, they are going to get one more intermission. That's okay. Again, I think the 19-2 chest is maybe still on the table here. I don't think anybody's beaten this second intermission, but they did come really close.
Yeah, you can't cancel it once he starts running, so they were still maybe 4% off, but it looked doable.
It was definitely close, and that does mean that they are going to spend some time here. But again, those cooldowns are recovering, so they'll have them early into their next pull, which we see a lot of time saved compared to kind of standard live pathing, the way that teams are doing the mole machine stuff, which I think Mandatory are doing as well here. Meanwhile, Dragon's Guild team have also expended a death on Sentinel to Laundress, but it looks like they are actually not committed. They didn't have to commit the battle reses. They had the death before they pulled the boss, so they are okay in this plus 20, which they are currently working on. Missed Count up in the top right are, on the other hand, wiping and resetting their plus 20, so that's minus 15 minutes for Missed Count, one of the favorites coming into this weekend.
I have my best people on it. It looks like Now is pressing that potion of Frozen Fatality, which is that Feign Death potion I was talking about. A few times in the Ultimon, and it looked like everybody did use it on that first pull in Algothor Academy. I think that in the Alg Academy it makes sense if you accidentally pull Skitterflies, you get a little bit of an insurance, meaning that you can get more consistent runs, or maybe even meaning that Now can set up that first pull faster. That's nice, but I have no idea why he would be using it in Ultimon, like on CD. I saw he was using it whenever he was like skipping by with like meld insurance to make sure that he was actually dropping threat with some of the mobs, but I don't know why he would be using it 5 times over the course of Ultimon.
Match going to have a death here in their 22. Roybin down. Now, they don't have a good way to cast Battle Res here, so somebody's going to have to get in range to use those Arclight Vital Correctors to get her back up. Now, luckily, this fight doesn't kill you too much. There's not a lot of raid damage going out here, so they should have a little bit of time to land that res. It looks like Shelly going to get that res, and they're going to be able to stabilize here. 3 minutes left to deal 44% of the boss's health. They are on pace here to finish, still with like a minute to spare. Really nice work by Madge. Meanwhile, down in the bottom left, Echo working on that same keystone at the 21 level. And then we have Dranos Guild team in the 20, actually still making pretty good time here in their Ultiman too, so it's not as fast as Mandatory, but Mandatory are, of course, playing for that 2 chest, whereas Dragon's Guild team just need to time the key, and I think timing 20 is easier than 2-chesting a 19 by a little bit.
758 Bromax split is more than ample time to be able to time that key again. That the timer that we were looking for like getting Bromac killed off was like 9:30. You want like Central Talandras pulled by like 10 minutes or so. So you need like a, with them being at the 8-minute marker, they are well under the potential to be able to time the key. Now, again, this dungeon needs to be done on a 21, so they might need to be a little bit faster in some aspects. But with how far under they were on the 19, we kind of expect them to have an easy time at this 20.
Yeah, I suspect that it's one of those things where the timer wouldn't be an issue. It's just a question of, is there anything that goes from non-lethal to lethal from the 19 to the 20, right? Were there spots in that 19 where they were dropping below 10% health, and now they're just going to be dead on this plus 20 keystone level? I mean, Sentinel Laundress, even without Tyrannical active, you can see is just really threatening their health pools here, but looks like Frosty has saved up a bunch of stuns here to just keep spam stunning the boss towards the end of the fight, which is really nice for them here.
Did they get that Blasphemy in? If you actually re-stun the boss during the Inexhonorable cast, it actually recasts it again, and it won't cast a Stomp or Bleed on a player. So you can
Yeah.
use things like Nova or like Meld Rake Stun, stuff like that to make it recast. How do you feel about Cryptics versus Hopeful playing different race? Cryptics on that Dwarf, obviously a lot safer for Sentinel to Launders. Hopeful on that Nelf. I would argue a lot safer for Threat for the first couple of pulls of the dungeon.
I think the Dwarf makes a lot of sense in this dungeon. Sentinel to Launders is just such an important part of the dungeon. On the other hand, you know, you're a Warlock, right? You can press Dark Pact as well, and that basically stone forms one of the bleeds. So maybe you're
Good
not
point.
somebody who's worried about the bleed at all. We did see Madge also, while we were talking about that, finish their 22. Even
That's
with the death as well, they were almost on Mandatory's timer, so a little bit slower. They ended up putting up a 30-29, but honestly, 30-29 is really good. That's the second fastest Algathar 22 to have ever been finished. It just happens to be that the first fastest was done earlier today by Mandatory. But
Wait.
still very good news for Madge.
But I did a 26 in Season 1.
Oh, right. Okay. Except for that one. Aside from that, yeah.
Yeah. I would say that, so for Madge spending 2.5 hours in that Alg Academy, it's fine. You know,
Yeah,
it does
it's
feel a little
okay.
bit bad to maybe fall a little bit behind. It might look a little bit bad to some of the viewers, but you're budgeting about 2.5 hours per dungeon over the course of the entire weekend. For them to never have to go back to that Alg Academy for basically the entire rest of the weekend, it's totally fine for them to spend 2.5 hours if that's the end result. And I think that they should be happy with that. Now they have some easy keys in front of them with that Brackenhide Hollow and that Oldemon. And Mira's going down on the side of Echo in this 21 AA. Veximus is going to follow here shortly, so Mira's dying, not the end of the world. Just 5 seconds off the timer, realistically.
Mira's pioneering a new skip to the start of the dungeon there. It's going to be okay for sure. Not something that they'll worry about. It's especially nice as well. It's the 21 too. It's not even the 22. So this timer isn't going to be permanent on their scoreboard. As long as they finish the keystone, the difference between a 30 and a 31 is literally just 1 minute of their day. It's not going to matter for time tiebreakers, again, because we are almost certain that Echo are either updating this 21 into a 22 or they're coming in 6th this weekend. Those are kind of the two options with how good all these teams are looking.
It's kind of interesting because Echo has won the last 2 TGPs by 2 points in both of them. I have a sneaking suspicion that will not be the case this
I
weekend.
suspect that whoever wins this weekend is going to win by 1 point or by time tiebreakers. It's not going to be a 2-point difference. I think there's a pretty good chance that the difference between 1st and 4th place is going to be 1 point.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. And dude, Echo Mandatory. Dude, Echo and Mandatory looks so good, and Miscount all look so good in their cup weekends. It's kind of crazy.
Are pulling Chrono Lord Deos here with almost 6 minutes before the 2-chest timer expires. Now this is a boss that can be done around that 4-minute marker, maybe a little bit slower, but maybe even a little bit faster here potentially as well. They have Lust for this too, so Mandatory, all they need to do is not wipe to Chrono Lord Deos, and they are going to be securing a 2-chest in this plus 19 keystone. That is huge for them. That's going to save them so much time today if they can do the 21, which nobody has done yet, but I suspect
Hopeful
they
summoned
will.
an imp. Look at that. Okay, so our kick tracker in the top left, Hopeful actually summoned an imp. So Chrono Lord Deus, whenever they put that slow debuff on you, it's like dispellable, and so having that magic dispel from that imp is actually really nice. As a Warlock, you can actually get it out of that slow debuff with either your personal port, or you can just imp dispel yourself, but it's like really nice to press that off GCD imp dispel over and over again on yourself. The downside is that you have to micro the imp, because the imp actually gets knocked back by the boss. So you have to micro the imp around a little bit, but it's not like the end of the world.
Yeah, having that extra dispel is really nice as well. It contributes a lot of extra healer DPS, is one of the biggest values of it too, because your healer just gets to spend more time in that cat form. So
I must know,
is very powerful.
Is Warlock OP?
It certainly looks pretty good here. Yeah, I mean, I think the Warlock pick is working out nicely. I mean, Mandatory Drados Guild team, 2 powerhouse teams, both deploying the Warlock. I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm really happy to see it. 2 equally powerhouse teams would be maybe not something that you could really say, but a Drados Guild team fan might try and sneak that by. But either way, it is going to be. I mean, the 2-chest for Mandatory here is just a dominating result in the plus 19. Nobody else has been able to do that. Their only Madge will be able to attempt it later today. Every other team has already come in here at this key level or above. So Mandatory, it's about whether the 21 is possible. and I'm sure it is at this point. I would describe myself as shocked if the 21 doesn't get done this weekend. So I think Mandatory they've gained 30 minutes by putting this 2 chest on the board if they don't wipe from here, which it's not a foregone conclusion. Chrono Lord Deo is not the easiest boss fight ever, but they are making it look very easy from here.
If 21's the cap, like what exactly does the Warlock add to that? If you're not able to do like 1 key level over the other teams, you think it's just going to be time tiebreaker for the 21s, just a little bit of speed?
Yeah, I think it's speed. I think it's also a little bit safety. Like there are several pulls that you want to do trash onto boss in this dungeon, and normally when you think about trash onto boss, you're thinking about, okay, let me optimize my funnel damage to kill the boss as fast as possible. But I think in Ultiman, having a Warlock that just melts the trash part of that before your DH runs out of CDs, before your Bloodlust expires, is actually really good for making those safe as well, making it so that you can live, trash onto Bromac because you need to do trash onto Bromac to get the enrages onto him, but then you want that trash to die very quickly afterwards before everybody else in your group dies.
Warlock is like not that great at that boss, by the way. Yeah, at Bromac. It is.
It's once it sort of settles into a holding pattern on that fight, and you're getting to Chaos Bolt the boss and the totems as they come out. That it works out pretty nicely at that time.
The problem is that you just can't kill the adds as a Warlock, whereas the mage specs will passively cleave down the adds because you really don't want to be arena firing that boss. The boss is Chaos you just lose so much damage. Yeah.
Once the trash onto boss section is done, any rain of fires that are cast are they're gonna call for a referee review on whether or not you were padding.
Yeah. Ooh, Mandatory here. 2 minutes under the 2 chest timer.
Oh my goodness. Woo. What a run from Mandatory. That is going to unlock for them the 21 Ultiman. And at this point, it's a question of, do you do the 21 Ultiman now, or do you adventure to the Brackenhide Hollow? Maybe save that Ultiman.
So they have 2.5 hours left. How long do you think this Brackenhide is going to take? Because that's kind of the question. If you can spend the remaining 2.5 hours of the day in the Brackenhide and then first try the 21 Ultimon, I think that you should actually go there and then go to the Brackenhide right now and then come use your overtime period to one-shot the 21 Ultimon. That would probably be ideal. Now, there's a question as to how easy that 21 Ultimon is. We've seen teams like Missed Count failed the 20 Ultimon. I think Echo also failed the 20 Ultimon their first try. So, how reasonable is it to first try the 21?
Yeah, there's not too much pressure to actually do it on the first try either. Even if you spent an hour in the 21 Ultimon right now, you're not getting eliminated at the end of the day. You're not feeling the pressure to have, say, a 21 bracket on your board instead of a 19 so you don't get eliminated at the end of the day. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of merit for Mandatory in heading back to Ultiman where you're warmed up. On the other hand, being warmed up on a dungeon versus at a certain key level is another argument you could make. You could make the argument instead of doing all the Ultimans back to back, let's do all the low keys back to back, and then we'll do all the high keys back to back. And maybe that kind of mindset of surviving the high keys is the more valuable thing to be warmed up on.
I will say efficient usage of overtime period is a lot more valuable in this format where you actually can't get eliminated at all. And making sure that you're able to one-shot a key that you can in the overtime period, that's actually a big gain moving you across the entire weekend. So just effective use of that overtime period in a way that we don't always see every single weekend, that's going to be important, because whenever you're looking at eliminations, a lot of these teams, a lot of times they'll just be like, oh, we need to play to not get eliminated today. We're going to have to do something that's maybe slightly less optimal with our overtime period. But with this, you can actually perfectly map out your overtime period. And taking good advantage of that, I think can, like you were saying, these teams are going to be within a point of one another over the entire weekend, probably, with the finals being incredibly close as it has been. So making good use of that is a big deal.
Yeah, I think that is a great point. Making sure you're setting up to have a good you want a long timer to be your overtime dungeon.
It has to be a one-shot key, too.
You want a high success rate key.
Oh
so it doesn't have to be 100%, but you want high enough. Mira's down to the energy eruption for Echo is going to be a battle.
Clicks to fight fate,
two left over. Yeah, Clicks a lot of debuffs on his frame there, but it looks like going to be okay for now. That's defined. What's that third debuff that he's sitting on?
It's the debuff from the Restore. So the Restore can only actually... so the Restore shield goes on you. Once the shield procs, then you can't get reapplied the Restorer shield for a minute, and that's what that debuff is. So Miraz and Zalia now are all eligible to get buffed by the Restorer, but Clicks and Genji aren't.
Madge venturing into this 16 older man in our bottom left. They are not adopting the Warlock tech. This doesn't surprise me. I think Dr. J is very likely to be playing Mage in most of these dungeons. He's very, very, very good at Mage. I think that this is a team where if Mage was tech, you'd see them busting it out first, right? That's something that in fact, we have seen that in previous MDIs and TGPs. Dr. J, the only Mage in some of those tournaments.
Their team is a bit awkward to actually play a Warlock, too, because their ideal their ideal group up for the Warlock would probably be Shelly on the Lock.
Right, Shelly's known for playing Warlock. He's played Warlock every season for the past, 10 years, pretty much.
Dr. J, I hope he doesn't take this wrong, doesn't come across as an Evoker player to me.
Yeah, as an AUG player, yeah. So
yeah, he does not come across like an AUG. Not that he can't play it, it's just something about his personality doesn't make me think that he would be an AUG player.
I would describe him as the protagonist of every group that he's in, and the AUG evokers are the supporting cast of every group that they're in. So.
That's a better way of putting it, I think.
It's definitely, it would be, there'd be a little bit of dissonance for that. But I mean, if they wanted to play Warlock, that would maybe be the best way to do it. I'm sure he can play Warlock as well. We've seen him playing Rogue in previous MDIs and doing very, very well on it as well. So I don't want to describe him as like, oh, he can only play Mage or something like that. I just think that they will probably find that for their group, Mage makes the most sense, even in these keys where some teams are teching in Warlock.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Kind of interesting that Hopeful, like really well-known Mage main, is on that Warlock. Not that he can. I think that Jay can play Lock. Jay can play everything. I've seen that guy play like DK and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they can. A lot of these players can play so many different specs that you wouldn't even expect of them. But there's always those mains that they are extremely proficient in it from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, I think also it's just an open question of whether the Warlock is even better than the Mage in Uldaman. I think that there are strong cases to be made for both classes, so it's exciting to see. I'm particularly looking forward to once these teams are working on the 21s, which one lead to a higher success rate. Speaking of 21s and success, Echo will be timing that 21 Algathar Academy, advancing them to second place overall. Meanwhile, for Dragon's Guild team, we have a tank down deep in this 20. This is very, very bad news for them. They can't even kite all that far here. You can see Terrascent and Forgy running away from this pack, but unfortunately there are mobs they've skipped behind them, I think, that they don't want to run into. So they only have a limited amount of room to run. Next Thunderous Clap is going to take out Terrascent. Forgy at least able to dodge that. Frosty trying to regain threat here. Forgy has to disperse as those Thunderous Claps are now no longer easily line of sightable here. He's still got threat on that one as well. Frosty lands the taunt on it.
Their timer's okay. Like, even though they're having this problem, like a good or like a bad Emberon split's like 24 minutes. So like having that 21:30 is fine. Okay,
or
please,
chain feeding.
Can we not chain run it down to the pack? Like, we got to stop dying at some point.
This is good. This is a good thing to do in the last weekend of Dragonflight affixes before the pre-expansion patch comes out. I guess maybe there will still be Dragonflight affixes during that patch, but once War Within comes out, these deaths are going to cost 15 seconds apiece. Now they only cost 5 seconds apiece, so we're getting maximum value while it's still on the table.
That guy, my co-caster is coping so hard right now.
Dragon's Guild team they're just getting the most out of Dragonflight while it's still here before we adventure into the War Within.
Okay. Anyhow, I think that Dragon's Guild team, just circling back a little bit, I think their timer is fine. That was very scary. They probably can't afford to have that happen in a 21. But in the 20, that's if you're gonna get those deaths, get those deaths out of your system right the 20, please.
Yeah, exactly. This is the perfect keystone level to do it in. You're not playing for the 2 chests. Your timer is still safe. It's really a genius time to get those deaths on the board. So, incredible play.
The DGT skips that pack. I didn't even notice that before now.
Yeah, the old Mind Soothe and walk around, and now they're setting up this next little pull here, and then this is all the count they need. Then they will Mind Soothe or fail to Mind Soothe as we saw in the 19, but hopefully Mind Soothe and get to the end of the dungeon with that Warlock Gateway. Meanwhile, Pedro's getting into that Veximus portion of their plus 22 up in the top right. Timer's looking quite good for them. That cross split, not bad at all. So they're working on this boss. This is a sketchy portion of the dungeon. Often we see darkness getting used here for group health, but looks like they either don't need it or already have used it. Really strong cooldown these days, especially on a fight like Veximus, because those mana bomb dots, you've got like 12 damage instances when those come out. And if you can get everybody in the darkness for that, that is just such consistent value that can let Drogo just keep everybody alive. There it is. There's a darkness coming out now. Everybody with those mana bombs going to try and stand in the darkness, although it's a little bit easier said than done. And then that fissure as well. Looks like they've made it through that overlap.
That 150 AoE, there's like spell queuing on it, and it can be as tight as, you know, 0.2 seconds separates the damage events, or two full seconds separate the damage events. And so that's why they're committing, you know, that darkness, pressing all their defensive CDs. I think we saw mandatory even like ripping ice block and like disperse and stuff like that. So these teams are really aware that 150 mark is very dangerous if they're not proactive with their defensives.
Yeah, very scary. Again, even with Fortified. As Drano's guild team now heading up. There's that gateway.
I like that. Yep.
Mind Soothe is activated. We are good. Into the last boss with 7 minutes. So, yeah, that should be enough to get this boss done as long as they don't die. Thanner down for missed count to a cleave from one of those custodians. Very common cause of death here. Multiple teams have lost players to that. As they finish off this trash pull in their plus 20, move on through the dungeon.
It's easy to die on the Evoker on pulls like that. You know, you have the 25-yard range. You kind of want to be close to the mobs in general. There's other things like, you know, you'll press a Verdant or you'll press Rescue or something like that, and then you just like accidentally drag yourself in front of the cleave. You know, that Evoker with that 25-yard range, it does make sense that it happens sometimes.
Plus, whenever tanks are pulling packs that have a cleave, they love to just randomly spin in different directions than they usually do. Very common phenomenon, especially on competition weekends. So you got to be on the lookout for that.
Yeah.
It's you got to keep your DPS players on their toes. You want to make sure that they are not, you know, getting lulled into a false sense of security.
Pedro's pretty fast on this Vex split.
Absolutely.
1930. That's fine.
Yeah, putting up something like a 31-minute Algathar here, definitely on the table for them. Which, like we said, the 22 Algathar Academies, anytime you see a team in a 22 Algathar Academy, there is a very good chance that whatever timer they put up is going to be theirs for the whole weekend. So as we start having these conversations about time tiebreakers, which could well be the difference between, say, 1st and 5th, by the end of the weekend, it could literally be time tiebreakers all the way between 1st and 5th. So these keys that we are seeing, anytime a team is in one of these highest level ceiling keys, very, very important that they put up a good timer quickly.
And like from what we've seen from the other teams, it doesn't seem like 23 is necessarily on the table.
I don't think it is. I think that the 23 Algathar, it's just it would require a level of perfection that makes me think that the other keys will be a better use of your time. Although I just don't think the two keys we've revealed today maybe will be less good than trying a 23 Algathar once you get them up to their ceilings. I'm not sure.
I will say also, like that Croth split, you end up starting to lose a lust if you're not fast enough on that Croth split. And so there's like it's one of those things that it just gets like exponentially longer. And then if you end up losing the lust, I just don't think the key is timeable. So like the damage check in this dungeon is like really high, even at a 22. And so, yeah, like Dragonflight was pointing out, it just doesn't look like 23 is on the table. And I think that there's plus ones that you can get that are going to probably be a little bit easier. Although this 22 is a very impressive key. Like this is a world record level key. Look at the bottom left. We saw that world record tag on Mandatory's run as they have the old, like that's the first time that we saw a 22, and they're the fastest 22. So
yeah, very impressive. I mean, it's really impressive to put up a fast run on your first try as well. It's so good. It saves you so much time, and it puts so much pressure on the rest of the teams. Speaking of pressure on the rest of the teams, there is some pressure now to take your break. You do need to take your break at some point in the next hour and 8 minutes. You have to start your last break, which Mandatory and Echo are already finished with their breaks. These two teams are currently 1 and 2 on our leaderboard, and they've also finished their breaks. Every other team still needs to AFK for 10 minutes on their break timers. So Mandatory and Echo certainly advancing to an early lead in the weekend so far.
I will say I'm a bit surprised that Mandatory took their second break and then ran straight back into the Ultimon. And now it's a 21. It's like fine. I will say I would have probably saved my break before going into that Brackenhide Hollow a little bit. But maybe if they wanted to just like kind of walk around, you know, stretch their legs a little bit, maybe talk about something that they want to change for the Ultimon. Maybe something with the strat that they're implementing. That does make sense. And dude, they are crushing this first boss split. In this 21, they're going to be faster on this first boss split than teams are in the 20. And that's the power of the Warlock. I think that's one of the big advantages that the Warlock brings. Yeah,
absolutely.
The first pull of the dungeon is just so strong for Locke. and having that be able to be down at 240. I think that missed count was like 330 for Lost Viking split on a 20.
Yeah, I mean that pull and this upcoming pull are two of the most compelling reasons to play Warlock. And then the last boss having that extra imp dispel, really nice. Kind of the rest of the dungeon, I think you'd rather be a mage, but the start and the end is where the Warlock shines. So
This
gotta
pull's
get
good.
full value out of that.
This is a really good lock pull too.
Absolutely.
Look at
He's
this.
down to a rock thrown at him. Unfortunate. Right to the dome.
He actually got so unlucky. He Breath of Eons, and as he was midair with the Breath of Eons, he got hit by the ground effect from the throw rock.
Oh, that shouldn't hit you if you're airborne. We should get a referee on that for sure. That feels wrong.
Dude, look at the Warlock damage here. He's doing 2 million DPS without any CDs, and so now he's going to be able to press the CDs on pull for Bromok. That's like a bit. I mean, that's huge.
All right, Older Man does go down with 2 minutes and 15 seconds to spare for Drano's guild team, advancing them into the tie for first place, in terms of points at least, although, of course, both Echo and Drano's guild team are behind on key levels. Drano's guild team also slightly slower than Echo currently, with 2 dungeons timed and 6 minutes and 12 seconds slower across the board. But, that's a problem for future team to deal with, as Pedro's do get Overgrown Ancient down.
Listen.
It's going to cost Crims his life, but it's not going to even cost them a battle res. They have a lot of time left for the end of their dungeon.
Listen, it's fine. They had 5 deaths in the Ultimon. So
It's fine.
Yeah,
They keep doing this where they keep
just-
putting up these keys, and it's like, oh yeah, they timed it. They're 4 minutes slower, but they had a wipe, so maybe they won't be slower on the higher key level, which is definitely, that is the plan, at least, for Drano's guild team. We'll see if they're able to execute.
Exactly. They knew that they had a wipe to spare anyways, and so why not use it? It's like a cheat death. Why are you going to even take it if you're not going to use it?
Yeah, that is a very logical perspective, as Mandatory do get in to Bromok here. You've got those 3 Berserkers low on health, all about to enrage and amp up the damage done and taken by the boss. As soon as that comes out, we're going to see Infernal, Power Infusion, Void Eruption, Breath of Eons, all pressed in sync here. And now Bromok is just going to start absolutely melting. I bet we're going to see in about 8 seconds
Eons
here,
hasn't been
when
pressed
that
yet.
Breath of Eons
there it is.
pops, it is going to just explode an extra percent or 2 off of the boss's health.
They actually missing Eons is the totem. He actually held it. So Hopeful and Stove ripped the Infernal and the Void Eruption on pull, and Mason was waiting for the totem to spawn.
Is still going to capture the full cooldown, right? Like if you press Breath of Eons at the end of Infernal versus the start, it's still fine, but Ambush is going to take down Mode. He does res Soulstone. One of the other benefits of the Warlock, you can have a Soulstone on your healer, who is, if anybody else dies, then the healer can res them, and if the healer dies, they can just take Soulstone, so that's a big advantage here. It looks like that's allowed them to stabilize this pull.
Can you tell who the Blistering Scales is on? So the ambush damage is physical, but I can't tell who the Blistering Scales is on. Maybe it's just on Skylarked?
All right, hang on. Let me pull out my...
I'm like close to my monitor trying to look.
Pulling out my binoculars here.
Yeah, can't really tell.
Zooming in. I don't see the effect on, say, the Shadow Priest, which would be the candidate for it if you wanted it not to be on your tank. So
it has to be on the tank?
I suspect it is on the tank as well.
This right here in the top right is why the Warlock is like really sketch on this boss, because it's incredibly hard for them to kill off these ambushers. It's because like pressing Rain of Fire on these mobs is not particularly great. You also like to leap out of your Rain of Fire, and then if you press Rain of Fire too much, then you have no damage for this Quaking Totem. So then it's just like, what are you supposed to do about this? But they do kill the totems really fast. That's the advantage of the Warlock in this fight, is that the totems die quickly. The downside is that the ambushers like to live for a really, really long time.
Missed count in the 20 once more are having some deaths, but they're going to keep this run going. Looks like they are probably in trouble here, though. And they're going to have some more deaths and just reset this pull. This may actually cost them this run. This is so brutal for missed count, because this has happened like 2 times already in this key.
Their Emberon timer is the exact same as Dratnos Guild team. So they have that 20-30 Emberon.
Maybe. Yeah, Kira is trying to keep it alive, but both cheats have been expended, which means he is in tremendous danger of just being dead.
He's dead
right
again.
now. Yep, there he goes. Yargi going to die as well. Looks like the rest of the team, they are town portaling. Brutal turn of events for missed count. They and Madge are now the 2 teams that have encountered the most adversity so far today. Actually, I think missed count, even more than Madge now, are the team that has lost the most time. Yoda down to an auto from an Echo Knight as everybody gets gripped in on boss. Probably autoed in the back during that grip, something that can happen. They are going to be able to land the res, but now Threat is scuffed, leading to Crims getting
died.
autoed by the Restorer. does get the res as well. 1 res left over. Can Yoda recollect threat on this pull in time?
Pretty notably, too, Pedro's per hour weren't exactly fast on their Overgrown Ancient split. Now, they weren't slow. Like, again, 24 minutes is the timer that we're looking for. But I don't know if they can afford any more deaths here. They do have 1 battle res.
Yeah, they're going to time this key still if they don't have any more deaths.
It's
but
going to
it's
be like 15
close.
seconds, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah.
Which maybe they will have to come back and rerun this keystone, whereas other teams will be able to leave it because they're going to be maybe leaving a minute or 2 on the table in terms of easy to gain time at the end of the weekend. So this could be somewhat catastrophic as we have Echo wiping and resetting, Mandatory having another death here on Bromok, 4% left on the boss. It's just the Aug Evoker as well, so they can maybe finish this one and keep the dungeon going. Yeah, it's going to cost them maybe 15 or 20 seconds, but potentially something. Yep, they are going to continue this. So 3 deaths on the board for Mandatory, but the Keystone continues. They will get Sentinel Delandras pulled around that 9.5 minute mark, which
that's what we need.
Should be okay.
9.5 minutes. That's, I mean, it's totally acceptable. I also hope that we can get Echo's first pull of Alg Academy on the screen whenever they're doing it, because I actually want to see them press that Potion of Frozen Fatality.
Ooh, and we have Dratnos Guild team making their way to be the first team to do a Brackenhide Hollow as well. So, exciting developments here from all of our teams. But yeah, like you said, the Echo first pull potion of basically a feigned death potion.
It's a feigned death. Yeah.
Very cool. Let's see how that works out.
Well, speaking of exciting developments and things working out, it's time for another caster change. That's right. Welcome back, Nagura. I'm curious about your opinion on teams entering Brackenhide Hollow. Do you think they're waiting too long? Do you think they are doing it just right? Do you think they should maybe skip it completely today? Well, what do you think about the approach, given that nobody's eliminated day by day this weekend?
So I think they should just skip it for the whole weekend because I mean, who likes to do Brackenhide with Sanguine, right?
But that is a very valid point, but it's also not possible. They got to do it at some point. Dratnos Guild team going in there first, at least.
Yeah,
Maybe you
I
told
think,
them to.
Oh, mode actually goes down for Mandatory there on Talandras. The Duma Battle Rush just came back up, so they can rest mode to return to the living. But yeah, not ideal for Mandatory. They don't have any more safety net for 10 more minutes. And yeah, seeing the Brackenhide by Dratnos Guild team, I think most teams just wanted to do this dungeon last because of the difficult affixes, while the other 2 dungeons had much easier affixes. And on top of that, they just had maybe considering, what are we going to do with Sanguine? Are we going to play our route that we planned on doing, or are we going to go back to our Proving Grounds round, right, which had the same affixes as well?
Do you think this dungeon's doable on 22?
You mean Brackenhide?
Because I think the Brackenhide. Because we've only seen teams do it on a 21 through both of the Cup weekends. I'm even on Sanguine, I'm kind of expecting it to still only be doable on a 21.
Well, the thing with Sanguine is, like, looking at the previous weekends, the 21 actually looked pretty easy for them, timer-wise. But they had so much time left. I think Mandatory had 5.5 minutes. Actually, Miscount had 5.5 minutes left on their 21. Which makes me believe they have more than enough time on 22, even with Sanguine, probably. The issue is probably if they can do it or not. I think maybe that's what they're concerned. I don't know.
I talked to some of the teams, and they were saying that killing the totems and the consistency of killing the totems on a 22 seems real rough.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of an interesting thought.
I mean, it might be doable, but maybe they just think it's too risky if it relies so much on being able to do the last boss, right?
This would be the format to do it in there, right?
Yeah.
If it was ever going to get done, like it's the no elimination format, especially if you need like a Hail Mary on Sunday. Maybe it's something you go for, and it's while you're not consistently able to kill all the totems. Maybe if you have like a really good run, you like get lucky with like a Bellarello's crits or something like that, you're able to do it.
Yeah, still, I think you would only do it if there's no other dungeon that you think is doable. Just because, again, if you have a risky pool in a different dungeon that is like halfway through, you have more time to practice that to get it done than to practice a dungeon where if you deplete it at the very end, you're wasting 35 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, we did see Pedro's finish off the 22, which is really good for them, getting another point on the board.
What was their final time on that dungeon? I didn't see.
It was 31:40.
Yeah. It's going to be tough for time tiebreaker because some teams have been like 30, right?
30-23 for match, 30-11
Yeah.
mandatory. Yeah.
So the pages per hour time tiebreaker in AA isn't too bad, but the advantage is that if they don't want to for score, they never have to come back here. So if they're able to put up a +1 over the rest of the field, they could still win the weekend. But that is going to be, basically minus a minute for or plus a minute for time tiebreaker purposes, if it ever comes down to that. Again, that's really speculative because we kind of think that this TGP is going to come down to a lot of time tiebreaker stuff because of how competitive all of these teams have been seeming this weekend. Even though Echo has won the last 2 TGPs by 2 points, it seems really unlikely that that'll happen again.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see that. Even though we do see a mandatory actually being really strong coming in today. As I say, that Stove does go down at the very end of Talandras here.
You're
No
cursing
problem,
them.
though. They're not even using a battle rest. We're going to see a really crazy pull come up, though. We've seen lots of issues for other teams for this trash pull after Talandras, and mandatory is in this 21. 21, of course, insanely high key level for this older man, so they're also going to be committing the Bloodlust. Probably if they gather up the same huge pool as they did in the lower levels.
This is a very scary pull. I think is the mob purifier that they pull into this as well? What is it? Oh, is this? Oh, okay. So they're actually not even pulling the purifier. They're just doing all the custodians and the wardens.
Interesting.
I mean, this is still a sketch
Yeah.
pull. I mean, this is a warlock dream pull though. Look at that. The Infernal gets pressed. He gets PI'd. He gets lusted. He's doing 5 million DPS. Oh, now we got the Eons coming out too. We're gonna be able to do even more.
Yeah, I think
Fine.
these pulls in particular are so much nicer with the Warlock stuns coming in, right? Because a lot of the abilities here you want to disrupt and not interrupt. So the Sigil of Silence from the Vengeance Demon Hunter, not as useful here. Because Hail of Stone is, of course, something that you have to disrupt somehow with a knock or disorient or stun. Which having
Exactly.
a Warlock is going to make it so much easier when you constantly have these blasphemy stuns coming in.
Rolling bursting. Oh my god, are they gonna die?
Ooh.
Um,
Ooh, wow.
okay.
That was some damage.
That was a bit scary. Normally you have a bunch of dwarves and master spells for that. It looked like they didn't have dwarves still available because the last boss, Sentinel Talandra, so you really want to be using that dwarf racial to cleanse the bleed off of there. I don't know what happened with the MD.
Yeah, I think the MD just came out a little bit early. Oh.
Okay.
Wait, it's in cooldown
Yeah, I
now.
mean, it didn't
Yeah,
press
it's
it.
ready now, I mean. Oh.
Yeah, it might not have been up.
It probably was up because they did Talandras before, right? I doubt he master spelled anything on Talandras.
So you're making a great
Interesting.
point. I don't really know where the master spell was.
Yeah.
Legend has it that we're still waiting for it.
Interesting. Well, it doesn't matter. Thankfully, they didn't lose too much. Modmo being able to heal most of the group through the bursting, and he let Stove die on purpose because he was the one not pressing the master spell, right? So he learned for next time.
Oh, it was a learning moment, of course. Yes, that makes sense. Echo, have they reset this Alg Academy 3 times now?
Yeah, they definitely
Ew.
reset a few times.
Happens. This first poll, I mean, we saw it a lot in Cup A, we saw it a lot in Cup B. Like, the first poll is just like not very consistent for all of the teams, even though they're doing things to try to make it as consistent as possible to reduce variance, with utilizing things such as like the ice block and like how they're having the evoker like Warnstone across the gap. It still is just not the most consistent things. You can have things like lashers fail to snap and whatnot, and then you have to just have to like reset the dungeon. Additionally, this is like a heavy tank damage pull, especially on fortified, and so your tank can get storm slashed into next dimension if you're not careful and just die 100-0.
Yeah, we've seen tank one-shots quite a few times in these big pulls. And again, it's a 22, which is very likely the highest key we see in Academy, so resetting this a few times is not going to be the end of the world.
Yeah,
Especially because, since it probably is the highest key we see, we do care about the tiebreaker. And because there's no eliminations, I think focusing on something like that already is not like a stupid idea, in my opinion. If you feel like, okay, we have been really slow in this first pool, or we have been like we missed a lasher and we have to do this later, and that's going to cost us a lot of time, I think resetting makes sense if you're confident in your ability to get it done quicker. This requires nerves of steel, though, right? But I do think a team like Echo has that, right? If they know they can do this dungeon quicker, by quite a lot, then I think resetting makes sense. Literally just for tiebreaker on Sunday.
Oh, dude, I just saw on my second monitor what happened with Stove. He got bounced by storming while he's trying to press the MD. I see what happened now. That makes, that, yeah, that'll do it, actually.
Yeah, especially in this tiny corridor in Uldaman when you play this pool, there's actually not that much room. So it was actually the rest of his team that messed up because they were supposed to soak the storming for him.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. Storming also very dangerous on this boss, especially whenever look at how much trash mandatory has here. You end up spawning a ton of tornadoes here relative to that trash, so it can be kind of scary if you get bounced during this intermission. Now, mandatory. We have to talk about the elephant in the room here. They have 6 deaths on this boss. The timer is still fine, but I think if they start to have any more deaths, the timer will then no longer be fine.
We talk about mandatory, right?
Yes, mandatory.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think all of the deaths that they had didn't cost them too much. But, yeah. 21
I mean, this is a 21, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, 21, the timer in general is a bit close. I'm actually really interested how close mandatory is going to get to this timer, because I was under the impression that 22 is not going to be something we see. But the affixes are very easy, and this Warlock pick, they're just so fast. So, I mean, maybe a 22 is a thing after all.
It might be a Brackenhide situation where there's just like a couple of things such as Bromac and Talandris that are just like really not consistent. To where like the 21 might end up being the cap, but I think you're right. I think that the 22, just speculating timer wise, that they're continuing on with this 21 attempt. I think that there's a good chance that the 22 would be timeable if they believe that this 21 is still timeable.
Yeah, that'd be crazy to see though, because obviously 22 Uldaman is incredibly hard.
Almost all the 22s are really tough.
Yeah.
I think that that's something that like we've seen a lot with like the key scaling changes. So whenever key scaling got changed in season 4, just there's like a massive difference between the 20 to 21 and then 21 to 22 key level, and then some dungeons that are like, I don't want to say easy, but not that tight for TGP level teams on a 21 or impossible on a 22 due to a couple of factors, and that's just how the key scaling works with like this infinitely scaling system so far.
Yeah. Miscount on the bottom right now. Again on Talandris. Unfortunately, had to reset that key a few times. Miscount really not having a good day today. The good thing about this format is that they could still come back tomorrow or on Sunday as well. Because, of course, no elimination means that if it comes down to tiebreaker and teams are just pushing really, really high keys at the end of Sunday, or they're really just trying to get some time tiebreakers in, then Miscount definitely still has an opportunity to catch up, even if they have a bad day today.
They've been struggling a little bit. They look so good in Cup B.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Are you worried?
I mean, a little, yeah. They're not looking good today.
Because they also missed a 2 chest, right? Or they missed a 3 chest on one of the dungeons early on.
Yeah, so they missed the 3 chest in the academy, but then they ended up 2 chests in the 20, which is pretty crazy. So they did catch up on that. And I think it's interesting that they're looking bad in the Uldaman, right? We talked about them being so good in the Uldaman. Right?
I mean, they were the best team in Uldaman in season 2 by like an insignificant margin too.
And now it's the dungeon that they're struggling in. The exact dungeon where we kept talking them up and saying how good they are in this dungeon. So maybe they were too confident in it. Like, maybe they thought, okay, Uldaman is our dungeon. We don't have to practice it that much. We're just going to focus on the other dungeons. Maybe it was something like that.
Maybe they only practice it with cursed affixes like Raging.
Yeah, could be.
Dragon's Guild team, the first team to actually step foot in this Brackenhide Hollow. Although they notably don't have either the 22 Alcathar Academy or the 21 Uldaman done. So they're doing basically the keys that they feel like they can one-shot first, and then they'll go back for those chase or push keys after the fact. I think it's kind of an interesting strat, but I do think it makes a little bit of sense, just with like how this day works. I will say it does feel a little bit more like a strategy that you go for whenever there's eliminations on the table.
Yeah. I mean, I do think you definitely want to approach the whole day differently if you have eliminations. And I really wonder if the teams really thought all of this through, like without the elimination. Like, obviously there's less pressure on them, and at the end of the day, they just want to do all of the keys as high as possible. But I wonder if they like really thought it through completely and being like, hey, because technically speaking, they could just stick to one dungeon to the highest key level that they know they can do and then move on, unless they want to hide some sort of high key level strategy. But a lot of teams just kind of set on a key and move to a different dungeon, which there's no real point in doing that unless it somehow helps out with your mental somehow, or with, you know, maybe you get just tired of a key and you want to do something else. But usually having something fresh in your mind seems to be more beneficial, at least to me. So the fact that the teams are switching from a dungeon to another one, even though they clearly could do a higher key in the previous dungeon, is certainly a little bit weird to me with this new no elimination rule. What do you think?
I think you're spot on. I will say also, I bet Mandatory is probably the team that put the most thought into it, because if you remember TGP in Season 2, they got eliminated on day 1 because they depleted some Vortex Pinnacle that...
True.
If they timed, they would have been like in first place by a mile, but instead they missed a key that they had like 3 chests, and so they weren't able to like get all the points on the board, so then they got eliminated. So there's just like a lot different of texture for how the TGP is supposed to look without a limbs. I also think a big thing is like using your overtime period well. That's a big one for no limbs.
Oh yeah, that's actually a good point, because usually... Oh, Minotaur actually wiping! Oh no, this was their Bloodlust pull.
Wait, what?
Oh, and it snapped to the entrance. That's it. I think they're gonna be...
Alright, we go again.
Going
That's
out.
fine.
That's actually a little bit of a big time loss for them. So, because they were in there for a while.
Their Ember on split was pretty fast. They were posturing to still be like 2 minutes under the timer, which is...
Yeah.
It's quite surprising considering they had 5 deaths.
Yeah, I think even 7. The end there. For that last wipe.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think their time are actually looking really good.
No more deaths. Those are the rules. Deaths are banned.
What do you think about so the Frost Mage in Brackenhide? Of course, it is for the last boss to be able to finish off the totems, but I did see some live keys being done on 21s where the mages were playing fire. Because I'm mainly thinking about Sanguine here, right? Because Frost Mage Sanguine combo is a little bit of a, you know, not ideal.
I think Alive is a little bit different, because like if you really want to, you can like zone. Okay, so like one of the TGP rules, and it's not necessarily talked about a ton, but we do kind of have to bring it up in this context. Is like you're not allowed to zone out the keys. You're also not allowed to like change your spec. So fire would probably be optimal for the first half of this dungeon, and then after Tree Mouth, which is like a checkpoint update, you would like port out of the dungeon and then like change your spec then to Frost. And I think that would probably be optimal if we allowed teams to zone out. However, teams aren't allowed to zone out in a TGP format. So, pages per hour is a healing gut shot. The gut shot's health is rapidly ascending as opposed to decreasing.
Speaking of Sanguine.
Yeah, so that's the Frost Mage's fault. If he was playing fire, that would not have happened. Anyways.
I do think I saw... I think it was even Hearthjacks. I'm not 100% sure. But I think I saw them play fire on a live key that they uploaded on YouTube, like a video.
Yeah.
On a pretty high key. I'm not 100% sure. Now that he say it, I'm not sure if the Evoker went Devastation, because that is also something that we've seen a few times.
On live, your healer would stop being a healer too. Like your healer would then swap into a mood kit. Like being able to zone out and like drop a bunch of specs just changes the texture of this key a lot. And fire is actually not too bad at killing the totems if they're saving SKB procs. But in terms of consistency, especially if you have to play like one spec for the entire dungeon, it's just got to be that Frost Mage with the Ray of Frost. I don't think you really have too much of a choice.
Yeah, makes sense.
Dude, Sangwin's last ride is healing Pedro's Power's boss by 70 million or whatever it was.
You see
Where's
match
Echo in
on-
the AA right now?
Good point. Production.
Hopefully they're not still resetting that dungeon, because they had to reset that dungeon like 3 or 4 times.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, 1008 cross split.
1008.
Oh, wow, that's really fast, actually.
Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, that's actually very, very good. Wow. That's the same time as Jatno's guild team in a 21. Like the same split. That's pretty crazy. If they can keep this up, even like they have the 1 death on the board. If they can keep this up, that would be really good for them for, as we talked about earlier, the tiebreakers in case it does happen, if we don't see any 23 academies.
1008 is like a really, really sick time for Croth, too, because then that lets you get like an optimal second lust. And then say you're actually pushing up against the timer, then you're able to get that that additional lust at like that 32:15 mark.
No, they're not going out, are they? Really? They have to reset? Wow.
What happened? Did Kira die? This is like the 4th time they've wiped it at at past 15 minutes in this dungeon. What happened?
Wow, this is also like a little bit concerning that they have to even zone out after something like this, right? Like, because I think the other 20s that we've seen from other teams, they were so fast, or they were so much faster that having like a little bit of a problem. Oh, we have a replay, so there we go. They gathered up onto the Emberon pool here. Ooh, Kira did
dies
go
to
down.
melees while gathering. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, and this is a reset though. Interesting. What do you think about
Oh,
this?
Miscount now implementing a 10-minute break. Is that the tilt break?
I don't. Maybe, yeah, very possible.
I mean, they have to spend 10 minutes of break in the next 40 minutes, but like
Yeah.
does make me wonder if it's
But
like,
do
dude,
you
I am
think
so
that
tilted.
if this happens, like this is the start of a pool, right? Do you think if mandatory, for example, on the 20 has this gather up wipe, do you think they reset? I think they can still time. No, I feel like miscount maybe a little bit slow if this is a reset for them on a 20.
I'm kind of questioning as to whether or not this warlock is going to be required for this Ultimon now. Now, if
I think
mandatory
so
is
as
able to
well.
time the key, if mandatory is able to time the key 1 key level higher with 5 deaths, and missed counts assessment of the situation is that we're wiping, or that we're not able to actually time this key on 1 key level down, I think that this warlock is looking more and more required for this dungeon, or they're going to need to rehash their route in some capacity.
So, I mean, do you really think that a team can adjust their warlock on the fly like that?
No.
I also don't think so. Right? Like,
I think the issue.
even not
I think
for
the issue is the
tomorrow
first
either,
pull.
I don't think. Yeah, the issue is I think the issue is the whole dungeon, because you're missing out on the mage barrier, you're missing out on the mage disrupts. I mean, of course, you get a lot more blasphemy stuns, but the fact that you cannot practice it at all, like you can practice on live servers, but who has like a fully geared warlock on live servers? Just
Does
to be able
Hearthjacks
to
just
play
have
like
a
that.
warlock lying around? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the first pull of the basically Nagura's talking about a couple things. So first off, practice during finals weekend. You're not allowed to practice the dungeons. The dungeons are closed for practice in between the days. So you're not able to completely reinvent strats. You can go in M0s and kind of do walkthroughs and stuff like that, and that does help a little bit. Not the biggest thing though. You don't get like any real world practice. The second thing is too, like, the route that they would have to do is so vastly different than one with a mage, and there's a level of safety that you no longer have by removing that mage that you otherwise would have. Because, like, look at Mandatory on Bromac right here. This is a fight that is much harder with a warlock than it is with a mage, and so then you'd have to, like, without having a lot of practice and preparation to be able to play that warlock in there, is AJ going to be ready to play with with that warlock in this dungeon?
Yeah. I think that's going to be a little bit difficult to adapt. I think that's something you only do if you really think it's going to be super necessary for 1 extra key level. If you think you can do 1 key level higher because of it, then yeah.
I saw Dragon's guild team zoning out of a Braconine. I
Yeah.
couldn't figure out why, and our producer just types in chat, Dragon's guild team pulled a Dratnos and didn't open a cage before the boss, so they reset.
Yeah, But I was like, okay, that is funny that they forgot to open a cage.
Dude, I've been
But then at
there.
the same time, that's a reset on an 18? Like, to me,
Well,
an 18
it's a
is like
reset if
an
you're-
easy 2 chest and a not doable 3 chest, right?
Oh, I guess the question is, can you
So-
3-chest it?
I mean, I would say no. Well,
Well,
good question. Because if you
I don't
can
know.
barely 3-chest it, then it makes sense to reset. But if you can't 3-chest and it's an easy 2-chest, then the reset makes no sense, right? I mean, we've
I
seen
agree.
a 20 2-chested before, so I guess an 18 3-chested wouldn't be that out of the ordinary.
I actually don't think it's 3-chestable since the only 2-chest is a 16 anyways. So maybe it's the 2-chest from the 1-chest is what they were worried about. It does seem like kind of like a weird reset. Now that
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it a bit longer.
Maybe the cage that they didn't open was really far away. Maybe it was the healer cage at the very start or something.
I could believe
Thought
that. And they were
he
all
clicked
standing.
it, but
They were
then
all standing in
didn't.
the. They're all standing in the boss room too. This is like kind of awkward.
Yeah.
They're just like wait for the boss. They're like, where's the boss, bro? Dude, mandatory's Bromax split is insane. You need to have Sentinel Talandras pulled by 9:30 to time the key. Like that's pacing to time the dungeon. And mandatory is gonna have Sentinel Talandras pulled by 8:20. Like what in the world?
So mandatory
They're so
did actually
fast.
reset their 21 before, right? And on the reset
Yes.
key, their Bromax split was 8:35 and now it's 7:51. So they're actually a lot faster than even their first run here. So they were really
you're
fast
crushing this.
there already. So that's pretty crazy. We also have a really fast split for Echo here as they're about to finish off Vaximus in their 22 Algathar Academy bottom left side. Let's take a look.
Hey.
So
Pages per hour whenever they were in this 22, I want to say they were like 1930. So it looks like Echo is like a pretty substantial amount behind that, or under that rather. I'll say behind that. Or
yeah,
ahead
they
of
have
that,
the
I
fastest
guess.
split so far in the 22, so they're really quick. The second fastest was mandatory with 1909, Echo 1855. So yeah, I'm definitely looking super good here for Echo in this academy run. And we just saw a dungeon finish off as well. Which one was it?
You saw
didn't see
who
either.
finish up a dungeon? Sorry.
I don't know. I saw a dungeon finish. Maybe I imagined it as well. Oh,
Pedro's finished up
okay.
dungeon. Okay. Ooh, Frosty dying to melees from the War Scourge. Apparently Pedro's missed the 3 chests by 5 seconds in Brackenhide. Interesting.
Oh.
Some
Well, that means it's definitely doable.
the 16, yeah.
Yeah, because the Dreadnoughts Guild team also missed it by 6-7 seconds, I guess.
Yeah. So then the 18 is probably the 2 chests of the 18 is probably on the table.
Yeah, it's on the table, but like it's probably gonna be somewhat easy. And 3 chesting
Yeah.
is not gonna be doable, I guess. If the
Still
3
is-
chests on the 16 was so close.
Still does make you question as to why they reset the over their cage.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, it must
We're
have been the first
circling
cage
back
then.
a little bit.
Must
Yeah.
have been like a really long run or something.
Yeah, something ridiculous. All right, top right, Madge. You're going to be able to time this 19 Oldemon. Not the fastest Oldemon we've seen, but they do have 6 deaths. So
Yeah.
it's about them being able to clean up those mistakes. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get that 2 chest on that 19. The only team that we've actually seen 2 chests the 19 was mandatory. Not a lot of teams are going to be able to 2 chest that dungeon. I think that's like a Warlock special. Might just be only a mandatory thing, anyways. So Madge here now has a pretty easy decision for them to make. I think that they're going back to this Oldemon and going to be able to put up a 20 before then making their way into Brackenhide Hollow.
Yeah, I think so as well. We do see Pedro's on the bottom left now at 18 after unfortunately missing the +3 in the 16 by a couple of seconds. But Pedro's also looking good. I mean, Pedro's just doing really well, yeah?
So Pedro still has 10 minutes of break timer to take. And notably, they can only take it within the next 32 minutes. Now, this is an 18.
They're fine.
So it should be fine. But it would be really bad if they had to bail on this Brackenhide 30 some odd minutes in because they had like a wipe or something like that, right?
Yeah, but it's fun. Like the dungeon timer of the Oldemon of the Brackenhide is 32?
35.
Is it 35?
Yeah.
Okay, 35. Yeah, so even if they get to the end of the timer, they're still fine, right? So
Like in theory, they should be fine, but it's
they just have to remember to take it immediately as soon as.
yes. Oh my gosh,
But
that
yeah,
would be
we
so.
think it's more gonna be like a +2, so they're probably gonna be done
20, 28, something like that, right?
27.
Yeah.
So they have time.
All right. Madge taking their final 10 minutes of break as well. So that'll be pretty good.
Let's see if Mandatory also improved their Talandras timer. The last time we saw them in this dungeon in this 21, they had 13:42 and now 12:35, a minute quicker, more than a minute. Wow, this is a run that Mandatory's on here. This is some crazy run. Let's see if they can do this pull though.
I'm questioning as to whether or not the 22 is doable while
me
I'm watching
too
this
at this
21.
point.
This is quite swift.
Yeah, and then you have to
gosh.
wonder if once the other teams see how fast Mandatory is here, do they actually think they have to switch to Warlock? Because if Mandatory can do a 22 in this dungeon, while the non-Warlock teams cannot, that would be a super big disadvantage, of course. One team that I could see maybe adapting to it would be Echo. Right?
Gingy pretty well known for
Gingy?
playing everything.
Yeah, I don't think I've Gingy ever see. Did you ever see Gingy play Warlock?
We've probably seen it. Dude, it's been so long. He's competed in so many MDIs and TGPs. I'm sure he's played Warlock. It's more of a question of like when was the last time he played it realistically.
Yeah. I do not. The Tragnans always played Warlock or Echo.
I think Clicks played it the most recent MDI too.
Oh, Clicks as well. True.
Okay, so Echo in the top right here doing an absolutely massive pull with all these Invokers, all these Echo Knights. If they're able to get through this pull, then they should be able to have this 22 in the bag and have it pretty clean in terms of timer. Xaylia, not even in human form, not even healing, just sitting in that chicken form, pressing Starfire. The closest a Moonkin has gotten to a key this entire season.
Yeah, this is such a incredibly clean and swift run by Echo. This is actually kind of crazy. They're 24:30 into the dungeon. They're still not even over the 2 chest timer, and this is the second to last pull they're doing. Once they finish this off, they're going to be pulling the rest of the trash onto their Gosa, and this is just such a fast run by Echo.
Yeah, a lot of this pull comes down to like really good CC coordination. And look at that, the Incap Roar actually got cycled to a second time in this pull, and the Ring of Frost is even coming out to try to cancel as many of those missiles as possible, even getting more things like Upheaval, rotating back into a Silent Sigil, rotating back into a Misery. Echo looks really solid. This pull would wipe basically everybody's pug, but for this world-class team in Echo, they were able to get this dealt with in a 22 even, and they're actually keeping that Restore. Mira is actually microing that Restore to be very far from him to make sure it's not going to walk up and melee him as it drops out of the MC. A really good presence of mind from this Echo squad.
All right, so the timer to beat, the fastest timer we've seen, the world record 22 from Mandatory is a 30 minutes and 11 seconds clear. Let's see if Echo can get close to that or even beat it. Looks like they are taking it a little bit slow here, not gathering up the rest of these Echo Knights into the boss, at least not yet.
It's also spiteful, so the remainder of this trash is, taking them a little bit. Oh, they're actually... Oh, dude, you see that off to the side? They actually did something that was really smart. They had a mob on that patrol rooted, and they sleptwalked one of the Invokers out of the pat. Because the pat's mobs aren't linked, and so they rooted it to stop the patrol, and then Clicks walked over and was sleepwalking it out to be able to get bonus count. So really good heads-up play for Echo to be able to try to get the remainder of their count that they're going to need for this dungeon.
Yeah, so someone in chat... I was thinking about this too. Like, someone in chat suggested that Gingy could play Invoker and Clicks could play Warlock. And I was thinking that, but then you're switching 2 players to a different role that you haven't practiced. Of course, Clicks can just tell Gingy exactly what he's doing when, but not being able to practice this and playing a completely different class that you haven't practiced at all would be definitely pretty sketchy, even for Echo to adapt to on the fly.
Evoker in the TGP is a little bit weird to play. Pedro's per hour actually having incorporate go off. But anyways, as I was saying, Evoker in TGP is a little bit weird to play. Like you're asked to do so much, and I think that having the player switch up who's playing Evoker between runs is not really something you're likely to see.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think that like Evoker in particular, especially in such a high level gameplay, like it's just very particular where you use your buffs exactly.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people make fun of Evoker a little bit as it is like people assume that it's like an easy class to play. But on super high level coordinated groups, it's actually pretty hard when it comes to like remembering. Like you have like, it's basically like a choreography where you have to really know when you're buffing what. And yeah, it can become pretty complicated, especially with all of these utility spells that we have. But Mirrors does go down. Raka, unfortunately, that means the Restore is going to be coming out of that mind control, so I have to watch out for the melee hits. Mirrors getting back up here, being able to mind control it again in just a moment. But this might, if Mirrors lost some damage here, they might not be able to get that timer beat from Mandatory again. It was 30... 11.
30. Okay, 30-11. Okay, yeah.
They have to beat.
I don't know if 30-11 is in the cards, but I do think that they're going to be 30-30, which is fine. Like even if you're within 20 seconds, yeah, I mean you can beat out a team by over 20 seconds in future runs. We're kind of looking at time tiebreakers already really early. It's insane that we're even thinking about that on the Friday. Just like, oh, how important is this dungeon? Because these teams are really unlikely to go back and rerun an Alg Academy for time tiebreaker, right?
I do think it's possible that we see that at the very, very end. But then they would have to be desperate to not be able to get any other points. We'll see, though. Mandatory in the top left, now they're fighting 21 Emberon. They're actually really fast at Emberon. On the 20, they were doing a really good job skipping the last phase.
You need Emberon killed off by 24 minutes.
Yeah,
So
this is insane.
They're quite fast to be considering that. I'm a believer in the 22. The more that I'm watching this, but again, it's going to come down to Talandris and Bromok. Like, are both of those? Also, the pull that's after Talandris that they're doing with Lust, like on a higher in a 22, are they even going to be able to get like the last Lust of the dungeon, because they're pressing that Lust at like the 1330, 1340 mark? And if Talandris ends up being like, say they kill Talandris off at like 1435, you know, that might be fine to time the dungeon, but if they've delayed their Lust for too long, then what?
Yeah, this is interesting. One thing I do want to note as well is that just how much damage this 21 already does. I mean, look at Emberon here. How much damage these AoEs do. So dropping to 5% HP with defensive stunning as well. I mean, I do think Emberon is the least of their issues on a 22. There's other bosses who are much more scary than this one. But still. Also the last boss as well. I mean, Chrono Lord Deos can be hard on a high key level. Bromek obviously too. And that first trash ball? No. Wait. Oh my god. For a second I thought the boss reset. Oh my god. We've seen that before.
That was serious anxiety in Nagura's voice there. I was just like, what just happened? It's like, well, you had me on my edge of my seat just like looking around like I missed something. I was like, what just happened?
Alright, Echo finishing the academy 30-42. It looks like the timer was. So definitely not as fast as Mandatory, but ooh, Pedro's wiping on their 18. Are they resetting? Are they going again? They're thinking about it. Oh, town portal.
Town portal.
Okay, so that means they definitely want this 2 chest, right? Because this key, I think, is definitely still doable on an 18, but they would be missing out on a 2 chest. So I guess
I think you probably want the 2 chest, yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. That makes sense.
Oh, Pedro's now has to take their break, don't they?
That as well.
I didn't really consider that. Okay. Mandatory in this 21 Oldemon. This is a very dangerous pull. You see they have these this golem here. They're doing a really good job of making sure that they're staying line of sight of the golem every single time. They're also using Curse of Curse of Weakness on this golem to make sure it's doing less damage to Skylark. Skylark already procced his cheat death. Probably still has his cheat death trinket available if I had to guess, but no longer having that cheat does make some of these pulls a bit more scary, especially on setup, because that's when Venge can die, is on setup of pulls.
Yeah, we can see the Academy splits now in the bottom left.
Ooh. What's Frosty doing? Look at this. Ornstone's back to the pack. I think this is how you get Sanguine on Gutshot, by the way, is all of this trash that Dreadnought skill teams pulled into this boss.
Yeah, it's interesting because we've seen so many different struts in Brackenhide, and even now in a global final, it looks like teams are not agreeing, right? Because sometimes during TGP or during MDIs, you will see different struts from the teams initially because, of course, they're keeping it a secret. But then eventually, after like the second or third weekend, teams kind of adapt to someone's strategy where they're thinking, or they like a combination of 2-3 different team strategies, where then all the teams agree, it's like, okay, this is the fastest, and then they all play that. And we've seen that in some other dungeons this TGP as well. But in the Brackenhide, no one really agrees what the quickest strat is.
Dude.
We see some teams pull Stink
Oh my god, Stove
Breath.
and Hopeful just lost their lust, too.
Oh, to a clap.
Yeah,
That
they
is
both died
not
to
ideal.
the clap from the golem. It looked like the golem was just like barely in line of sight of both Hopeful and Stove. Losing both their lusts like that is really bad. They do still have Infernal and Void Eruption, which is, you know, that is maybe the best case scenario for losing your lust, but that's still really bad for them.
And I think this is a pool that they wiped to last time where they had to reset their 21. So being able to still recover this would be super crucial for them, because having to do this dungeon a third time because they wipe on the same pool twice will be horrible. We've seen that happen to Miscount. Miscount, they're actually in the 20 again. Because they went on a break, right? After the last reset.
Yeah.
I thought they had to reset again.
They've been struggling a little bit today. Just gonna keep it honest. Their ALG was like pretty good. Being able to 2-chest the 20 was fine. Like they made up for all the mistakes that they had whenever they weren't able to 3-chest the 18. But really, really tough time seeing this Ultimon. Like, fortunately enough, they do still have, nearly 10, like a bit over, like almost 11 and a half hours over the remainder of the weekend. But they're going to really have to get into gear if they want to be able to win this TGP.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely can't be tilting either, because obviously having to reset keys so early on when you can do much higher key levels than this must be frustrating for them, especially knowing that they're falling behind already on the first day. So they need to have a strong mental to be able to not have that affect them. And to be fair, I think Miscount is also, like, from the most favorite teams coming into this weekend, which, we thought that Mandatory, Miscount, and Echo are like the top 3 teams coming in. I think Miscount definitely is the team that has like the least experienced players from those 3 teams. So
Yeah.
maybe like getting affected mentally if something doesn't go right on the first day could be causing some issues for them. Maybe if they're not so used to the competition. But Mandatory, they did have another death on Stoth there at the very end, but it looks like they can finish off the pool. Looking at the timer, they're for sure still fine. But yeah, that pool definitely seems very dangerous.
Well, dude, they're a minute and a half faster than some other teams' Emberon split in a 20. Like, I think, dude, Mandatory is posturing to be able to time this key on a 22 very comfortably. And if they continue to play like this across the weekend, I mean, this might just be Mandatory's tournament to take. Like, Dragonflight and I were talking about it before you joined, and we were kind of speculating that all of these teams were going to be within 1 point or have a time tiebreaker, and Mandatory looks like right now the only team that could time this dungeon on a 22. And so that could be that 1 point. Like, if Mandatory is just that much faster than all the other teams in this dungeon, But I mean, obviously, there's a lot more dungeons to be ran. There's a lot of weekends still ahead of us, and it's still unclear as to whether or not this dungeon is doable in 22. But this pacing is so fast.
Yeah, it's incredibly fast. I do wonder, though. I mean, is the 22 possible just from like a difficulty perspective? Because
It's a good question.
these trash pulls and the bosses seem absolutely insane on 21 already. So I'd be super scared about 22. Echo now also in the Bracken height on the bottom left after finishing off their 22. Notably, Echo did not go and do the 21 Alderman. They're also the team that don't run this Warlock. So they also were not 2-chesting the 19 like Mandatory did. So they maybe, I mean, I think it makes sense for Echo to go Bracken height, knowing that they potentially don't have the best strategy or comp or route for Alderman. Even just leaving it like this, right? Because like if you're in the tournament, right, and you pay attention to what the other teams are doing, and you realize, oh, Mandatory just 2-chested a 90, or even just noticing that they play Warlock, which I'm sure they did notice at this point.
They already probably know that, yeah. With taking their breaks, even if they just glance at the stream, they'll be like, oh, they're playing Warlock.
Yeah, and seeing that, you could think, okay, you don't know if it's better or not, but it could potentially be better than what you're doing. So not spending any more time in the dungeon where you potentially have a worse route or comp, I think makes a lot of sense, right? Because you could just like spend your time in Bracken out here, try to get this key as high as possible, and then maybe on your second break, or maybe even for tomorrow, until tomorrow, you can decide, you know what, we're going to look at what Mandatory is doing, see if we can somehow feasibly adjust to this route if it's better than ours.
The route is like a big deal too, but the class I think is the concerning part. I just don't know if there's I don't know if the route that Mandatory is doing is playable by Mage. Dragon's Guild team in the bottom right comfortably 2-chesting this key too, though. Kind of like you and I were talking about earlier. Seems like it's pretty easily 2-chestable. So maybe they didn't have to reset that cage. Maybe they did. It's really hard to tell.
You know what?
Yeah,
this is big. This is such a big conversation that I feel like we have to bring in 2 more casters to be part of it, because we're getting towards the end of the day, right? Yeah, we're over halfway through the day, so let's bring Makes and Zyronic on. We'll give Nagura and Tuttles a break as well, but if they want to stay around, I mean, now I feel like now that we've seen the day go this far, right? I mean, we still have 4 out of our 6 teams without a Brackenhide timed, and obviously 2 of those teams are in it right now, so that's going to change soon. But, do we feel like we see a strat developing around, how much do we just straight up ignore one of the dungeons here? I'll throw it over to you first, Zyronic.
Well, first of all, well, what do we
Take a
have
breath.
here? We've got some Morlocks. I was gonna
Good comps.
about
Good
this.
comps.
I was gonna come up with a good way to gloat about this, but I didn't really work it out past the well part.
I just love that clip. That's just one of my favorite clips of all time. Well, we've got some Warlocks. I feel like I just need to run that in any raid I'm in where there's some Warlocks in there. Just have that on a soundboard. Somebody make that for me.
It's kind of nice, though, because we've had so many people dooming about God Comp. Having something in to shake it up a little bit is kind of nice, and it's it's for
totally.
good reason too, right? It's actually a really, really, really solid pick in specifically these 2 keys. Where the way that you pull this Ultimate, I'm sure they've been talking about it for the past couple hours, with the massive pull styles that you do, and notably the fact that there isn't necessarily just one main target that you're focusing the entire time. It really lends itself super nicely to these pulls, and I'm glad that these teams were prepped for it. It's actually really nice to see multiple teams realizing it's just a better pick.
I mean, the question is, do the other teams kind of adapt as well, right? DGT and Mandatory in these dungeons looking very good in that Uldaman, specifically on the Warlock. We're seeing Mandatory in that 21 would be the first one that we are seeing thus far to be completed. Do the other teams bring the Warlock tomorrow? Do they have that prepared? Is that something they can tag into? We were talking about kind of the potential of Echo maybe doing it, as they're known to be really good with adapting strategies. But for them, we think 2 players would need to switch class. So it's a lot that goes into it for sure.
Yeah. And it's not like the Warlock is necessarily the hardest class to play, right? When you go look at like one of the POVs of the players streaming their POV right now, so like for instance, you go to Hopeful's stream, who's playing the Warlock for Mandatory, you'll notice that the only time he presses different buttons is at the start of the pull, right? You go into a pull, you throw a Havoc out, you start immolating targets to generate rolling Havoc stacks so you do more damage, and then once your immolates are out, you just press Rain of Fire for like the next minute straight until the pack dies. It's not the hardest spec to play. The hardest thing is playing around the spec, right?
Yes, so
Yes.
you need to pull differently in some occasions. You need to bring different defensives. Warlock can bring other utility that you might want to use. So there is some more that goes in there, and we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on how that works. Just a quick note, we just saw the graphic. All of our teams have their breaks taken. They would have had 10 more minutes to lock them in, but we're very happy that for day 1, everyone is safe.
Getting those in early. No last minute scares for any of our teams here. Love to see it. Maybe we should just stop talking about it again, because for the first few TGPs it wasn't really a conversation topic we really had to have, because we kind of just expected the teams to do it. Thanks for that, Mandatory. But yeah, getting all the breaks done. Love to see it. And we can worry about pushing the high keys, which we're going to see a lot of at the end of the day. We've already seen the world record Algathar Academy. Mandatory are creeping ever closer to this world first 24 Uldaman. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it would be world first. I'd have to check on that again, but still an incredibly
24?
difficult game
Are you in the
nonetheless.
future? 21.
21. Did I say 24? 21.
That would be insane, but
I saw the
we'll
4
take
deaths
the
and it must
21.
have just broken my brain. But this boss dies very soon here, and more than a minute left on the timer. Just have to live one last frontal on the tank and maybe one more AoE, and they're going to get this done. So looks like that's going to be the first 21 on the board for Mandatory, and that is a massive key time for them.
It absolutely is beautiful to see that Uldaman done, but with 1 minute on the clock that is open and 4 deaths. I'll ask you the same question I've been pestering Nagura and Dratnos with. Is the 22 on the table?
No. Absolutely not.
Like, no chance?
There is not a single chance that they're going to be heading into a 22. Obviously, I would like to see them attempt it, but to specifically talk about why I'm so confident that it's not possible, it kind of comes down to the boss that Miscount is attempting right now. Sentinel Talandris has so much just raw damage that it does to the group in terms of one-shot potential. It is incredibly difficult to live to this boss. As if on cue, thank you, Hearthjax, for showing off how difficult it is to live this boss. That Earthen Shards, the initial damage it does, it will one-shot people on its own, not taking into account the dot damage after the fact, unless you have something pretty significant pre-prepared. And that's not even taking into account the damage buff that the boss stacks on himself throughout the fight. So the biggest problem is there's no cast time for that ability too. It just targets someone, instantly bolts them. So it's really, really, really difficult to live through that boss, let alone on the 21, let alone adding in the 10% extra damage on top of that. So I mean, it's possible, but that is like the stretchest of stretch goals to go for.
All right, I will accept that as an answer. It wasn't 100% no, and I think that's the best I can get with that 22. I still would really like to see teams do it, just because it would be absolutely insane. But speaking of, we've been seeing Miscount kind of have a lot of trouble in this dungeon particularly. Early on, they were kind of, just shortly struggling in the Algathar Academy. Then that 20 plus 2 came through. They still have that unrealized on the board, and they're currently trying to realize one of these potentials right now with that 20 Uldaman, and it's just been costing them a lot of mental fortitude from what we've been seeing. They've been here for so long. Do you think at some point you just say, okay, we need a break from this dungeon and maybe go into the Brackenhide instead, where we know they can do well?
That's a tough question. I mean, considering they still have the 22 Algathar to go for, that definitely brings an extra layer of problem solving to the equation. The fact of the matter is, if they are the team we expect them to be, they're going to have to get this key done at some point. So it's just a question of now versus later. And you know, from a pure logic standpoint, it's better to do it now while it's fresh in your mind. You have to remember these teams have been practicing probably nonstop for the past 2 or 3 weeks at this point, and at some point you're going to have spells where things just don't go right for you in a key, and you have to play through it. And that's one of the things that makes our best teams the best teams, is because they don't get tilted easily, and they're able to go back in and just play well. I think Missed Count is capable of doing that. Yeah, they've been in here for a while at this point, but this happens to the best of the teams. They just got to get through it and get the key done.
Well, we now got final confirmation that that 21 was a world record key, and you can see it on a little overlay bottom left field right side. 2 world records for mandatory on our day 1 already is definitely a very, very big step in the right direction, and maybe already a good kind of threat towards the other team, saying we have come here to play, and we're going to absolutely try our best all throughout this weekend. You better keep up. Thus far, looking really good in that first spot, but we have some other teams as well, talking about Echo, Madge, Pedros, and of course DGT in here. I think DGT for me throughout the day have been the most surprising in how well they've been doing, but Pedros has to be like a close second for sure. How do you feel about those two?
Yeah, both of them have definitely been playing higher than my expectations for them, which is not to say I thought they would perform poorly, but I expected to see a little bit more hiccups along the way based off of how they played in the group stages. And like you said, both of them have been very strong today. You know, getting the 22 Algathars done for both of them. Even Missed Count hasn't done that yet. They've been struggling in that Ultimon for a while, like we just talked about. But getting other scores on the board as well, right? That's pretty important for them to get done. So we'll have to see if they can keep it up. I mean, it's going to be important to also go for time as well. Pedro's had a pretty rough time in that Algathar 22. But obviously time is the secondary of the tiebreakers, right? We have to get the highest keys done first. But they've shown that they're capable of doing the high key, right? We know that the 22 Algathar is theoretically the cap of that key. Maybe there's some way you can get it done to do the 23, but like, again, similar to the 21 Ultimon, that's a pretty large stretch goal to go for. And not only is just living the bosses on that key level difficult, they're also going to run into timer issues on that level too.
Yeah, I agree. I think, so what I've been saying is I think people or teams might be running back into the Algathar Academy on 22 if it comes down to like the time tiebreaker situation. So day 3, you know, like all of the points that are up on the leaderboard that teams could realize are kind of really hard to do in progress keys. So then you go for the time tiebreaker and you just try to run the same key but faster to maybe pull ahead there. I think the Algathar Academy is probably a key where we'll be seeing that, because even mandatory, despite having the world record in that key in terms of timer, they had 1 death. So there's definitely potential to be even faster still.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the interesting thing for Dragonflight's guild team is that the Warlock should theoretically be a time gain in the key for them. The question is whether or not the safety is there with that class, because you're removing a lot of stops that can be used in the middle of the pull. You're removing the mass barrier, maybe a little bit of extra intellect on your healer for some safety. There's a lot of give and take with that spec swap, and I'm sure that's something we'll be covering throughout the entire weekend as Warlock continues to be used in some of these keys.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really curious which of the teams comes back tomorrow, because of course we are approaching kind of towards that end of the day. There is still a little bit over 1 hour to start those final runs, and they will try to push up keys for as long as we let them. But maybe there's a world where you just say, okay, we'll focus on the Ultimon, we'll focus on the Algathar Academy, and we'll push up the Bracken. We'll focus on the Bracken and we'll push up the Ultimon as far as we can go. But maybe we won't try to go into that 21 just yet if we don't have that Warlock prepared. I think that's very well reasonable, but then at the same time you have to deal with this Bracken height. And looking at Echo, top right corner, we already see 2 deaths on that 16. Of course, it's only a 16, but this dungeon can be quite scary as well.
It definitely can be, and looking at their timer here, we saw that, I believe it was Pedro's per hour, barely didn't 3-chest the 16 Bracken height, 5 seconds off. They had more time than Echo has heading into the last boss here, so Echo definitely won't be 3-chesting this, I dare say, although in the past when I've said Echo can do something, usually they're pretty good at doing it. But 2 minutes on a boss?
The reverse caster jinx.
I don't think they're going to be getting this 3 chest. I think it's going to be close, just like it was for Pedro's. Maybe not as close. Now, to be fair, no. Thinking about it, Pedro's did have to pull trash on top of the boss as well and make sure they cleave it down. Notably, they had to kill the ad before they killed the boss, because the last thing you wanted to happen was have the trash still be alive as the boss was in its death animation where it stuns everyone in the group. So
Sanguine, right?
there was a little bit of sanguine healing.
Pedro's?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a chance. I think 130, if you're looking at the boss's health right now for Echo, they might get that +3. If they can really like conjure up the damage, and this is Echo we're talking about. I know they've been looking not as threatening throughout today, but if there's one thing these guys can absolutely do, it's just damage from hell. And so I think there's probably still a chance. 1 minute to go, a little bit more than that, 50% boss HP.
How many
On a
trinkets
16
are there?
fortified.
By trinkets, I mean, like, little gadgets that they use to blow up totems. If they're actually playing full DPS, there might be a possibility. They are playing full DPS. They have, like, none of those gadgets we were talking about. Almost no Balorloses, no Codexes. They're just playing full damage in this key, but at this point, the damage cooldowns have run out. Actually, you just saw Genji use Ray of Frost on the boss, just going full boss damage here. Knows he doesn't have to use that to kill off the totems here, but out of the 2-minute cooldowns, you can see their boss damage has really fallen off a cliff here. The boss has really only lost 10% of his HP in the last 20 seconds, and that's not the pace they need to be on. They need to be going at least 1% per second here in order to potentially finish this boss off. I feel like if you're going for the 3 chest, you actually just have to completely ignore this totem, and I don't think they can do that. They have to kill it. So yeah, this is just going to be a 2 chest for
Yeah,
Echo.
you're right. I had a dream, okay? But you're right. We're going to be over the timer just barely, just ever so barely. That Pedro was as well, reaching that borderline right now with 19% to go on the Catriarch. Same time though, we're looking below. Madge also reaching that timer right now, is not going to be able to 3 chest that key. And on the left hand side, Pedro, after they 2 chested that +16, are now back in here to try and push it up. Now, same question as for the Uldaman, Zyro. Where do you think we're going to be seeing this Brackenhide? Because notably, it is a little bit harder than the other 2 dungeons we've been seeing with the Sanguine involved and all of that.
This is actually a dungeon that we have a lot of precedent for, right? We had it in time trials, and then we also had it in both of our cup stages. And in every single one of those scenarios, we had 21s done with plenty of time left on the board. Tons of time. More time than you would need to potentially time a 22. The problem is, with the scaling that we've discussed over the past couple of weekends, with things having more and more HP and doing more and more damage, the difficulty of the key on 22, it just ramps up too much. In addition to that, one of the things the teams have been talking about in the 22 Brackenhide is that on 21, the totems are consistently able to be killed with all of the trinkets that you have. The Codexes from Razageth, the Balorlos trinkets. You have enough of those button presses that help you burst down extra totems outside of your cooldowns. On the 22, though, with the extra health that the totems have, in addition to that, the extra length of time spent on the boss leading to even more totems that you have to deal with, it's just too inconsistent. They can't consistently kill off the totems. You're kind of hoping for trinket crits on that point to make the totems easier for you to kill. So even if the 22 was possible, which I think it is that really the best use of your time to spend 30 minutes in a key to find out if you have good enough RNG to kill off the totems on the final boss? It's a rough question. If the teams think it's possible and consistent enough, maybe they could go for it. It also doesn't help that we have Sanguine as the affix in this key, because that's one of the bigger time loss affixes. You really have to be playing perfectly throughout the key, especially with a Frost Mage on Sanguine, because one bad Frost Nova or one bad Freeze proc and something gets healed to full, and you just kind of have to reset the key. So this is a tough key. I think 21 will be done by pretty much every single one of these teams, but 22 is, again, more of a stretch goal.
All right. Well, we'll see whether or not any of the teams feel confident enough. It's a little bit similar to No Code, right? Where a lot of that damage is not front-loaded, but rather at the end. Speaking of a dungeon where it's the reverse, though, DGD currently in that 22 Algothar Academy that we've been seeing in Group A, and of course today as well. 4 teams have already completed it. DGT would be the 5th one to do it today. Question is, can they be as fast as some of the other teams?
Gushing double kill for mandatory on Treemouth here. Little unfortunate, But fortunately, they had 2 battle reses that they could expend to res up both Mode and Hopeful here, so no battle reses
one
for
saw
the next
anything.
9 minutes in this 16. You would really hate to lose, 12 plus minutes of time here in a 16 if you're mandatory after putting 2 world records on the board. But with those 2 world records on the board, how upset could you really be, right? They've been playing pretty lights out, so one slight hiccup, we'll let them have that for now.
Yeah, we will. I mean, I think, all of the teams have taken their breaks, but I think similar to Echo, Mandatory is one of the teams in this competition with like the most pedigree on competitive dungeon running, whether it's MDI or TGP. So they're one of the teams who are really good with kind of shaking it off, even if something is not going the way they want it to, even if, there is some disharmony in the teams or keys are not going the way they want to. They've always been able to shrug it off, push it after the tournament, then resolve it, and just play as best as they can for the moment given. So I'm not too worried even if something should go wrong here, but I think they can absolutely still recover that plus 16.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just no more mistakes. Keep it clean from here on out, guys.
Exactly.
No more mistakes. We're good.
No pressure.
That's a big thing, though. So going back to the Brackenhide Hollow timer, the 3 chest is actually quite a big deal, especially when we consider that we think 21 is the cap, right? Because speaking of time allocation for the day, when you think about the progression of keys starting at 16, if you're able to 3 chest the 16, that gives you access to the 19, which then you can just 3 chest into a 21. That's just 3 keys done. 2 chesting the 16 gives you an 18, and if you're not 3 chesting the 16, you're definitely not 3 chesting the 18. So you're giving yourself an 18 that you then have to 2 chest for a 20, and then ideally you just plus 1 the 20 into a 21. That's one entire extra key that you have to do if you don't hit the 3 chest. That's why we're making such a big deal out of it. It was really unfortunate that Pedro's missed theirs by 5 seconds, because when you think back to Gutshot, they healed Gutshot by upwards of 50 million healing. If that Sanguine healing didn't happen, they had an easy 3 chest timer on the key. This is not going to go well for Mandatory. That's a full wipe on the board. And the question, okay, they did use the Savior to res themselves. Now, the 3 chest is probably out of the question with those deaths, but are they just going to continue the key and get the 2 chest?
Going to be seeing what they do. Looks like it. They put up a food. I think we're continuing this run.
Man.
Skylark is flying away to maybe set up this pole again. Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, looks
so the question is, if you're already in here for 15 minutes, do you really mind having to do another run that might be 20, right? It's just like a 5-minute difference rather than resetting, going again, and then that could also still cause problems. The only thing that's relevant is that we definitely need to make sure that we're still on the +2, right? Like, if anything else now goes wrong, and God forbid that happens, then it could be looking kind of scary towards that.
Yeah, it could. I mean, the only saving grace for them, and I don't know why I'm saying that's the only saving grace for them. They have 2. They
only have 2 world records.
Only 2 of them. Only both of them that are available. Maestine going down is going to be rough, though. That's a no battle res death. You can still finish this boss without the Augavoker. It's just going to take that much longer. Oh man. Well, 2 chests should still be very doable here. But the way they're playing, if they have any more major deaths, that might even be an issue for them. This is a confusing one to watch, because you expect a team to play this well, and then, like, this happens. It just kind of goes to show you, I mean, everyone is capable of having a bad key.
Sorry, I'm laughing, but my cat seems to be very opinionated about this run specifically.
Bigger Mike? Is that Ari?
Yapping.
Bigger Mike on Ari. Get him on broadcast.
Yeah.
What do they want to say?
Sorry, that's my cat. She's very passionate, Does not like 4 manning bosses, so yeah. I think she got her point through and clear. Thank you very much.
Not happy with the Evoker death. I wouldn't be either. Yeah, I mean, they still should be fine on the 2 chest. That's what we're worried about for them. Yes, they're going to have to do an extra key to get to the 21, but I think it's fine, right? They have an hour left in the day at this point, a little bit less. they'll still be able... Well, will they still be able to get to the 21? Maybe 10 more minutes in this key, say 25 minutes in another tweet. Maybe just barely able to get 3 more runs in after this one. They're going to have to make haste. They're going to have to go quickly to get that in if they want to get the 21 done today. I actually haven't really been checking with the rest of the teams. Where are we in terms of potential runs left for our other team? Dratnos Guild team now heading into the 21 Alcathar. If they're able to one-shot this, they might be able to get a bracket higher than another key off. See, is anyone else kind of up against the wall where they won't be able to get 2 more runs off after this?
I don't think so, right? It's still more than 50 minutes for them to do 2 dungeons. So any team that basically starts now, that might have been a consideration for mandatory, just thinking about it, by the way. If they were like, okay, if we reset now, we get 1 less run in today, then that was absolutely the correct decision to just keep on going and maybe lose out on 1 run. Where are we for Pedros? Yeah, see, they're finishing out as well. Should be within the timer easily if nothing goes wrong here. On their way to the Catriarch as well. Looking pretty good on that timer. 6 minutes and 30 to go for these 3 mobs that they have left there. And then the boss should be easily doable for Pedros.
100%, yeah, and if they're able to finish this off quickly, they can then get... They have time to do the 20 if they one-shot it and then do another key afterwards, so... The interesting thing for me about Pedros is they seemed pretty confident from what I know about them that 20 Oldemon was going to be like their cap on Fortified.
Oh.
What do we think about that, knowing now that Mandatory went in and did a 21 pretty easily, actually?
I mean, maybe they weren't thinking about the Warlock potentially. You know, sometimes teams, while they're considering different classes, they don't realize the full potential something has. And we have been seeing in past group and final events even, teams adapt from one day to another. So I do like that they just left it on the board as is and they're now in the Bracken height. So there's maybe a chance for them to kind of say like, oh yeah, maybe, you know, maybe we do want to try out the Warlock and see if we actually fare better. But chaos happening from Mandatory Zyros, Skylark down, Hopeful down, Stove is going to follow, and so is Maystine, as this 16 Brackenhide seems to be the bane of this team today.
I thought Mode might have gotten the Shadow Meld off there, but he didn't.
He
the
really tried,
managed to get him out.
Maystine is still alive. They did get a Savior off, no?
Yeah, maybe they did just barely get a Savior.
The rest of the team being this low,
crazy.
it probably was a Savior, yeah.
You are not supposed to be able to save that pull, but Mandatory somehow have done it. Okay, you know what? Actually, I think so. Savior shouldn't proc right until you're out of combat, but because Mode was actually very briefly out of combat in Shadow Meld and didn't get back
yeah,
in
that's
combat
when he placed it.
Until the War Scourge came back, they were able to get the Savior res off. Okay. Well,
I mean,
it looked like disaster.
For what it's worth.
But they've saved it somehow, randomly. We're going to be pushing up closer to the 2-chest timer on the 16 than I would. Oh no, Skylark goes down again!
No.
And there's just... Oh, they have a res now, but Momo died! Oh no, if this happened 5 seconds later, maybe they could have pulled it off. This is just brutal from them. Oh man. Is the 2-chest possible here? The run back is so long.
I'm really not sure if you want to continue playing this key, because if we're looking at the 16s, they're parking somewhere around that 21, 22 minute mark. So if anything, you want to port out now, restart it, and then try to get like 2 more keys in. It's going to be really tight on that timer, but I don't know about that 16 looking the way it does.
Did they get another Savior off? What's the cooldown on Savior? How does that thing work?
Yeah, we are getting pinged. There was another Savior. And honestly, that little gadget is living up to its name. 14 mandatory here. That's how many Saviors in this dungeon? Like 4 at this point?
That's a lot.
I'm not even exaggerating. It sounds like I am, but unironically, that's been how many Saviors? 3? just after Got Shot, and I'm pretty sure there was another one before that. So
I'm watching Hopeful's POV on my other monitor here just to keep an eye on what they're doing. They just let a fear go off on the War Scourge. I mean, they might just be on full tilt right now. That can happen. That can happen to the best of teams. It's just about how you pull yourself back together after this. The fact that they have had all of these mistakes happen, they have 17 deaths on the board and are still possibly two-chesting this key, is it's very impressive from them. But let's turn away from mandatory here. We'll get back onto them if anything further happens from them. Pedros per hour, able to get their two chests in the 18. That's big for them. They can then head into the 20 right afterwards. And if they one-shot that, they can move up to the 21 as well. So plenty of work left for them to do today. Missed Count have finally gotten through the 20 Oldemon. They are free and into the Brackenhide. We'll have about 50 minutes today to push that up. And, you know, ideally they'd like to get 3 of those keys done, but they're going to have to go to pretty fast pace in order to get that done in this key.
yeah, we're going to be taking a look at Miscount, I think, a little bit more closely to maybe talk about what was going on there. Early on in the day, they had a little bit of a mishap in that Algathar Academy where they only +2'd that 16 rather than +3'ing. So it looked like they were as behind as Maj in the Algathar Academy. But then they somehow managed to +2 that 20. However, that's still unrealized potential. If you're looking across the boards, a lot of the other teams have put out a 21 or even a 22 if you're looking at the bottom 2 teams on the screen right now, whereas Miscount is still sitting on the 20 +2 that they can run at any given time to give them 2 more points. And then of course they're also missing points from just being in this dungeon that they're doing right now, the Brackenhide. I will say though, I think the Oldemon was maybe not a dungeon they felt that comfortable in, and if I remember correctly, we had a similar situation happen the last time they competed where they looked really insane in some of the dungeons, and then there was just one dungeon that wasn't their dungeon, so to say, and that's obviously a little bit of unfortunate if you have those inconsistencies across the board.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case. And I mean, we certainly saw a little bit of that in Cup B, right, where they played completely lights out on day 1, struggled through day 2 a little bit,
DGT.
allowing Echo to catch up.
DGT?
Right? Oh, Grano's kill team! One of the most difficult pulls of the key, 22 fortified Veximus trash, just taking them out here. That is rough. That must have been a Mystic Blast Scepter going off. That's the only thing that could just completely wipe a team like that at the same time. Also could have been a bunch of pelts at the same time, but regardless of what it was, this is going to be a reset. That's 15 minutes off the board for them. Gotta go again.
That's really unfortunate too, because if they had finished that dungeon, I'm pretty sure they could have like squeezed in one more dungeon run before the end of today to give them 2 more after. Not going to be happening now if they go back into that 22. That's going to be their second to last, their penultimate dungeon for today, and then their last one is going to reach into overtime. Checking over to Missed Count here, they're in their +16. Just trying to get that dungeon onto the board, and they are looking okay on timer, right? 21 minutes to finish this one. Nah, their next one is also going to reach into overtime, though.
Well, yeah, more than likely. I mean, if Missed Count are able to do what they did on Cup A at the end of the day here and get like a ridiculously fast 3 chest in this 16, and then a pretty fast 2 chest, maybe they would just barely have enough time to get a 3rd in. But they would really have to haul. They'd have to go extremely fast here. None of the sloppy play we saw in Oldemon can happen. And, you know, the affixes are going to come into play for that, right? Sanguine, as we've seen, can be a run killer for these quick keys.
It's not just the Sanguine, though. The Brackenhide. For Echo,
Yeah,
right now.
It's the pulls.
This Brackenhide is much more lethal than I thought just looking at it. I don't know how you're feeling about this, but that the 16s are already causing so much trouble and the 18s are now following suit. Like, this dungeon seems really brutal. Once again, now going down here, click still down.
Yeah.
They don't have a battle rest. They're going to wipe in this +18.
I wonder what it is, because this is happening consistently across the board. Look, also deaths coming out on the first pull for Pedros per hour. This Brackenhide is just claiming lives. This is crazy. You would think this would be the key that the teams are one of the most practiced in, because, like we talked about, time trials key. And then also in both cups, they played this key so many times, even with this affix set. So you would think this would be something that they're very well versed in. Maybe this is there some sort of dissonance of going from like pushing super high key on like Algathar or Oldemon, and then coming into the Brackenhide and maybe just disrespecting it a little bit because it's a lower level? I mean, I wonder what it is that's
I
causing
had
all
that
of these problems.
same thought where I was like, okay, they think maybe they're back in a plus 16 and they're just chilling a bit more, but it doesn't look like that to me. So just looking at how they're kind of pathing through the dungeons, stuff like the saviors for mandatory, that's not something you do when you're just, maybe being a little bit inattentive. They're still like really tryharding these keys. It's just a lot of random damage that's going out onto these teams on this fortified key. And then the Sanguine just doesn't help either, right?
Certainly doesn't. Mentioning the savior, though, looks like another one has saved the team as Echo deployed one right before their wipe went out there. So they got back onto Gutshot very, very quickly here. Man, I don't think I think I've seen Savior used more in the past 15 minutes than I've seen it used in my experiences on live keys the entire expansion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it also has to do with kind of the way that teams recover whenever they try stuff, right?
Yeah.
So it's a lot of, they know they try to kind of die in the same place, so then that savior can actually reach them. They have these kind of protocols in place, so to say, to recover stuff that doesn't go their way, but still, it's a brutal key. And we're seeing it claiming characters all across these boards. So thus far, no team has been really safe. We're going to be keeping an eye on missed count. For them, it was the Oldemon. Maybe the Brackenhide does them better as they're in their first one. Plus 16, 0 deaths so far. But now I said it. Hopefully that's not a caster curse. I'm reverse jinxing it right now.
Okay, we'll see if that works. Note that down, everyone watching at home. Just jot that down in your notes. We can come back to it later if it's an issue.
Thank you.
We'll keep that in the back pocket. Echo getting got shot down, so that's big for them. They've got plenty of time on the 2-chest timer if they can keep it clean, and that's a big if from what we've seen in the past few minutes here. Mandatory making good time in their 18, heading straight to the boss, and still at the start of the key here. And you can see on the very first pull that's a pretty big spot in the dungeon where a lot of Sanguine healing can come into play. Sanguine in this dungeon actually is kind of a sleeper, well, not sleeper, it's obviously one of the hardest affixes, but it's made harder in this dungeon from the nature of the mobs, right? A lot of these mobs, especially in the first section of the dungeon, as they get to lower HP, they tend to just kind of run around a little bit, and you want to control them. You want to keep them near the pack so they don't run around, but if they die off in the pack, they Sanguine heal the pack. So it's kind of a question of, okay, do I let the mob run around and maybe pull other trash, or do I try to keep it close and just hope that it doesn't Sanguine heal? And you can kind of see whether or not the teams have got that down by their first boss split, right? If they're getting to the first boss like 2.5 minutes in, it went pretty well. If they're getting the first boss like 3 minutes in, they probably had a bit of Sanguine healing that went wrong there.
Yeah, that's a good way to explain it, I think, to maybe visualize it as well as the teams are moving on further. Madge, plus 18, 3 deaths, just finished out Gutshot as they're now on their way to the Decatriarch. And honestly, I will say Madge looked a little bit on the downside at the beginning of the day because of missing out that plus 3 in the Algathar, but I feel like they recovered really, really well throughout the day. They got the 22 on the board with a very good timer, better than Echoes, for example. They're looking pretty good on that Oldemon as well. I think your timer is not ideal because they don't have that Warlock in there, so a little bit slower than the Warlock teams. And now in that Brackenhide, less problems than some of the other teams at least. So definitely good on kind of not letting them keep that down and trying to recover as best as they can.
Yeah. Like in the eternal battle of the tortoise versus the hare, Madge has played a very solid tortoise. They've had very few major mistakes today, right? If any. I can't think of a time where we've looked at Madge and gone, massive mistake from them here. Now, they haven't gotten all their 2 chests and 3 chests perfectly done, but they've timed every key that they've pretty much started. So, like you said, yeah, they're keeping themselves in the mix just by playing solid, playing strong, and we know they're capable of doing the highest keys, which is what the competition is going to come down to, right? With the higher key level start, and that means more time spent in the higher keys pushing those chase keys. At some point, everyone's going to go into those super difficult 22s and potentially even 23s and have to come up with a timed key to win the competition. And as long as you're keeping yourself in that scenario, you're setting yourselves up for the chance of winning. Now, that being said, as is typical, as we start to talk about a team, there is a death on the board, but the trash pack's almost over. So you know what, Dr. J? You're okay, man. Sorry about that. That's my fault. That's on me.
I'm glad you're accepting that responsibility. Someone had to, and it definitely wasn't the team. But like you said, that poll is over and they can res J back up right out of the gates. Now, Pedro's in that 20 right now is going to be the first 20 we're seeing in the Braconite, if I'm not mistaken. So this one could be interesting.
Could definitely be interesting. The big thing to keep an eye on is Sanguine healing on the polls. That is just going to be the name of the game of the dungeon. And you remember what I was talking about before?
It sounds so easy.
With timer going into the first boss? We're pulling this first boss at 450, which is not ideal. You'd like to be here a little bit faster than that. But the timer's pretty lenient on the key on this level from what we've seen in the previous 2 cups. So you can get away with this. You just have to be clean for the rest of the key. No major Sanguine problems. Of course, first boss shouldn't be a major pain point at the start of it. The difficulty on that first boss comes after you kill Trick Totem off and then start pulling trash on top of the boss. Trash on top of the boss on Sanguine is usually a big no-no, but you gotta get it done for the efficiency. You can kind of mitigate that by just focusing the bosses down and then killing the trash off after the fact. So as long as they do that, they'll be fine there.
I'm a little bit scared for this dungeon, you know, that the plus 16 was already a little bit too spicy for my liking. So as we approach to higher levels, I'm definitely keeping my fingers crossed for these teams as they are moving through it. But Mistcount is approaching a got shot right now. Madge is at the end of their run, and I think that's roundabout where we should be taking a look at timers, because with 35 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, to start that last dungeon, for teams like Madge, there is a chance where they are really fast in their next run, and then they somehow can manage to get that second run in, but I think that's about it, right?
Yeah, that's really all we're looking for at this point, is if, you know, how efficient can we be in getting that extra run of that final run of the day in, and is it a guaranteed key that potentially teams are leaving on the board, or is it like one of those more difficult stretch keys? When you look at the teams that we have right now, Pedro's per hour, they should have time to finish off this 20, and then get a few attempts at the 21 afterwards, which would be a great use of time. They do, however, need to get this key done without any major mistakes, and this kind of is a mistake right here. You know, having a player death on the first boss, you haven't won battle res, but now you're leaving yourself with very little room for error for the next few minutes, and that's kind of a scary point to be in. They really need to get this key done on this attempt, otherwise they will not get another key in after the fact.
So let's actually talk about that, because this is the first time ever that we don't have eliminations at the end of day 1, day 2. All of our teams can and most likely will play until the end of day 3 to get as high as a placements as they possibly can. And that also means maybe the way they deal with this overtime changes, right? Because before that, it was often like, oh, put an easy key at the end that we know we can secure to get that extra point. This time around, we might well see keys that are just taking really long, or even something like a potential progress key at the end of the day where they know, okay, we're going to be here for a while and we're just going to use the dungeon timer for as long as we've been given to try stuff out and try to reset and try to go again and maybe get that timer on the board somehow.
Yeah, I think we've actually talked about this in previous TGPs, but it was kind of like in an offhanded, oh, they would never do that sort of way. I remember one of the things that we said, and I don't remember if this was an official ruling, it might have just been something that they said at the time, is teams are allowed to stay in the key for up to pity timer on the key.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, which is dungeon timer times 1.5. So theoretically, if they want to practice a poll for the dungeon timer to the pity timer, they can. I'm not sure if that's the best spent use of your time, but when you think about it, you know, one of the main focuses of the TGP and one of the main rules is you're not allowed to practice on the tournament realm outside of the playing hours, right? After the 5 hours and overtime are done, keys are shut off on the tournament realm. You can talk about them all you want. You can even go do live keys if you want, but there's no practicing. So maybe you do just get the practice time in that you can at the end of the day.
think it's just until the dungeon timer's over. So
Dungeon
I don't know
timer?
about any
Okay.
extra minutes, but even still, that gives you a lot of time, right? If we're looking at these 35 minutes dungeons, if you wanted to try out the Warlock potentially,
True.
here's your chance. Get comfortable on that, and then tomorrow you come back and lock in that 21, hopefully. Teams cannot practice outside of TGP hours, so they might need to make the best out of this time that they can.
Well, we'll see what they plan on doing. Still about 30 minutes until that point that the keys are locked down and they're in their final runs. Right now, it's about maximizing the pre-overtime time. And missed count, unfortunately, I don't think they're in a super great scenario here. They still have probably another 5 or 6 minutes left in this key. They're not going to be 3-chesting it with 3.5 minutes left on the board. They would actually just have to pull the remainder of the trash into the final boss in order to get it done. They do have a lot of counts. It's still gonna be very tough for them. They have to get through this trash pull and then also kill the boss afterwards. So, I mean, they're clearly gonna try their hardest, but it's gonna be a difficult one with this timer left on the board. And notably, they're not gonna have another lust either. That's a pretty big deal too. So we'll see. Are they gonna be able to potentially pull it off? Would be very big if they did. But again, talking about the timer, if they get the 16 done in the next 5 minutes or so, do they have enough time to do the 18 and then start another key afterwards? That would be huge for them to get that extra couple of points on the board when they spent so much time today toiling away in that Oldemon.
Fair enough. You know what else would be huge, is ironic? Can you take a guess? I'll give you a guess. Go ahead. Try to guess.
2 more casters?
How did you know? Yes, that's right. Titles and Dratnos are rejoining the broadcast. Makes, thank you for all your wonderful casting today. We will see you tomorrow. You're done. You can go and enjoy the rest of the broadcast at your leisure. Bye.
I'll be watching.
That's right. But we got Titles and Dratnos back again. It's so interesting today to see kind of like where teams have decided to spend their time, right? Because ultimately, you're not in any danger of being eliminated, but is there any sort of like feels bad situation where it's like, all right, well, we either didn't get the time we wanted, or maybe it would feel better to see a few more points on the board? Like, you know, obviously Echo and Mandatory doing very well here. Mandatory in position to maybe retake the top spot by the end of the day, depending on how things goes. But looking more towards the bottom, especially with like missed count, it feels like they're in a position to jump back up quickly. But do you think it feels a little bit rough to just to end the day with potentially kind of the lowest run on Braconide?
So a couple of unfortunate moments that I think you can outline.
Yeah.
First and foremost, miscount Oldemon. That was a tragedy. I actually think the pages per hour Algathor Academy timer is another point that's maybe a little bit concerning. And then Madge getting stuck in Algathor Academy prison. Zyro, which one were you going to point out?
Did Viscout just reset their boss? They just stood there with no boss in the boss room for like a solid 15 seconds. I'm pretty sure they just reset their boss.
Oh no, I was looking at the other monitor.
They've had better days, I think.
Well, they're still going to be 2-chesting the 16, right? So
teams.
good.
I mean, the 3 chest is definitely on the table for the 16. Pages per hour were like pretty close, and they had like
Nobody
80 million
successfully did it though, right? So this will be. Yeah, definitely a close run, but it's not quite going to be there for missed count. So yeah, if they did reset the boss, maybe that is why. And yeah, we have they'll have time to do another key after this. We are getting to that point in the day where pretty much any keys started from now will be the last keys of the day. Unless there's okay, so here's a replay of what happened for missed count. Running in. Okay, well, they only had 1 minute 54 seconds for that boss fight, so we will kind of be able to see at the end of this whether that did cost them. I don't think it's gonna. I think this boss is gonna end up taking a little bit longer than that 1 minute 4 seconds or 54 seconds.
They definitely didn't lose anything. How did the boss reset though? That's so weird.
I have no idea how it reset. I saw them.
I'd have to go back and.
Yeah, I don't see
go back
on
and
CD
look.
because that could be a way that it could happen, right? Is if you are an invis or meld or something, but weird. I don't know. Sometimes weird stuff just happens.
It must have been something weird with Z-axis. Yeah, dude, I actually didn't know about that tech. We learned about that in MNS, right? Where you can like be in invis and then melee a boss and it'll reset it. That's some tech, I'm sure.
AJ was in Prowl, but I don't. I didn't know.
But I
That
think it was
would do
Kira
it.
that got in combat first. Maybe not though. Yeah. Either way, you can see that they've been in combat for more than 2 minutes now. Their their 3 chest timer had less than 2 minutes on it when they pulled, and they wouldn't have gotten this lust, which they are going to get to press soon here. So they definitely wouldn't have been able to 3 chest regardless. So at least that's a silver lining, right? You're glad that didn't cost you anything.
They've had a pretty tough day though. Like, are they going to go 18 next?
Yeah, for sure. I think they just barely, if they go very fast in the 18, they have time to do that and do another key, but it can't be as sloppy as this one was for sure.
I mean,
And it was just sloppy with
27 minutes
sanguinaling, right? It
left
was
in the
0
day.
deaths.
Okay, the fastest 18 is 25 15.
So there
Saying
is
there's a
time.
chance.
There
there's
is indeed time for them to maybe get that in just in time. We'll have to see, though. They would have to go and start that key really quickly and then start their last key really quickly. So no time for messing around.
I think I know how the
Meanwhile,
boss
we have-
reset, actually.
Okay.
Oh,
Kratos,
I have a ping
did you,
about it too.
Did you cast a hex on the teams today?
Ah, yes, it could be. Could be the old curse.
I have a real answer as to what it was.
Oh,
Okay.
It wasn't.
It was
that?
the Shadow Priest tentacle. So Shadow Priest, Shadow
it was
Crash
outside
hit
of
the
the
boss. Yeah, so Shadow Crash hit the boss, and the tentacle was 100 yards away from the last pack, and it despawned the boss insta because the tentacle was so far away.
That's so unlucky, man.
I've never considered this because look the crash.
The crash is way late. The crash hits after the boss is despawned.
But I think the tentacle. So he shoots the crash at the boss. The tentacle targets the boss, right?
Maybe, but the crash hits after the boss is already despawned, I think.
Well,
Yeah.
Either way, they were left standing around waiting for it to respawn again.
Probably didn't
Didn't matter. Yeah, we know for sure that it didn't cost them a key level. Although if they can start another key before the end of the day or not, may be very close. So that may end up mattering for that. Meanwhile, Mandatory up in the top left will be finishing off this 18 in the next 10 minutes or so. So they'll have a decent chunk of time to probably start the 20 over and over again until they get a good start. That's probably how they'll end their day. And we have Echo and Madge on our 2 right-hand screens. Both of these teams will have time to start another key after their current run, but not much time. If they finish these keys, it'll be like, okay, we've got 1 minute to go and start one more.
Mandatory has had a dominant performance today.
Yeah, Mandatory looks so good.
Mandatory have looked the best against the best competition. This is an incredible day for them. Look at them, 2 world records on their board.
The older man
did
is
you
the
guys-
important one, right? Because the Algathar has been matched by a lot of teams. The older man has not.
I'm gonna try to get a routing segment tomorrow about that Oldemon.
did you watch their
see.
16 Reckonhide?
Man, okay.
These things happen. These things
Scoreboard.
These
Check
things
the
happen.
scoreboard.
You're right. You're
Check
right.
check the scoreboard.
Okay. No, you're right. Scoreboard. My bad. Sorry. Caught. Hands up. My bad. You're right. You know, hey,
Please check
listen.
the scoreboard.
Listen, if you could actually have all of your mistakes for the day condensed down into one key like that, then play the rest of the day lights out, I would take that every single time.
And still 2 chests. The
It's a
16 as
16.
well.
It's still two
So,
chest.
You know,
It's a 16. Like that's
it's all
fine.
good. Yeah, no problems for them. They are making very short work of the 18 now. Everybody is in Brackenhide at this point, except for Drano's guild team, but everybody else working on that Brackenhide as the last thing of the day, which does make some sense. Drano's guild team in the bottom right, you can see, are deep into an Algathar Academy. They've made it past Veximus.
Oh, the timer's good.
Yeah, their timer is good, so they are looking to be the 5th team to put a 22 Algathar on the board today. Everybody
gonna
except for Miscount has done that as well, but they'll have enough time to go and start another key. They actually can get all the way up to potentially 62 points today. Really good spot for them to be.
I think they're gonna have a pages per hour like timer. I think they're kind of slower than you would like to see.
Veximus 19 minutes I don't think is bad.
I think some of the other teams have put up 18:30.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the Warlock
22.
shakes out as well at the end of this Keystone, because
Warlock
that-
Warlock is really fast with this boss, by the way.
this boss should be
Yeah.
really good for Warlock. Although, you know, a lot of it is pad, but you
no,
can
no,
see them
it's
Chaos
not,
Bolts
though.
from time to time.
It's
It's
not.
actually not.
You see that
they
little
do the most
purple
damage.
infernal guy? That little purple infernal dude that's just permanently meleeing the boss? That is always up on this fight because you are permanently extending your blasphemy from all
This
the
is some
runes you're
this is some
casting.
Warlock propaganda.
No.
here.
The Warlock does the most damage to all the targets. It's actually not bad. They just do the most damage to every single mob here. them.
I do see some Chaos Bolts being cast. That is ethical.
That is
That's
ethical.
what we like to see.
Well, you leave those lashers up for funnel. So basically, you only kill off the lashers with Rain of Fire if you're really worried about your tank getting killed. But like, at some point, like you start generating enough souls as the Venge with all the targets that they actually don't need the little lashers killed off.
Ooh, we do have a death for Madge down in the bottom left. Dr. J down. Lamike in
Ooh,
some
Lamike might
danger here
die.
as well. We have an Incorporeal cast off. So Incorporeal massively debuffing the group
they're
there.
resetting.
That's going to end up wiping Madge. And this does mean maybe a reset for them, in which case that will be the last dungeon of the day that they'll be
I think
starting.
it was their last dungeon of the day anyways. Like, they were only 8 minutes into that bracket hide. I don't think that they're doing a 20 and 30 minutes.
Yeah, so they got time to reset it a couple times then. Unlike Pedro's per hour, Mandatory, and Echo, who all do have time to start another key, although Echo's will be close, but they will have time
I think it's doable.
if they finish these runs.
I think we've seen 20s done in sub 30 before.
Certainly.
I mean, it would have to be.
And they
an
have another
extremely
22
good
minutes
run.
here, which that gets them over the dungeon timer anyway.
Yeah, so they should be able to get it done. It's just, it's just this bracket has been so inconsistent. Not only for one team, but it's like for every team. I feel like we haven't had a single super clean bracket hide. I actually think the one we saw from Miscount with 0 deaths was like the cleanest one we've seen, even though they still had a lot of sanguine healing in that run.
I think Sanguine just adds a lot of variance to this dungeon, even for pro players,
yeah.
right?
Oh yeah.
So, tough. Ooh, Dratnos Guild team. I was maybe a little bit concerned about their timer. They're going to be able to kill Overgrown off.
Dude. That was your fault.
Yeah, another common Tettle's curse. Cryptic's down here. Will they send the res?
Dude,
yes,
like,
they will.
What? It's not my fault.
It is.
Yeah, you
Never
drew our
speak.
attention to them. That you killed Cryptics.
All right, he's back up. He's
Their
still
timer's
doing 3
fine.
million DPS.
Their
Yeah, the
timer's
timer
fine.
Is fine.
Was all I
It
was
is
gonna
great.
say, anyways. Like,
Well, I wouldn't say great. Yeah, they're on pace for maybe a 31-minute here. But one
Yeah.
problem for Drano's Guild team as well is that the end of the dungeon for them has been a pain point. We have seen Frosty go down in the last trash pull area, so we will have to keep watch for that as they make their way to the end of this dungeon. A landslide, keeping that Ancient Branch away from the boss as they finish it off. Yeah, 23-28, the Overgrown
That's
Ancient
fine.
split. Definitely fine. Definitely on pace here, but no room for error as they enter the last trash area of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Mandatory in the bottom right, working on Decay Truck Wratheye, so they'll be able to stop the clock here soon, well under that 2 chest timer in this 18. Much cleaner than their 16.
did they ever go to 22, Oldemon?
Mandatory? I don't think
Yeah.
after I think after this, you definitely adventure to the 20 Brackenhide.
So
that seems like definitely the right play.
I think the 20 Brackenhide's the best consistency play, but the best overtime time period would be go to 22 Oldemon if you're convinced that you can do it and throw attempts at the first pull of that dungeon, because the first pull of that dungeon is so difficult, right? And since you have 20 minutes, the first 10 odd minutes of that dungeon,
Yeah.
first 7 minutes of that dungeon are the hardest parts.
It just seems to me like the 21 is already likely to hold, and you need to do the 20 Brackenhide at some point, and it's a pretty high success rate.
Dude, I'm
key,
just
and
looking at the timer on the 21, and they were just so far under.
In the Oldemon?
in the ultimate, were they
Yeah.
1 minute under?
I thought they were only 1 minute under in the Oldemon.
They were 1 minute under, but they had like 5 deaths to the golem,
You're
and
right.
like
They did
Yeah,
spit a
but
lot of deaths out there.
As the key level go up more, the deaths also get more common too. I mean, if you think that
Yeah.
the danger is really front loaded, I think it could make some sense. But
Danger
I
is
don't know,
really
miscount, we're mostly resetting in that 15 to 20 minute range, right? Like that is a lot of the danger of the dungeon is in the middle
Yeah.
of it, not just the
Alright.
start. I don't know. I
Maybe-
feel like you just put the 20 on the board, and if you put the 20 on the board, you're gonna have 63 points. You're gonna be so happy at the end of the day.
might just be some Sunday business, and you just go 20.
Yeah,
and just
exactly.
be
That could be one of the
safe.
things you do on Sunday. But like, who knows what keys might get revealed tomorrow? You know that you need to do the 20 Brackenhide, and if you do it, maybe you give yourself a bunch of time for whatever keys get revealed tomorrow, which maybe are both ones that you want to spend a lot of time in.
It's also kind of interesting too, because we haven't seen Nelthrus at all during Cup A or Cup B. So I think that, like, say that is like a Sunday key or a Saturday key, that would also be just like, I think the texture of how that's going to change the landscape of like this weekend could be a lot different.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think at the end of the day, you put the points on the board. I agree with what Dranos is saying here for sure. Mandatory, okay, 22 Oldemon is like probably the least likely key to be done, I think, out of all of the ones that
I think
we're
it's better
talking
than
about today.
23 Algathar. I think it's more possible than 23 Alg.
I think they're both
23 Alg, I don't think is
pretty
possible at all.
unreasonable.
I think both of those are maybe in the like. If you spent the next 10 hours exclusively working on them, you could get it territory.
Sure.
I think the cross split in the 23 Alg is going to hold you back from being able to time that key on a 23.
Yeah, you just keep resetting until you crit a lot.
The problem with Oldemon specifically, though, is that just fortified Oldemon, the entire dungeon is difficult. And I mean, the things you guys are talking about, the first 7 minutes of the dungeon, yeah, man, the first pull, ridiculous. Bromok on that key level, ridiculous. But we're not even talking about the one-shots on Talandris, man. How do you live through Earthen Shards without having pre-popped cooldowns for every single one? Like, there's so many questions that need to be answered in that key. And if there was a team that did have those questions answered, it would be mandatory. These guys are extremely confident. They've been practicing the keys that we're seeing in competition already, probably for the most part. So if it's doable, we'll see them do it, I think, first. But I just don't think that's the best use of their time today.
Meanwhile, we have Lust popped by Dratno's guild team working on this Echo of Dorogosa. They had the boss pulled with about 6 minutes to spare, 5:45 to spare in the dungeon. Oh, but we do have Cryptics going down to an Arcane Missiles directly to the forehead. Does get the res, but now they don't have any battle reses left over here, so very important. They keep this from having any more deaths.
How long is this final boss left? What, 65%?
I think they should be able to get it done in the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, they're chilling.
I know what I'm thinking, too.
Yeah.
We've had
so
teams kill the boss off from 80% with 4 minutes left. So, like, they are
30,
more than good on time.
45?
So
Dude,
this could
30,
end up
45
being
would be
like
nice.
a 31-minute Algathar, something like that, which would be pretty nice. Again, not as fast as Mandatory, not as fast as Echo, not as fast as Match.
They don't have B-res. Okay,
That's
so
not good.
I'm gonna say this. This is winnable from here.
Yeah,
It is winnable.
You don't need a healer from this spot. Now it's not great.
Okay, Warlock being targeted by Energy Bomb is good. That's somebody who we're happy to see that. Terrasant going to heal him back up. We've got Health Stones as well on the group here.
Yes.
Little sketchy, though, for sure.
Is he running that talent? Hold on, let me find out.
Oh, Sweet
He's running the
Souls.
talent where if other people Hellstone, Sweet Souls, they can heal him. That would be pretty useful.
That could be. Okay, now we have a bomb on an Evoker.
That's good.
That's
He
okay
can
as
Renewing
well.
Blaze. He can Renewing Blaze. Oh my god, he almost died.
Gets
with the
shot
bolt.
as well. If there was a Renewing Blaze there, it would be getting a lot of value.
Look at that. He just healed himself to full.
All right. Yeah, well, there's a VE rolling right now as well, so this is their get out of jail free card. 39% left on the boss, 3 minutes left in the dungeon, as the Restorer is breaking its mind control now. Does need to get killed somewhat soon.
They have the B-Res in a
not-
minute, too, as well. So
Yeah, once they make it to that point, they are back into safety. But they do have to live a little bit longer. The shield from the Restorer are actually going to get some good value here, as is Chrono Ward shields for the
huge.
team.
That was good. I think
You
they
can see
even
they're
Zephyred
starting
there
to
for
run
that
low
one,
on
too.
defensives. Yep. We still have a Dark Pact, so we're hoping to see the Tank and the Warlock targeted by most stuff here. The Shadow Priest and the Aug Evoker less exciting as targets. But we only have another 37 seconds until Rez recovers here.
The damage is really predictable in this fight, which is why it's like fine that the healer is the one that's going down. Also, it's not like a super high damage intake fight, and like your tank can basically never die to this boss.
That was a health potion from
23%
Terrasant
now.
I think, funnily enough, I think that Timber dying here is more optimal than any of the DPS dying.
Certainly, given that they
Yeah.
haven't had any other deaths, that
No,
is
you're right.
absolutely the case.
This is going to be good. This is the breath into another AoE pull into the boss, and then Cryptic's going to just get the Soulstone off afterwards. Can Terrasant
Yeah, so as
stay
long as
alive,
Terrasant
though?
isn't the target of the next missile, which is
Res,
looking...
res.
Oh, unlucky.
Res, heal.
Ward him,
Oh,
ward him.
Ward! Timber Ward! Let's go!
Brilliant.
The res into
1 minute.
insta-ward. They're good.
Yeah, they have to kill off this Restorer as well now, so that
That's
the
true.
timer won't stop just on the boss death. But another 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the key here. Despite the sloppiness, despite the 4 deaths on the board, their timer here is going to be okay. I think Drano's guild team, they look like a team that needs to not be relying on time type workers already. They need to be finding extra points across the board, because a lot of the timers are a little sketchy. This is going to be one of their better timers, but it's still worse than the top few teams.
Drano's guild team, notably though, going to be able to go to that 20 Brackenhide Hollow
Yeah.
here.
They'll be able to advance to 62 points at the end of the day if they can put that 20 Bracken on the board. That's a good place to be.
Good night.
We
It's a
see
good day
them
for
putting
them,
their
yeah.
splits on the board. Yeah, 4th out of 5 teams to finish this so far. It's just Miscount who have yet to put up the 22 Algathar, but at least they're sitting on a 22 chest, so they actually have a bunch of time potentially at the end. Well, I guess not the end of today, but they have a bunch of points to gain in there if they can put up that plus 22. Probably first thing tomorrow or end of tomorrow, something like that could be a good time for that. Meanwhile, the Bracken show continues with Pedros per hour in the bottom left, looking to finish this plus 20 keystone. Their timer is unbelievably fine here. They're looking great.
Does Pedros go 21 Brack or 20 Oldemon?
I think I would go 21 Brack. I don't know.
I think
I would
they
go
go 21
Brack as well. Dude, 20 Oldemon wiped missed count like, I don't even 6-7 times or something like that. Something ridiculous.
Mandatory
Maybe the 21
made
Brack is
Oldemon look
easier.
a lot easier than it actually is. That key is mean.
An advantage of the Brack, too, is a lot of the difficulties within Sanguine management in the first 5 or so minutes of the dungeon. So you could at least have, like, two attempts at doing the first area.
I mean, this 20, they have 5 minutes left on the board. This boss is going to take another 2.5 minutes for them to kill off. But, like, this is with not a great first boss split, right? They were pulling the trio at, like, 5 minutes into the key. That means some things went wrong in the first couple pulls.
Do you know what their count was, though? I mean, that could be a fine first boss split if they have like a lot of count. A lot of teams will actually only end up having on Sanguine only about 20 some odd % count. Where like on non-Sanguine, we saw some teams coming out of this area at like 32-33%. If they're playing a 33% route, I think 8 minutes is fine.
I'm pretty sure they just did the standard 2 pulls. They might have actually pulled extra on top of the second pull, though.
Could be bad. Like, okay, look at Mandatory. Look at Mandatory in the bottom left. Like, dude, they're gonna have 15% count. So there's just like a large count swing between the teams as to how much you're pulling in that first area.
Yeah, they are going to get to grab that trash pack once Trick Totem goes down, so they will exit this boss with a little bit more count.
So they'll exit at 22%. Yeah, a little bit over 20, but it's not like a ton. You can also grab bonus War Scourges. There's some extra War Scourges as well that like patrol around that you can also grab. Those are pretty efficient count-wise. Yeah. Dude, is this Hyena going to heal the boss? Okay, no, good knock.
Whew.
Yeah, knock into grip. Here comes that Savage Charge, though. This is an unfortunate overlap. One of the big strengths of the Shadow Priest is you do have a massive spell for situations like this. It looks like they won't need it as they do finish off that totem with more than enough free time. Sanguine also beautifully managed. Mandatory are looking great here.
Yeah, Pedros per hour still trucking in their 20. Should be fine. Just got to kill a couple more totems off and they'll get that one on the board with 8 or so minutes left to get the first section of the dungeon down on their 21. I'm looking at this timer for Echo here, man. Are they going to be able to finish this 20 and get another one off? It's going to be tight.
10 minutes left in the day, so 31 is the timer they need to beat in this plus 20.
I'm not in love with it.
Okay.
Nice.
Maybe my was a little preemptive. I may have engaged in some light lying.
Randall's Guild team is actually doing a really smart play here. If they're doing what I think they're doing, they're getting practice in the 21 Oldemon. I don't think they're going to finish this run.
Well, I think it might just be timing this 21 Oldemon.
Here's what you do, right? Is if the run is looking good, you finish it. If it's looking bad, you go Bracken.
You just go Bracken.
Yeah. You just send the Oldemon 21 for the first until there's like 5 minutes left. If the first 8 minutes of that dungeon are the hardest part anyways. If you can make it through Bromac, we can see to the end of the dungeon, we can time the key. Like I think that what Dragonflight's Guild team is doing is strategically the best option. And that's kind of what I wanted to see from Mandatory, where instead of just like starting this Brackenite or whatever a little bit early, if they could have just like thrown attempts at the 22 if they think it's doable.
Yeah, but the 22 is so much harder than the 21.
Well, it comes I mean, dude, I think that only Mandatory knows that the 22 is doable. I think that was the question, right? Like, timer-wise, it seemed like it was maybe on the cusp of being doable, but if they've timed it in practice, I would, that's something that I would tell them to be like, yeah, just at least go try the first area. Because there's only 15 hours for the entire weekend.
That's fair. I think that's a fair point to make. The problem that I have with Dragonflight's Guild team's specific spot right now is, what are we at? 9 minutes left on the day, 8 minutes left on the day in that area. That's about the time that you're going to get to Sentinel Telandris. Is one badly placed Earthen Shards just going to end your day and leave you with no overtime? Maybe if they had like 5 more minutes, I would be personally a little more comfortable with it. But
they
see.
Similar to their namesake, get more powerful as the night shows up, and so it's getting darker outside, so they're getting more and more powerful.
That's right. It's like a IRL Night Elf racial.
But wouldn't that mean our competition's kind of unfair? Because our European teams, it's nighttime for them for the entire 5 hours.
Well, they're not vampires.
Oh, no, you're right. My bad.
Only Dr. J.
All right, so we've got a close race here happening between Echo and the end of day timer. The end of day timer is sitting at a little bit over 6 minutes right now, I believe, which means that Echo needs to get this last boss pulled very soon if they want to be able to start another keystone after this, which could be big for them. That would allow them to potentially tie up Mandatory at the end of the day, which, you know, for Echo, that's a good place to be right now. Mandatory have been looking so good. Ooh,
spatial.
I love it. Clicks. Spatial Paradox letting him pull that mob
That's
from really
sick.
far away.
Genius maneuver.
100-yard
that.
range on that spatial.
Yeah.
One fun thing about Spatial Paradox that it makes your fire breath 100 yards as well, so you got to be really careful when you press it to not fire breath things that you didn't mean to pull. But it looks like Click's using it surgically, using it intentionally to go and grab some extra mobs. And this will let them finish out their count, I believe.
They have Lust available on pull.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a... I think
Timer's
there's a
looking good.
chance. I think there's a
Again,
chance.
it's not the 2 chests or the timer that we care about here. It's the end of day timer that Echo
Yeah.
are hoping to beat. Gingy going down.
Oh my god.
Siphon Decay.
He was supposed to outrange that. So Siphon Decay actually only has a 30-yard range. And you saw Miraz and Zalia both outranging it. I think that Gingy might have just been slightly too close to the mobs whenever that cast was going off from the Rot Hexer.
Dranos Guild team wiping. Let's see if they decide to retry 21 Ultiman, or if Zyro, like you said, there maybe just that was a practice run and now you go 20 Bracken.
I think you maybe go the Brack from here.
I think you just
Yeah,
go
I think
Bracken.
the Bracken is probably the best way to get 30 full minutes out of the overtime.
You can do one more first pull if you really want.
Yeah, you
Okay.
you do one
practice
more.
on it.
Yeah,
Why not?
sure. Well, the danger is you do the first pull, it goes well. You do the second pull, it goes well. You wipe, and it's 3:01 p.m. and you can't start another key, right? And you really want to make sure that you can get 30 minutes out of your overtime if you have it available to you, which the 20 Brackenhide does represent. So
You would love to see Bromok. Like, killing off Bromok is like the
there's
the
not enough
part
time
of the
for that, though.
dungeon
There's
that
only
gets
5 minutes
easier.
left in the day.
That's
What if they
the
just go to
issue, right?
Bromok here, like right away? Just do the first trash pull and go to Bromok.
Hold on. I question whether or not they're timing the key, but yeah, I guess in
You do
theory.
have that option.
That is true. That is technically true. The best kind of true.
Can Miss Count time this under the... No, there's no way, right? There's no way they can
there's
finish
no
this
Well,
dungeon
their
in 5
key's a
minutes.
plus
can
18.
they? I
So
mean, that's what I'm looking at.
maybe.
This is the last trash pack they have to deal with, too.
5 minutes left in our day. They are potentially in range here. This is going to be right down to the wire for this
I
count
just realized
and
that
for
they were going to be.
Echo.
I just realized that they were going to be so close.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really important to watch, actually, is whether these teams will earn an extra keystone or not.
It being an 18 is actually a huge deal because they do have the bloodlust here, whereas
Yeah.
most teams have actually not had it here. They usually use that bloodlust on the gut shot.
Echo
pull, so-
saved theirs. Echo saved
did
theirs
save
notably.
theirs,
So
yeah, that's big.
Yeah, saving lust is really big, right? Because you get to use it, and then it kills some totems faster, and also gets you more boss damage. And then the totem dying faster also gets you more boss damage.
Exactly.
So it sort of reverses some of that double dipping increase in time that bosses like this get as the key level goes up.
Oh man, can they kill the boss in 4 minutes on an 18? Okay, they can't sanguine heal the boss or a totem
For sure.
at all.
No, they definitely can.
They're going. I mean, they're going for it right here. It's doable.
Now the thing that they have to really focus on is the sanguine healing. The Rod Hexer, that's fine. You can heal the trash. The trash is okay. You just cannot heal the boss. But the other thing as well is they do have to kill the trash before the boss, because remember, at the end of the boss, when you kill it off, it stuns everyone for 10 seconds, and you cannot have the trash alive while you are
beautiful
stunned for
taunt
10
from
seconds.
AJ.
You will die.
Trash is
Taunts
definitely
one of the
gonna
mobs
throw that.
out.
Trash will definitely
Love
die
that.
for though.
Oh, the totem went off. Oh my god, the totem went off. Okay, we lost. We lost.
Lux.
Oh,
my
the
god!
Frontaled lost
Avarez,
lust on our
Avarez.
lost lust on our main character. Hate that.
not
Lost
too
lust,
much
but
of the
didn't
lust,
lose
though.
cooldowns.
Yeah.
Oh, the boss is getting healed, guys.
Oh, that's not good.
Hey,
That's 28 million sanguine healing now on the board. We have another totem now going off in a couple of seconds here, but they've managed to finish it off. Rot Hexer here does need to get taunted out once again. Sigil Chains comes out, although I think the Rot Hexer potentially immune to that. Siphon Decay cast, it will die before that comes out. The totem is not going to be under the Sanguine either. So missed count, now just have to focus on boss damage. Will they be able to kill this boss in the next 3 minutes before the end of day timer expires? That is the drama.
I don't
now.
think so.
What is our end of day timer? We can't see it. Do we know what our end of day timer is?
We'll have it pulled up momentarily, possibly. Sure. 3 minutes or so, something like
Echo's
3
got
minutes.
Echo's got to beat also.
Oh, no.
2:05.
Oh, you guys, that's not enough. 3 minutes was maybe enough. 2 minutes, I don't like for missed count. I'm not sure I like it for Echo either. This is going to be really close. Remember the boss? The boss does die at 5%. I think Echo maybe have the time.
Echo just pressed their lust.
Okay, here come big CDs. Yeah, the boss is melting. Can they get this done in time? I think Echo have it and miscount don't. That's my early projection.
That's also my prediction.
It's a game of seconds, man. This is huge.
Yeah.
Getting an entire extra key in is what these teams are playing for. We're not worried about the dungeon timer. We're worried about the end of day timer. Down to probably about a minute and a half to finish off these Decatriarch Rathais on the top half of our screen. And like you guys said.
So Echo need to stop it sometime before 30:30 or so, whereas miscount are looking to beat 25:30 or so. Something in that range is where the end of day will be. The admins, of course, have the actual clock. They've been counting the milliseconds since the start of the day, so they will rule whether or not another key can be started, of course. Do you think Echo have this? 17%. The boss is kind of slowing down its death, though. They're out of cooldowns now, and they do have to keep focusing these totems. I think at this point you can just go boss, maybe. Maybe you kill one more totem. Blizzard is down, indicating they do want to kill one more totem. 1 minute or so left to start another keystone here for Echo. I think they are okay. I think that after this they can hearth out real quick, get another key going. Maybe you just go 21 brackets so you don't have to swap characters.
Boss size at 5, notably not at 0, so they're able to commit boss here.
They do. Okay, I think we're okay. Yeah, Echo should be all right, and miscount probably won't be, but we'll see exactly what ends up happening there with maybe 30 seconds left in the day. Echo, the stun is brutal, but I think they still have enough time to town portal and get another one going. Yeah, they should be okay.
I think if they can request like the dungeon, the admins will normally honor it. Where are they going, by the way? 21?
Just go back into Brackenhide. 100%. 21 Brackenhide's the easiest key. If they just want to put a +1 on the board, they go 21 Brackenhide. For sure. Or if they want to get Ultimate practice.
Yeah, Ultimate practice. Speaking of Ultimate practice, if that's what Dragon's guild team are up to, now they have to die and go start the Bracken like right now if they want to. So I think they are committing to this being their last run of the day. Is this 21 Ultimate up in the top right? A very high risk, high reward play. This could result in their overtime ending in less than a minute here.
They're Lost Dwarves. What's okay though? 3 minutes is fine. Some of the other teams have been like putting up really slow Lost Dwarf splits, even in the 20. They were putting up like 3:30. So the 3 minute is fine. Obviously, they're not going to be as fast as Mandatory. I think Mandatory was like 2:40, which
into the boss they go. All these berserkers about to enrage as well, increasing their own damage and the boss's damage. There it is, Reckless Rage, but also increasing the damage taken by both themselves
Frosty
and the boss. Frosty is just in danger.
Okay, the storming
uses the storming to launch himself upwards to get a better glide away.
I would not describe that as getting a better glide away. I would describe that as a very scared tank. Oh, he's got Ironbark on him now.
Yeah, Ironbark rolling. No meta here. All runs are now final. Missed count were 13 seconds slow to start another run, so they are done with their day tragically.
Translation.
Echo, however, were able to get another run underway here.
Miscount were 2 sanguine ticks behind the ability to be able to start a new dungeon.
You're actually so right. If they didn't sanguine heal the boss at all, they would have probably gotten the extra run. That
Echo went to
that's
Ultimon,
a brutal ending to a brutal day for them, man.
What do you think? What do you guys think about the Ultimon instead of the Brack?
I think it makes some sense. The Ultimate is definitely a keystone, although I mean, the Brackenhide is so volatile. Like, it's such a... But so is the Ultimate. I feel like both are fine choices. It's hard for me to differentiate between them. I think the 21 Bracken is more likely to be timed, but if Echo think the opposite, I don't... it's very plausible to me. I definitely would trust them over me. Because I think that's what you're doing, right? Is you pick the 2 of the keys that you think has the higher success rate so that you can get more value out of your overtime, right? Like, you want to be getting a full 30 minutes worth of time in there. Timber down.
Wake.
Does, however, have a soul stone, so is able to quickly res.
Is Harrison going to die? No, wards himself.
He gets Ward of Faceless Ire, but now Timber is in danger.
This totem is healthy.
They need to kill this totem. Cryptix is dead. It's over.
So healthy. Oh, man, that's...
All right.
This is just a tough boss, man. This is a really tough boss. Every single one of these totems, its ticking damage on 21 Fortified is probably ticking everyone for like 700k damage per tick.
It looks like 834k.
830k?
On Terrascent there.
That's even worse.
Yeah. That's quite a lot of damage.
the Warlock sucks at this boss. I mean, it's good. It's good. There's a lot of things that it's really, really good for in this dungeon. That boss is certainly the part where you'd rather have the Mage over the Warlock. The Mage's survivability gain on the entire party is very apparent whenever you do have that Mage, and their ability to be able to cleave off those ambushers, because the Warlock just doesn't do that much damage to the ambushers, and like Timber getting leapt on while the totem is out, just having him go down, it's problematic. It's kind of like what we saw for Mandatory earlier. Mode just like died out of nowhere, and they were able to recover. It was very reminiscent of like that, but the difference is Mode was able to recover that for Mandatory, and Timber just unfortunately was not.
Yeah, the thing that the Warlock is really good at is specifically getting all of its big burst damage in that initial burst on the boss with the triple Berserker debuffs on the boss. And then it's kind of just a passenger for the rest of the fight, trying to cleave down ads as efficiently as possible, and then trying to, like, pool for totems.
They kill the totems easily, yeah.
They're definitely be lower damage than a Frost Mage on totems, I think. And you have a little bit of less control on the ads because you don't have the Frost Mage slows, but theoretically, the boss fight should be shorter because of how much burst the Warlock can do in that damage amp window.
Were you going to say Dratnos?
I think it does go to show the potential mistake that doing the 21 Old Man represents instead of doing the 20 Brackenhide that they had access to. Because, like, if you think about it, tomorrow, if you have 30 minutes tomorrow at the start of the day, you can attempt Brackenhide, or you could attempt Old Man like 30 times, right? You could do that first pull, maybe not 30, but 6 times, right? In that time span,
Oh my god, Now's dead.
Not something that you can do at the end of the day, as Now and Echo may be soon realizing as well. They are going to wipe here and also be heading out of here. But the difference between Echo and Drano's Guild Team is that Echo already have the 20 Bracken on the board, whereas Drano's Guild Team could have been doing that now. And that's a fairly high success rate key that they then would have definitely gotten 30 full minutes of overtime time in. And I think that would have probably been a better use of their overtime rather than an attempt on Uldaman, which I think you'd rather just do during your regular time when you can reset the first pull as many times as you want without losing a lot of value. So I suspect that that's something they are going to regret at the end of the day here. As you can see, sitting at 60 points are Dratnos Guild Team. Echo locking in an end of day at 62, I suspect, there, because I don't think there's much value in continuing that 21 Uldaman after that wipe. Which means Mandatory have an opportunity here to be the sole team to make it to 63 points. If they can convert on this 20 Bracken that we see up in the top left, they will be in the lead with 2 world records and tied with everybody else for the best Bracken. So very good spot to be in if you are a Mandatory fan. They are looking incredible here. Meanwhile, Missed Count locking in the end of their day at 58 points. The other team that a lot of us predicted to be one of the top 2 this weekend. Very much a disappointing first day for them of this tournament.
But huge beneficiaries of the no eliminations clause, right? I mean, they're
just getting value from that.
Huge value from them. I mean, we were all expecting, almost all of us had them in our top 2, right? I think we had like 1 or 2 people not having them in that top 2. I fully suspect they'll come back tomorrow and play much closer to how they played in day 1 of Cut B. I mean, this team is too good to play like this every single day. I expect they'll be a lot more consistent tomorrow.
Madge, Royben down in the bottom right. That is going to be a battle res committed by them. Not too much to worry about, though. They still do have 2 more of those available if they need them, which they're nearing the end of the dungeon, so looking good for them. This plus 20 timer is also looking good. We do suspect that the plus 20s will not hold over the weekend as well, so the timer's a little bit less important than it is in some of these other keystones because they'll be able to come back and overwrite it when they go and do that 21, which we think will happen in Brackenhide, although Brackenhide has looked very scary, but it's more of a volatility issue than like a this is impossible kind of issue, which maybe is more of, say, the 22 Old Man and the 23 Algathar Academy problem.
We had caster predictions on the screen for a second. How are you guys feeling about having Missed Count your guys' caster predictions?
They'll be back. I'm not worried.
Just gotta let them cook.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty good about my predictions. I don't know about you guys, but
yours are looking substantially better than
all these people counting Echo out. I don't know. You count Echo out. Like what are you doing?
Didn't you have mandatory winning? So you're inherently counting them out as well?
Hey, I said I was feeling pretty good. Not I'm feeling like perfect. Pretty good.
Listen, I've signed the papers before. I have no issue doing it again. If Echo play really well again,
yeah, you signed the apology forms.
I mean, Doa, you and I,
I've been through that before.
Doa, you and I have the same prediction, so I'm right there with you. I will not. I'm not gonna make fun of you for predicting that.
And nor should you. It was a brilliant prediction.
35-time MDI champions.
That's right, yeah. How many times do they have to win before people start believing in Echo? That's the question here.
Apparently more than 9 in a row.
I think. I mean, I picked mandatory to win. I think that mandatory's been looking like
too.
the best team so far. Like they have 2 world records right now.
They have looked like. I mean, they won the last MDI obviously, and now they're looking like they've hit like another level beyond that. I feel like back in Group A and then this weekend too. So we'll see. I picked them to win too. So.
I think just having that organizational support and like being able to maintain the team structure and just staying together as a team season over season, even though they have been replacing like their 5th. Mm-hmm. But I think that all of that's still been has been very, very important.
You know, notably, Mandatory also picking Echo to take second place there too. You notice we did ask the teams how they thought the other teams were going to do this weekend. Something a little bit different. Trando's Kill Team again, the only team not picking themselves to make top 3. But hey. They're just
Humility.
on the outside looking in right now. I mean, yeah. Sitting at 4th at the moment.
Do you think if they had a 4th place option, they would have put themselves there, Dratnos?
Surely, yeah. That's their stated goal going into this weekend was 4th place. So, unfortunately for them, Madge are looking to usurp that for now with this Brackenhide. But, you know, Drano's Guild team's scorecard is actually not that bad, right? Like, they're sitting on a 2 chest, so once they convert that, they'll be able to tie back up with teams like Madge and Pedro's. So, yeah, I think a reasonably good first day for them. It had a lot more upside potential as well, though. They had a really good start to the day that did sort of falter as Madge, Dr. J going down to a Ropper's Totem here. It looks like they're maybe thinking about resetting to Katriarch Wratheye. Oh, no. This is not how this boss is supposed to go.
They're depleting this key.
Savior,
They have
actually?
4 minutes and 55 seconds left.
Play? Is Shelly
There's
getting
the
a spot
Shadow
for a
Melt.
Savior? That's the
Yeah,
important thing.
Lamike gonna run in.
Okay,
But will
they'll
there
be
be
fine.
enough time
Can they
left
kill
in
the boss?
in
I don't think they can
Just the
I don't think they can
boss?
kill the boss, man.
Yeah.
You don't have
They got the
Bloodlust.
Savior. I think
Jay's gonna die to the
430
Savior.
is fine. I think 430 is fine, actually. I
Yeah,
think they
no,
can
Jay
just
didn't die to the Savior.
barely get it. This is going to be a race, though. They have to wait for the boss to spawn first off. They have to get their buffs up. Everyone's sitting down and
no.
eating.
I don't think they've got
Corbin is
enough time
completely
here.
because of the Savior here. They have to get mana. By the time they're ready to go, they're going to have probably just about 4 minutes left. Is this boss doable in 4 minutes without Lust? I don't actually know.
We're
I don't
about to
think so.
find out.
I think this boss without Lust is like 430. Like the reason that this fight is only 345 or whatever is because you're able to skip 2 Rotburst totems with Bloodlust. I think without Lust, this boss is like a 430 fight.
Man, here's a big thing that we can't see on the screen right now. Does Dr. J have the personal Lust available? Because that would be useful to know, too.
He'll certainly be getting one at some point during this fight because they were wiping right at the end there.
True. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a 5-minute CD, and you reduce it with shifting power, so he'll at least get one towards the end of the fight. Hopefully, it'll be in one of his veins as well. That's
How do
actually
they
Frost
wipe?
prefers
What
that
happened?
anyways.
You pointed out Jay died and then the rest of them died. What exactly happened?
A totem exploded, but that may not have been the first thing to go wrong is the problem. Like, it's really hard to tell what the first thing to go wrong was, but I saw a totem go off, and then I saw somebody die, and then I saw them trying to reset. I'm not sure if I missed something in that sequence, though. Soda going to use Belorolos there to do some big dam to this totem. Looks like they're going to be able to finish it off with a couple seconds to spare. 3
Dude, it
minutes
looks-
left on the clock now.
It looks like they dominate-minded one of the incorporeals and it pulled a trash pack and that wiped them.
These things happen. These
okay.
things happen.
Yeah,
Double
that'll-
H.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah.
be careful with when they spawn close to trash. That
Yeah.
is a funny. That does happen from time
Or maybe
to
it
time.
was 100-yard range fire breath. It was one of the two.
Ooh, those things happen. Yeah.
Something pulled trash and then the trash,
Spatial breath.
which that'll
Yeah.
happen. I
Yeah.
believe it.
Okay, so we pulled this boss. And we pulled this boss about a little bit over 4 minutes left, right? So are we going to be able to get to 52 is the halfway point on this fight, right? It's really close. I actually think they maybe still have the damage for this.
It's going
It's
to be
gonna be
close.
tight, but
They're
I
gonna
think they
get
maybe
3
still have
breaths.
this.
They're going to get 3 breaths. They're going to get a third press of 2s at the last second. They won't get full value, but it'll be a little extra burst of
Yeah.
damage at the end. And the other thing to remember...
Shelly needs to press this breath right now so that the
Yeah.
next one will be able to go off, and there it is. There's that breath of
That
Eons.
should be good. Yeah, and remember...
That's going to line up with PI and Void
Boss
Eruption,
dies
but
at
no more
5.
PI or Void Eruption.
Boss
Yeah.
dies at 5%, not 0, so have to factor that into the caster math as well. which of course everyone knows we're notoriously bad at.
Yeah, don't do that. That's a bad
I
idea.
think we're
Yeah.
going to be slow here. I think this is like 3 seconds over.
Oh.
I got a bad feeling.
Oh, we're ripping a Ray of Frost on the boss even.
That's
Do
what you
your
do
full
when you
boss
know
down.
you need the timer.
Yeah, that's...
Belorlos is going to land on this totem at
Did it
least.
crit? Ooh. It should be fine still.
Dude, I
It
think
should
this
be fine
totem...
still.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay, they are. Thank God.
Yeah, this is going to be right down to the wire. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. 38% on the boss, which again does die at 5%, but they have to keep swapping to these totems when they come out. They'll be able to make the commit call at something like 15% health. We have a Void or a Vampiric Embrace from Soda, letting them top everybody up without Royben having to shift out of cap form. She's just focusing on doing damage right now. Third place in damage is the healer right now for Madge. Just going to show exactly how focused they are on damage. 30%, 1 minute left in the fight. We are going to get one more Breath of Eons here.
Bellar crit.
No more Shadow Priest CDs. I think it's over. I don't think they have this. It's going to be really close. 20% now.
So they get
40 seconds.
They get Twist of Fate value at some point too.
Yeah, they have,
Yeah,
they
that
have
was
now.
active.
They have now. I think you kill
Which
2 more
is-
totems than Burn Boss. You kill this and 1 more, and then that's it. You have
just
to
commit
You
boss
have
from
to,
here?
but if you
Maybe
if
you
kill
just
the
have
next
to do
totem,
it
you're not
now.
killing the boss.
I think
you can't win either way. I don't
You have
think.
to
I
fix
think
the
it's
boss
over.
first.
It depends. If you have your trinkets for the totem,
Well-
you can maybe send them on it.
Just
No,
trinket boss.
Set the trinkets
Yeah.
on the boss. Yeah. Set the trinkets
is
on the boss.
very
Please,
close.
God.
Right. Burn boss, burn boss, burn boss, burn boss.
This is very close.
There's the breath. There's the breath. No
Let the totem
cooldowns
go off.
up.
Just let
One
the
as
totem
much
go off.
as
Who cares?
possible.
The breath is going to pop
Yeah?
They can
right
do
before
this.
the end of this
They can do
timer.
this.
So they
You
may
do it.
have this 4% on the boss.
5 seconds.
Nyme's going onto the boss.
They've got
Fire
it.
breath on
They
the
got
boss
it.
as well. They've done it. 2 seconds to spare. Madge actually managed to time the keystone.
Wow.
Wow, that was close. Incredible.
That was a fight.
Hey, they did
was
it.
easy.
Like, how about
I
the
was
poise,
not a
right?
believer.
For Madge.
How
I
about-
was not a believer that
Me neither.
killing that boss in time.
I mean, you had to go for it, and they got it done. How about the poise to be like, all right, shake it off. We can still do this. That's amazing.
I mean, that's all
Message
you
from
can
Shelly
do.
in the chat
Yeah.
there. Why is 20 so hard, bro?
Good comms.
You know, it's
right,
actually
so-
it was harder than we even made it out to be because they had the full reset. The big thing they lost out on was all of their pre-stacked up codex charges too. So that made killing off those totems that much harder for them to do.
Dude, I think the lust was like just a
That
massive
too.
loss too.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Pages per hour
Right.
silently have been crushing this Ultimon, by the way.
Yeah, Embron going down here sub 22 minutes. Not
Zero
a
deaths.
bad split at all. 0 death run. This would be big for Pedros if they can put this key on the board as well. That'll advance them to 62 points, tying them up with Echo. Never a bad place to be at the end of the day, but it will be mandatory in the top left who will stop the next clock here, as they have 6 minutes left in this plus 20. They are, for reference, they are nearly done with Takatriarch Rathai. They still have time to wipe, reset this boss, and do it again, and still have more time than Madge
They,
did in
Stop.
that
they
run.
could probably do this faster
Stop.
than Echo.
Stop.
They
Like,
are indeed. So Echo's pace 29.55.
Yeah.
Mandatory are going to be a little slower than that in here, but not by much.
You guys can't see this because you don't have the caster camera, but Dranos is like waving his hands around and staring intently at the screen right now.
Dranos
Yeah,
Just
loves
trying
to
to
use
hex
some sort of
mandatory.
arcane,
So bad right
you know, yeah, some arcane incantation going on over there.
Dranos likes to use his hands a lot whenever he talks. I think he might just be speaking if he's waving his hands around.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I heard he speaks parcel tongue too. I don't know, very suspicious.
What does that even mean? Is it like a package?
That's like
Parcel?
the snake language from Harry Potter. You know.
But isn't a parcel like a package?
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't write it. Don't ask me.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Mandatory will be getting this 20 down, though. They're not even dealing with that totem. Boss dies at 5%. Boss dies or we die. They're good to go. That's a +1 for them. That's going to be a great way for them to finish off their day, putting themselves up to
63.
63 in sole possession of the lead at the top of the leaderboard, which leaves us with just Pedros per hour here, and with over 10 minutes left in this Ultimon 20, they're already through the triple
Do you-
golem pull. I think they've got plenty of time.
I thought pages per hour was going to really struggle
they're
coming
in
into
the
this
most
weekend.
difficult
They,
part.
they looked really cold every single, like the start of the day, every single day during Group A. I thought that I thought they were going to continue that in the global finals and they were going to struggle. They've actually looked pretty good. Being able to put up a 60-second point here is going to be huge for them, and they took the largest advantage of the overtime period, which is a huge deal.
Also, just respecting these golems like crazy. Actually, line of sighting every single one. You can pop a bunch of personals just to live through some of these claps, just to do as much damage as possible. But dude, with 11 minutes left on the key at this point, there's no reason to play risky. You've got so much time to do. You've got this pull, one more pull, and then a boss. Just time the key. Get that overtime point on the board.
Yeah, this is very optimal usage of time for Pedros per hour. They are going to be the team that earns the most overtime at the end of their day.
That's important.
That's a valuable thing. Yeah, I mean, that's going to lead them to a tie for second place with Echo. Really, really good place to be at the end of the day. Just incredible work by them putting up these really hard dungeons. Really does go to show, though, that somehow Mandatory were able to get all this done and also do this key on a 21, and they're already done with their day. What a performance from Mandatory so far. What a strong start to our weekend.
They had by far the strongest day one, and if they keep playing like that, I don't think that any team's going to be able to catch up with them.
Yeah, the good news, if you are a fan of teams like Pedros per hour, like Echo, is that, 3 dungeons already brought near their ceiling today. Tomorrow we only get 2 dungeons, and on Sunday we only get 1 dungeon, which means there will be a lot of time for teams that are behind to catch up. And if Mandatory use that time to put up a ridiculous key, then it's kind of over, right? Then you're in a lot of trouble. But if, on the other hand, Mandatory are unable to do that and you're a little bit faster in your keys, then all of a sudden we have a real race on our hands at the top of our leaderboard. So Mandatory have earned themselves that opportunity, but it remains to be seen whether they'll capitalize on it. First, though, we get to watch Pedros per hour working on the final pull of the dungeon. They actually are using their Lust on this rather than on the last boss. This is a nasty pull. You do have 2 of those infinite time reavers, which are stacking up that haste debuff on everybody. Massive spell used by Crims to help reset it, but that only works once.
The only reason that this would be faster is if you would otherwise have had to have lined that time reaver debuff that you were pointing out, and you actually lose a lot of damage. Is this actually faster?
It looks like they're still going to be lining it to drop stacks here at some point. Looks like Fired Up going to be getting a single
dwarf.
Dispel.
No, Dwarf.
Oh yeah, Dwarf as
They've
well.
got dwarves.
And a single
you can also dispel it, yeah. Usually want to just dispel the priest.
Crims also dwarfing. Nice work there.
It looks like Sang and Drogo are just willing to line, and then the other people are just going to get dispelled.
Yep.
Fired Up dropping stacks here with a line of sight. Meanwhile, Crim's about to get another dispel here, I suspect, at 11 stacks of that debuff. No, he's actually being forced to do a mechanic here. Does get the dispel eventually. All right, phew. Almost for a second there, we thought a Shadow Priest would have to do a mechanic, but it looks like there will be a dispel coming.
Okay, do you guys like the Lust here? I feel like I don't love it.
I think it's good. That debuff gets very oppressive over time if you don't quickly burn those down with cooldowns.
And you definitely don't need it for the boss on a plus 20 Keystone level. We do see them now heading around the side.
And more comes down to like what's faster. Typically, lusts on single target bosses is like much faster than lusting like random trash packs, especially those that you have to do mechanics on. You're like LOSing.
That is a pretty big trash pull, though. There are a lot of high HP mobs. I think it's probably pretty close, and it comes down to like making sure you're dealing with the debuff properly. It probably is pretty close of a time save, and maybe it could just be a tank safety thing because, if I'm not mistaken, Yoda is a pretty offensively minded tank. He's been running.
He's playing Key Death in this
almost
dungeon.
Every single key. He's been running Grief Torch, Prophetic Stone Scales on almost every single key they've run today. Let me see. He's actually not in this key. He's running Seed, Burgeoning Seed. What even is this trinket?
That's an interesting one. That's the one that gives you health, right? It gives you health and versatility.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an on-use defensive trinket, but it's one that will help you survive one-shots and also give you some verse, so a little bit of damage. Interesting one. Yeah.
Huh.
Curious choice. Usually you'd see something like Fire Axe or Ward in that slot. I think that's the first time we've seen Burgeoning Seed seeing play as that on-use defensive option.
Usually the unused defensive we've seen is like Treemouth as well, right? Treemouth Splinter, that's usually a pretty popular option too. I don't think I've ever seen the Seed be run, though. Interesting choice.
Yeah, it's cool. Potentially really good for the start of these big pulls where it's actually your health bar that gets bigger as well, so your own self-healing is kind of effective on it, whereas those shields, the Fire Axe and the wards, once they get eaten through, they're kind of done. You don't get any more value out of them until 2 minutes later when you press it again.
Cool.
Yeah, nifty. That's some cool adaptation out of Yoda, as we do have Chrono Lord Deos now sub 70%. Still 6 minutes on the clock here, so Pedros are omega fine on the timer. They have 3 battle reses as well. They just have to avoid a catastrophe here. The biggest ways they could wipe would be like multiple player deaths all at once, overwhelming them. Something like a frontal from the boss, what they really need to make sure they avoid. But they do have cheat death for Fired Up with Cauterize, Sang about to recover that Defy Fate as well. Zephyr available now, Mass Barrier available soon. Dwarfs available to help remove these debuffs. Drogo not even worried about it in that cat form. They are incredibly safe from here.
Yeah, and then the Shadow Priest also fine because he can just get rescue whenever he needs it, because that's his defensive cooldown.
Exactly.
And, they'll be good to go.
Yeah, rescue. I mean, in theory, you can fade and stuff, mass spell too, but really hoping to avoid having to cast anything other than damage buttons as the Shadow Priest.
This fight is actually really annoying as a Shadow Priest because you actually have to think about when you press Fade, because you really want to save Fade to get rid of that debuff on this fight, right? Which means your only other really big defensive button that you can press is Flash Heal, but that makes you go if you use it too much, so it's kind of annoying.
The other defensive button that you can press is your push to talk and ask for a rescue again.
Amen.
Yeah, or Bark, or Mass Barrier.
Real strats.
Exactly. The push talk keybind coming in big. 5 minutes left in the dungeon here. Now, the actual timer here is really good for Pedro's, although it's kind of unfortunate for them that they're having such a clean run in a dungeon that they're probably going to try to upgrade the Keystone level of, although maybe not. Honestly, if you're not playing for first this weekend, there's a decent chance that 20 Ultiman with a good timer might stay on your scorecard. If you don't think you can do it on 21, I think with this timer, though, they definitely can, is the thing.
Dude,
I think Pedro's are proving you don't need a Warlock to do this dungeon fast.
There's significant pay increases, too, by just even being able to go from, like, 5th to 4th or 4th to
Which,
3rd.
for those purposes, a 20 with a good timer might well hold, and you might want to spend your time elsewhere. But, of course, it's very early in the weekend to give up thinking about first place, and Pedro's do not have to do that at all. They're going to end the day 1 point only behind Mandatory, so they are really very much still in the hunt for the gold medal here, which is a great spot for them to be in as, I think, one of the more underdog teams coming into the weekend.
I mean, their goal for this entire TGP was to like win the entire thing. They have the confidence to like win the whole thing. This is like a newly formed team with like only experience pushing on live keys, but not even necessarily pushing on live keys together. The fact that they're able to even kind of like step up and perform this well during global finals has been very impressive. I think that they've been doing a great job.
Hey, they put themselves as first, didn't they, in their own predictions?
They did.
Well,
Extreme confidence.
That just means that Drogo got sent the form, I think.
It was a team effort. I'm sure they all filled it out together, you know? They jumped on a call, and they're like, who do you think? Us? Okay.
Well, I think it's actually important to mention for them as well as, one of the questions we asked in the team questionnaire is what was the lowest key they think was done, and they were very confident in Uldaman being the lowest key. So I wonder if they think after today if they'll be able to go in and do a 21 tomorrow. I mean, it's definitely a very difficult key, but that's it. That's that timed key at the end of the day. All of our key teams are out of their keys, and like you said, Pedros per hour matching Echo at that 62-point mark.
That's right. Do you feel like it's going to be necessary to do the 21 in that Alderman to have a chance at first? I feel like it is, I don't think there's a lot of times where we see teams win situations like this where they have one dungeon that's behind another team.
I mean, I think that only ever happened in the first TGP where the team that got renamed to Sheesh was able to put up like the other side that was ahead of the other teams, but then the other teams were able to put up a Plague Fall that was like 2 key levels ahead of then Sheesh. I don't think that with the level that we're seeing from the competition this weekend, I don't think that's likely to happen ever again.
True enough. Well, here's our scoreboard after our first day. Go ahead, Ratnos.
So one problem if you're a Pedro's fan is they were only 3 minutes under the timer there in a 35-minute dungeon with a 0-death run in this Uldaman. That kind of doesn't bode well for the 21. They may not have enough time with their current strat to secure a plus 21 unless it is a literal flawless run. This might be the indication for them that practicing, say, that Warlock strategy, or not even practicing, of course, you can't really practice overnight, but planning for it might be the path for them unless they can come up with a way to shave a minute off of their route somewhere.
All right, question I want to ask of the field. How bad is this miscount being at 58 situation? They were a 1 seed coming out of Group B. How bad is this?
It's very surprising, at least.
It's not great. Yeah, it's
a lot worse than it looks, right? They're essentially like
it's worse than it looks.
It's a lot better. It's not as bad as it's like
wow.
say.
I was about to say, it looks pretty bad.
It's ironic. From the top row.
Sorry, I have a smoke alarm chirping in my ear right now, and it's really messing with the thought process. It's a lot better than it looks right now.
Okay.
They do have 2 chests that they can capitalize on, and to be fair, like knowing that they spent over an hour of their day wiping in one key, they're still a lot closer than it seems, right? They can go in and get the 22 Alcathar, which we already have seen them do. They can two-chest the Brackenhide, and then they're right back in the mix of things, right? And, you know, we have 2 more dungeons tomorrow, which could be a little more favorable for them, so you never really know. Maybe they look bad right now, but there's still plenty of competition left.
Dratnus, do you think that they can still win the TGP? Because this is a team that their only goal, they weren't like, oh yeah, we want to get 4th. They want to win. Like, is this a team that's going to win? Like,
Yeah.
Can they win?
Missed count certainly can. So they probably have lost something on the order of 90 minutes today, which is not good. 90 minutes is a lot of minutes to lose to mandatory.
They would have got eliminated, by the way, in a different format.
Yeah, they would have gotten
Yeah,
eliminated
yeah.
in the old format, which, you know, luckily for them, they've avoided that fate at least. But they will need to claw that time back over the next 2 days. But we're already at, like, nosebleed level keys. I think there is time to get that back, right? To go into that Alcathar tomorrow, you spend 30 minutes, you put the 22 on the board. If you can avoid any more wasting of time, then I think they can catch back up. The problem for them is that today they lost a lot of time in the lower level keys, and now in order to catch back up, they are going to need to not waste any time in the harder, higher level keys tomorrow, which is obviously a more difficult thing to do than what they failed to do today. But of course, every new day, right? And then maybe they can right the ship tomorrow. And I think they're definitely not out of it yet.
Well, it's interesting when we look at a lot of these times across the dungeons. Like, this sounds silly to say, but the higher times coincide with higher deaths too. So a lot of times it's not necessarily even like a route issue. It's just a matter of like getting it done cleanly. You know, that separates the best teams from the 3rd, 4th place teams.
To me, Echo and Mandatory looked by far the best, and Mandatory really took the gold star for by far the best performance today. I'm kind of interested in seeing if they're going to keep that up, because they haven't had a bad day yet. Like, even in Cup A, they just kind of look dominant. But they're dominating even the best competition. I wonder if they're going to maintain this pace.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's a great start for Mandatory, and Echo, like, very close on their heels, too. Just 1 key level behind on the Alderman, and time-wise, you know, keeping up fairly equivalently. So we'll see what happens there. But, go ahead. Yeah, what's up?
Pages per hour plus 5 minutes.
Hey, I said Echo. I wasn't talking about Pedros per hour here. Yeah, they've got some catching up to do, but we've got 2 more days for them to do it. Remember, no eliminations this weekend for the global finals, so you can have, theoretically, a bad day and then come back and be very efficient the next day and catch up. We'll have to see, especially with teams like Missed Count. Kind of shocking to come out of Group B on top to be global finals at the bottom after day 1, but we got more chances to see if they can redeem themselves in the second day of the MDI Great Push here at the end of Dragonflight. So end of the day for us here too. Any final thoughts before we close it out? Everybody good? Everyone say what they wanted to say today? Yeah? All right. Excellent. Well, thank you at home for watching. Thanks to our production team behind the scenes for making everything happen. Thanks, as always, to the players for putting on some great runs, and looking forward to seeing who comes out on top tomorrow, who is on the bottom tomorrow, who has a chance tomorrow. Everyone's still around to cheer for. So definitely come back and watch again. In the meantime, go play some WoW, have some fun, relax. We'll see you tomorrow.